Hello. How are we doing, guys? Welcome to the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament Group C today. Today is our halfway point of the tournament. After today, we're halfway through the days as we work our way through Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament action. That's a Wardy from earlier. Let's try and get a Wardy from now. Bam! Just like that, we are here and ready to cast some SC2 for you guys. So we get ready to kick off, cast some games, and yeah, we've just gotten everyone into the lobby, so we are ready to go. I just had one caster log out just before we start, so I'm just going to double check on that. Alright, let's jump into Tato Citadel to start the day off. Guys, you're going to love the news that I've got for you. If you are a fan of Talisman, it's already been vetoed. Yes, Talisman is the only map not played in the tournament so far. It is on track to be the most vetoed map in TLMC tournament history. And I honestly don't even think it's that much about the map. I actually think it's more so about the fact that players have played this map because it was actually part of some tournament map pools and so on already. So players kind of already know what they're getting with it, you know? And so they'd kind of rather try out new maps than go to a map which they've already tried and played on before and stuff, right? So there's that kind of combined factor of A, it's a bit weird, and B, people kind of already know what they're getting with it, has definitely been having some impact on that map getting played. If needed, we will force play it in the playoffs. We will force it to be used as map 1 of series if we have to. So just letting you guys know, it is in the pool for every single series today. The players are already vetoing it. Players are already telling me that it's going to be their veto. So we will see what happens. Alright, what's up? How are we doing? It is going to be HARSTEM versus Geralt as we get into game number 1 of our first best of 3 of the day. A couple of gases coming up, gateways coming down. We get this party started on Tato Citadel for map number 1. A little bit of PvP, actually a couple of PvPs back to back for us today. As in the bottom right side, our red Protoss is HARSTEM, and in the top left, our blue Protoss is Geralt. Starting on one of these maps that's had a little bit less love than some of the others in the map pool thus far, so yeah, this one has in the end been played 3 times. It was a little bit of a struggle to get it played at first, but it has been bringing it back a little bit as we get ready to go. Is the hotfix live? Yes. The whole point of a hotfix, I'm pretty sure, is that a hotfix just goes live instantly, right? So yeah, I'm pretty sure hotfix is live. So there was some changes last night to the game, guys. The ghost, the female ghost bug was made more buggy. The female ghosts got fixed from taking 3 supply to they were meant to take 2 supply, but now female ghost skins provide 2 supply, like a supply depot provides supply. So we have that bug. I've informed ByuN that he is not allowed to use the female ghost today. So there was no Novas on the field, please. And outside of that, the actual notable changes was storm damage output has been reduced from 140 to 110. I'm actually super interested to see what that DPS looks like, because I actually think that's now a very significant DPS nerf. So I actually kind of like, I like that a lot. We'll see what the numbers look like. I'm still not a fan of it being 6 seconds. I think 6 seconds is so long in StarCraft 2. But we will see. We'll have a look at what it looks like in game. It made Broodlords slower. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're really seeing the strength of the Broodlords yet. And they also changed Ghost Health to 125. Which makes it a little bit less... The light tag basically impacts TVZ now, and it doesn't really impact TVP as much, from what I understand. So, ghosts are a little healthier. Those are the 3 changes that happened. So, yeah. Here we are, guys. Game number 1, best of 3 PvP. So we'll speed on with a couple PvPs. We're going to have some hero games after this one as well. Get some of the mirror matchups out of the way. You guys know how we like to work. Get the mirror matchups done. And then we'll focus on all the non-mirror matchups for later in the group. Obviously, there are 3 Protoss players in today's group. I did try, I mean, fortunately for Geralt, I was not successful, but I was trying to find a non-Protoss for the final player of this group. I just couldn't find anyone, and I couldn't realistically reach out to more people, knowing that I had a couple of people already messaging me asking for the spot. You know, I couldn't with good faith just be like, no, it's not like we had 12 Protoss in the tournament and this was Protoss 13. We actually have, I think this was Protoss 8 added to the event, so it's not like it's super unbalanced numbers. I was just reaching out to a couple of other people. I just got to the point where I couldn't realistically go down the list of who to invite any further without being like, I actually genuinely think that affects tournament quality instead of just having an extra Protoss, you know. We still have one of each race in each group, so this will be a triple Protoss group. What was he doing with that Stalker? I didn't see because I was actually looking at the chat a little bit, but I think what happened, what I presume happened, is that he realized it was going to get force-filled in, so he just ran it to try and get some info. Or he just misclicked it, and so he was trying to just make the most of a bad situation. It looked a little bit weird. I was like, there is a Stalker just running into HARSTEM, which is definitely not ideal. Yo, this is a big game to open the day off on. I mean, realistically, Geralt, HARSTEM are the sort of players which are in this group. You know, you've got ByuN and Hero, if you're not aware. So ByuN and Hero are definitely our favorites. And then Geralt, HARSTEM, and Yakov are all absolutely players that could 100% make it out of this group and into playoffs. There is no guarantees at all in this group. I think this, you know, matches between Geralt, HARSTEM, and Yakov between the Europeans are really going to be important and could absolutely lend us an interesting insight as to who gets through this group by the end of today. He needed to scout the Nexus. Perfect. See, I didn't even know he hadn't seen the Nexus. I was not watching. I was still doing my intro and my explanations and checking patch notes and stuff, so apologies. This is why I've got you guys. That you guys are my co-caster. You guys see the things I do not see, as the couple of adepts try to shade forward. Blink is on the way up. It's about halfway done. I'm just going to be seeing the couple of adepts going to get caught there, but they do commit for a couple probes. It's very whatever. HARSTEM on equal worker count. Edge on very good army supply, as the Stargate-based opening of Geralt has not really gone anywhere, and it's going to go even less if that Oracle goes down. Obviously, both players heading to Blink at the same time. Now, typically, I'd love this for the Stargate player. It's like, you've got Oracles, right? But he actually only has one Oracle, which I actually really, really question. I always think, like, double Oracle is just so good. Like, if you're going to invest in the Stargate, why not just make a second Oracle? Take the 20-second extra hit or so on Blink. I just feel like there's so much value there. I mean, in this case, HARSTEM has no battery in the main, so one Oracle could still be scary, I guess, but to deal, you know, it takes you twice as long to kill a worker still, you know, at the end of the day, and that is kind of a big deal when you're looking to zip in, get a couple shots off, get some kills, and get out healthy. Yeah, this is one of those rare scenarios where I feel like the guy that's going to Stargate into Blink ends up in a worse position, because I do just think HARSTEM has a lot more army, the sentries are very useful, and that Oracle has gained absolutely nothing so far. Nothing that the hallucinations of HARSTEM haven't gained. Like, yes, the Oracle is scouting information, but that's exactly what the sentries provide as well. And then the Oracle is also, you know, your chance to maybe harass and deal some damage, and that's just not happened. So, yeah, I like this a lot for HARSTEM in these early stages, but let's see what happens now that Blink is up and Geralt can start making some plays. We already have the 3 bases coming in on both sides of the map, so you see Geralt setting up on the triangle, HARSTEM setting up on the linear pathway. Hallucination, they're going to see that Oracle flying across, and it's going to get the Oracle turned around for a few moments as the Observer sets up, moves back, and the Stalker's looking for potentially a Blink into this main base. Stasis ward up to the high ground. Ooh, you know what? The Stasis isn't going to affect things too much. I like the Guardian Shield. It does affect you obviously being able to chase in, but you do have... Okay, I mean, that works as well. You have the Observer there to kill it, but yeah, just blinking one Stalker in and just getting rid of it ASAP is fine. Cluster pylon there, good little grab from Geralt. Gets in, does a bit of damage, gets out, doesn't overcommit. I think this is fine. I wasn't feeling like he was going to be able to find a lot because it didn't feel like he had much of an army. But that's the exact sort of thing you can do. HARSTEM's out of position, you take advantage, you run with it for just a little while. Boom, boom, bang. You're in a great spot, and we go from there. Charge on the +1 coming through, a couple extra Stalkers coming up. We had additional gates on as well. Add a few pylons. In amongst that as well, as the Stalker Sentry of HARSTEM pulls back down to the bottom right side of fourth Nexus is coming up. I'm really excited to cast some Zerg apparently, talking about hatcheries as we do get rid of the Oracle, so there goes that one advantage that Geralt had from it earlier in the game. And now, HARSTEM, I mean, upgrades are pretty darn even. Geralt's going to rebuild the Oracle, which I don't hate. It's still meant to be his scouting information. It's his form of detection as well, I imagine, because he's bypassed the robo facility here. Yeah, so that is one of the nice things about having Stargate and Oracles up too. You have the access to detection without the robo. And in a game like this where neither player is looking to really add Immortals on, you don't gain much by adding the robo, but HARSTEM has to add the robo because otherwise DTs are a guaranteed win against him. So he has to do this, and that's obviously one of the ways in which you can kind of take an advantage here as Geralt. You can say, cool, well, I don't have to build a robo. That's some resources saved. I don't have to build observers. That's only true if the Oracle is still on the map. So losing that Oracle actually is impactful. So like I say, he rebuilds it. Now he's going to go robo as well, because we're getting late enough that robo units are going to become a factor. Geralt is one of the players that will more often switch in toward the disruptors in this matchup than a lot of other players do in the PvP. Because in this day and age, disruptors are not a go-to in PvP as much, simply because we actually just don't get to them as easily. Geralt is still, I'd say, fairly fond of them. His army supplies are equal here. HARSTEM running up onto the map, tries to get that Oracle. He's going to have Geralt chased, which is obviously nice, because that means you're getting a few shots off while Geralt just runs. And he gets another warp in here. Not sure if he has enough to really, truly, fully send this just yet. As the Temple Archives comes through, the robotics facility being added, +2 attack upgrade is not far from finishing. So that Temple Archives done on the natural as well, going to be a major plus and a major positive here over these next few moments. Going around to the left, another nice revelation. Stalker blinks up, going to get caught in a stasis ward. Force fields go down. The couple Zealots going to come in from the other side. We are going to be seeing Zealot, Stalker, Archon just continue to fight. Oh, those Zealots are in a bad position. I tell you what, the force fields are making such a big difference here. This was not a massive army supply lead, but the force fields are making it so that HARSTEM's army is way more valuable, because his units are truly fighting, whereas Geralt's units are all just stuck. His Zealots being caught in a big cluster as well were not helping. The Archons are amazing too. The Archons are the tech you love to see in this situation, because they are just going to shred Zealot lines, and that does a lot for you as well. So shredding through those Zealot lines, putting yourself in a good spot. And you can see HARSTEM wins this engagement super comfortably, which again, when you go into that fight on such even supplies, it really is not meant to look like that. You know, there was no other significant advantage apart from a couple Archons and just positioning and sentries. It just showed how much better the quality of HARSTEM's army was, which we kind of knew, because we kind of saw it coming along a little bit here and a little bit there throughout, so it gets there. And that will be GG as we head into game number 2 of this BO3 on Throne of the Dunes. It's going to be our 4th time seeing this map in the TLMC tournament. This edition, this is our 15th time running the TLMC tournament, in case you've not been here the last couple of days. It is part of Team Liquid Map Contest 21, which is amazing. Obviously, we've done a couple of team tournaments now as well, so our we actually get to this cool stage where we're actually catching up our TLMC tournament numbers, catching up to the TLMC number, because obviously the TLMC team tournament, or the Team Liquid team map contest is a different thing. It has a different number attached to it, so our TLMC tournament numbers just keep going up. That's how Wikipedia decided it. I am all for it. Not that it really makes any big difference in the slightest. Just something for me to ramble on about. I like when the numbers go up, man. I like it when the numbers go up. 15 Team Liquid Map Contest tournaments is actually pretty wild. I'm so glad we've gotten back to a I'm so glad we've gotten back to this this 5-player group stage as well. The last few TLMCs we ran, we had struggles getting players. And because some timings were weird and it was before big events and stuff like that, there was a lot of little things going on. So I'm super happy we get back to the 5 players in each group, because I really do feel like it just gives us more maps to cast, more chances to see these maps. We get lots of games. We don't have to like make the playoffs stupid big best ofs. I don't remember, when was the last time we had this format. We had it for TLMC, the 8th tournament. I imagine we had it for quite a few. There's a point at which we just didn't use it for a while. Am I going to be able to find that out before we get it in game? Probably not. Used it in TLMC tournament 10. Yeah, then in 11 it got weird. So I think it's been like 3 official, like just 1v1 map tournaments. Yeah, I think it's been 3 of them since we've been able to run the 5-player groups. So really nice to have that. Yo, that's a donation. What is that? That is Suit Me. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm looking over my thing, but actually it's on YouTube over here. Thank you so much for the 5 CHF. That's a Swiss. Is that a Swiss franc? It's a yeah, Swiss franc. Just had to double check that one. I guess that makes a lot of sense. CH for Swiss and that franc. 5 Swiss francs. Apparently that's like £6 or something. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the donation. Love to see you cast Nessie to keep it up. Thank you so much for the generosity of donating and super chatting on the YouTube. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Always great to see the YouTube popping off and getting some love. Glad you're enjoying the games, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate, like I say, the super chat. Thank you so much for supporting, helping us make more events and so on. I'm saying a lot at the moment, guys, because it really is true. We're in this off-season of StarCraft 2. We're in this kind of season where it is important for us to try and run as many, tournaments as possible. And try and fill in up the days when the play, give the players stuff to play in. So we're really working on trying to make that kind of a factor. And as we can, work on, trying to make that a factor, then, as we try and work on making that a factor, all of your support, subs, donations, just tuning in to watch so we can run those ads on you a little bit, it all helps us make the money that ends up in the pocket of the players. So thank you so much for the support. And yeah, it is going to be a little bit more sellout the next few weeks just because of that. We are in this period, like I said, where we need to generate some cash to run the tournaments. HARSTEM is proxying, Mr. Proxy Man. That's why Geralt was so eager to go scout ahead in that last game and check the Nexus was there, get that confirmation, as it is a robo facility coming down. HARSTEM loves the robo. He talks about it a lot. He thinks it's one of the best builds, or if not the best build in PvP as of right now. So I'm going to try for that right here. See what he can do. Robo facility, the stalkers come up. A warp gate is coming through. Let's just have the probe heading down the bottom left side. Robo, stalkers, warp gate all coming online. There is going to be the forward position that is scouted now by Geralt. So he gets the information that the robo facility is right here. So you see that, you know about that. The Immortal starts up straight off the robo as well. And we can obviously start to play a bit of a fight. Stalker showing up from HARSTEM are fine. I was going to say he should have been able to get that probe there. I felt like he was already in range. He gets it now anyway. And at this point, I think the Immortal is far enough along. It would pop out to help in a defense on that position if needed. Now, Geralt gets his own robo on the way defensively, adds another gateway. The problem for Geralt is going to be that he is still going to be in this position where HARSTEM's going to have the map control initially. HARSTEM's going to have the better position on the map. And if HARSTEM ever loses this position on the map, yes, his robo facility is exposed. It's out in the open. It's more easily denied. But there should be a significant period of time at this stage of the game where he can sit down on the low ground, poke to the high ground, work his way through the couple of gateways that are up there, and just start to really chip on through that position. And if you get rid of the couple of gates, I mean, that's amazing. This low ground pylon already in trouble. Will supply block Geralt, who is not building another pylon, so that's actually a significant loss. He does just get his warp in off now. Pylon now on the way. So it's not going to be a major delay. HARSTEM needs to be careful. He actually needs to reinforce. His reinforcements were a little far back because they were dealing with the pylon proxy from Geralt on the other side. As Geralt is going to finish his own Immortal soon. Like I say, HARSTEM will still be able to press forward. He has that force field. It's just so difficult to break out here as Geralt. That truly is the problem. Didn't mind that first little jump forward from him. Did not mind that first little bit of a trade, but that really was all it was. Just a little bit of a trade for the moment. Models trade back and forth. We're actually going to see one Adept in the mineral line. Hey, that's not bad. You're going to get a couple of probes out of this. Takes a while to clean up an Adept. You get some Stalkers warped in there. Not helping just yet. 3 workers go down. Now you kill that first gateway. Second gate will be a bit tougher. It's one step further, in to actually be able to hit that. That might be a bit tougher to grab as the Prism looks for denial on the robo facility, but HARSTEM's on his way over. He's going to protect his robo facility here, so that's not going to be an issue, and that should be just fine. Well, he was on his way over. He's about to have an Immortal pop out as well, so I think he's going to be okay. As we're going to see units showing up, and that Prism will have to load. That means that there's less units to play defense against HARSTEM's Prism! Uh-oh, HARSTEM! That was not it. Now the Immortals are fully committed. Just flew in and he was just a little bit distracted and not paying attention, I guess, because he's looking over here. He wants that Prism of his opponent. He knows how important it is. He's given up units to... He's given a lot of damage on his units to be able to get it low, trying to chase it still. Everything cleaned up over here. That's a big way to lose momentum. He is expanding, but now you're down 2 Immortals. You're down the Prism. These are all units which obviously you're building off that robo facility. You can only build so many per minute. But not only that, your robo facility is kind of, not going to have forever in this game, because it's in the middle of the map. So losing that map control gives up your robo. You lose that production at the point where maybe it's most important because you're looking to try and build back into what you just lost. He does not have enough to defend this here realistically. So that was a mistake from him. You can't lose the Prism into Immortals. That really is just way too expensive. And that one is going to be costly as Geralt sets up to come swinging the other side. Now, HARSTEM's expanded, so, you know, just defend and he'll be okay. It's the lack of a prism that worries me. No way to kind of lift his own immortals. Losing that micro potential makes his opponent's immortals so much more valuable. Even though it's just 2 versus 2 right now in the armies that are here, there's a third immortal out for Geralt. I believe it's still at home. Stargate, nice. Get Phoenix out will deny prism plays like this one, so that will be a nice little something as well. As we just have... once a dead pylon, we do get, I think, is there enough units in the main base to fight this? Not really sure. Pops the Guardian Shield up, has the battery nearby. Geralt is not looking to take advantage elsewhere. HARSTEM just losing the power to the 2 gates is rough enough. And Stargate does complete. Those are good force fields. He actually gets through the shields of one of the immortals, if nothing else, but then everything else comes from the other side, and Geralt jumps on this split army of HARSTEM. Third immortal shows up from Geralt as well. And again, this is War Prism Micro versus none. Geralt will get done what he needs to tie this series 1-1. And we go to a game 3 to open the day in this beautiful WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament Group C, sponsored by Monster Energy, keeping you powered up while we check out some beautiful new maps of StarCraft 2. Yeah, we're going to Winter Madness, one of the maps we've not seen as much of. So let's get into this for this game 3 and get ready to go. There is Geralt. Yet I'm in here. This game 3 setup. Get ready to go. Again, hope you're all doing well. Love the YouTube chat. Having good luck. Oh, he's playing versus Geralt. Okay, Poland, go. The changing of sides. Love it. Thanks for putting on YouTube. No worries, mate, as well. Sorry I didn't get to that message. Just had to get back to the game. But yes, no worries. Love the YouTube stream lately, man. It's doing great. If you are watching on the YouTube right now, take a second, hit that like button, hit the sub button. Helps us out massively. It's really simple to do. It's really easy. Over 50% of people watching the YouTube stream right now will not be subscribed to the channel. With the amount of viewership we get on the YouTube lives, if we could convert the non-subscribers on the YouTube lives to subscribers, we could actually start making some serious growth on the YouTube again. If we actually got a lot of new subscribers on YouTube, YouTube's like, whoa, your channel's alive, and then, you know, sends it to more people, and we have a YouTube surge. That'd be amazing as well. So that's our goal for until the end of this year. I really want to try and push the YouTube subs. I really think if we get back on talking about this, we can do a lot. Because the last couple of days I've been bringing it up, and people are responding. So YouTube people, viewers, you are called out. If you're not subbed, give it a sub. Super easy. As we get ready to rumble into game number 3 of this series. Geralt, HARSTEM, 1-1 tied up in the BO3. In the bottom right-hand corner will be the blue Protoss player. This is Geralt. Bringing it back. Really important snipe on the Immortals and Prism. And in the top left is going to be our red Protoss player, HARSTEM. Just subscribed, did not know about this channel before, and you watch StarCraft 2 for YouTube for 10 plus years now. Crazy. I mean, we are, I say, honestly, I say we're new to doing the YouTube live streams, but we've been live streaming on YouTube pretty much every stream for like a year or something now. Like, we're getting that kind of crazy point. But it really goes to show what is mad to me is just how much discoverability there still is out there on YouTube, where, you know, there's a lot of StarCraft 2 YouTubers, and we're by no means the biggest or the largest, right? But it's amazing to me that, you know, we find so many new viewers on YouTube, and there's a lot of people who only watch on YouTube as well. YouTube is really, in a big way, an unexplored kind of area for StarCraft, even though a lot of people have started to realize just how big YouTube can be for SC2. I mean, everyone's on YouTube nowadays, but yeah, it really is crazy to see the discoverability still being so wildly, you know, found over there and everything. Crazy business. We have some crazy business maybe in this game. We'll find out soon. We have one more person join the lobby. And now my favorite observer is further down the list. Unbelievable. Gateway is coming up. Cybercore is coming in. They get settled in initially, as we just have the Cybercores coming through. The gateway is coming online. That probe scouting into the main base to see what else is going on for a few moments. So getting some information, getting some gathering of info in these early spots. I'm just seeing a couple probies moving around, nothing too crazy about that either. Cybercore very much so coming online. Just getting a lot of this up and running here so far. So yeah, so far so good, nothing really too wild, like I say, early on. A couple Stalkers, Warp Gate coming up. You see the probe coming out over to the right-hand side. Pylon block's fun because it actually does trap a probe into the minerals. You can see that one probe that's kind of stuck over there, unable to break out easily. He is just stuck, so Geralt sees that as a worthwhile investment, 100 minerals, rather than the cancel for 25 to keep that probe locked in as long as he did. It does keep units back as well, so it has kind of a secondary use. As you see, Geralt with the fast Twilight Council this game, so looking like he wants to expand, but the Twilight's already on the way. Do we actually have something sneaky planned instead? HARSTEM does throw down the expansion here on Winter Madness, as we have a big natural expansion there with no ramp into the natural, so if you want to play aggressively as Geralt, that's a huge possibility. You can absolutely step at the front and take trades very easily. There's not really that ramp defense available. Actually, that's not worth the 100 minerals. I don't think it is if you only trap one probe. I think if you trap multiple probes, it can be. I think just trapping one probe, I think it's fine if you build it then cancel it. I don't think it's worth the 100. I'm with you. I think it's... I'm pretty sure you need to trap like 2 or 3 workers to make it worthwhile finishing the pylon. It's the kind of thing that only Geralt really tries to do. Like I've seen this before, but probably mostly in Geralt games, you know? Stalkers in the center going about, nibbling away. What's up, Duke? Thanks for the cast. Been watching you for years. Hell yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for watching all the years. Appreciate it. Well, everyone's got good vibes today, guys. Are we just feeling good on a Thursday? I feel like we're feeling good on a Thursday. Thank you so much for the good vibes. Loving it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. The super chat coming if HARSTEM wins. Can't support probe imprisonment. Oh my god, for the first time ever. I'm gonna be made to cheer on HARSTEM, huh? Okay. I'll try. We do see the extra gate coming down. Geralt is... Obviously, I mean, both players have expanded. HARSTEM's just going to throw down the instant third. That's a nice catch on the 2 Adepts. It's going to guarantee you at least one of those kills. The other one's going to begin running. I actually think you cancel... I mean, if you cancel the Shade, I guess you're trapped in a corner anyway. 2 Adepts from HARSTEM on the other side will also be looking for an opportunity to get some damage done. He kills 1 Adept, the other gets away. I think that's fine. As long as there's not 2 Adepts shading your mineral line, you're okay about it. As HARSTEM played the Robo early, got an Observer first, now an Immortal. We're just at that point where Blink is about to finish. There might be a couple of scary moments here, especially as you're taking this faster third base. But now the Adepts on the other side are hitting. They're going to be a distraction. It's a good defense, a good, great force field. We do get rid of 1 probe, and we might have been able to touch a second one there. But he's not bothering to micro it. Like I say, Blink available, so you force field here. Blink is shown. It is a fast Blink. HARSTEM loses a sentry. Knowing about the Blink, I'd run back and... What I think is really wild that he hasn't got is no pylon on the third base. He has no warping potential there. He has no battery there, and no chance to build a battery there either. So that's going to be problematic. He needs his Immortal to step over toward this third base right now and be a part of this defense. What he's done very nicely is knock a lot of HP off those Stalkers, and that makes it very tough for them to jump on the Immortal. Because if you jump onto the Immortal right now, you dive in, the Immortal targets down some of the lower health Stalkers, and they're just dying so quickly you can't justify that dive. You're not going to kill the Immortal quickly enough to net yourself an advantage. This is a risky move too. We can obviously blink back, and that is exactly what we do, but any further steps forward, we would have been kind of stuck there. A few more units up the left side. We'll see a couple of Adepts are going to shade in. HARSTEM again, just finding a chance to get across the map. Forces the recall. Oh, that is actually a huge deal. And he's actually into the main as well, so he's not even where the recall was, so it's a perfect shade in. He's going to get a bunch of probes. HARSTEM is going to love this because all those Stalkers go home. That's damage he doesn't have to consider happening anytime soon. That is timing at which that blink is just not being effective. It's not being impactful. And the early lead of Geralt in terms of blink is just not finding anything. HARSTEM, with that faster third as well, is on a 10-worker lead. He's got an army advantage. And very soon he'll have blink to take away the only part of the advantage that the army of Geralt will have. It's not there yet, but I just don't see Geralt now being able to jump into 3 Immortals. Unless HARSTEM pulls back significantly to deal with these Adepts, which he's got a good Stalker split, and that's just how many units he has. He looks good in both parts of that army so far. As the couple of Adepts will attempt to shade through once again. Blink finishing shortly, +1 attack coming up. The 2 Adepts make their way into the mineral line, and a couple of probes are going to begin to go down. Actually, okay, I like this blink a little bit, because obviously this takes advantage of the fact that, you know, HARSTEM was still split apart over here. Blink is going to finish. HARSTEM will have that available. He loses the pylon he's warping Stalkers in from, though, so a little bit of a delay there. I can only assume we're about to drop a recall, but do we not have the energy? He recalled those Stalkers back earlier. I wonder if it's probably still on cooldown. Oh, this definitely looks like you were playing for a recall, but instead you're going to get everything stuck for the entire time. He tries to target down what he can, but it's not that much. Geralt loses his Stalker count. Recall, yeah, is still on cooldown. Yeah, because he recalled those Stalkers home earlier. I can't imagine that was not... It looked like he was setting up for it, and he just probably forgot that he's already utilized it. Especially because the way he utilized it was not like, oh, I'm going to make a recall kind of base play now. It was like, oh, I'm going to go back and defend these Adepts. And I think he's just forgot about it. Otherwise, there's no reason to get yourself as committed as that. If he knew recall wasn't available, he should have looked for a blink out to the low ground again. Or he just really screwed up and just got himself too committed, and he thought this was the best way to make the most of it. But it's hard to imagine it goes any worse than that, right? Like, just if you try to escape, I can't imagine it ends up any worse than it just did. So I really struggle to see that kind of aspect of it. Let's see the Stalkers gathering up. The Guardian Shield just going to sit right there. We have a couple of Stalkers and the Immortal stepping across, play a bit of defense. Force Field's down onto the ramp. Extra Zealots coming in. Immortal Charge and the +1 attack upgrade coming up as we speak. I mean, Zealots from Geralt going to pull back for the moment. There's a probe over here that might get a little bit of a spot on them, give HARSTEM an idea that these units are out on the map and potentially ready to cause some trouble as well. As our Zealot Stalk army sets up that left-hand side. +2 attack, charge, all on the way. Upgrades looking great for HARSTEM. Already up 1 attack upgrade. So he really is, from the very get-go here, in a beautiful position. And I kind of get the feeling that, like... Get my words out properly. Get the feeling that maybe continuing. That's a good catch on one Immortal there from Geralt, but he's got a lot more to do than killing one Immortal in the grand scheme of things. He's also going to get his Zealot stuck in the back. HARSTEM morphs into High Templar. That's an Archon waiting to come into play, and that Archon's going to help a lot against the higher Zealot count. HARSTEM's army is just beefy, and don't get me wrong, Immortals slamming onto Zealots is not ideal, but they are just beefy, chunky units anyway, right? And they represent a lot of value. And even if they're not finding hits on Stalkers, they are just great to have there. We lost one, but now as Archons get brought in, that higher Zealot count that Geralt is really reliant on is going to start falling apart. The Archon splash damage does so well against those Zealots, there is no way that this is not going to end up going just kind of the opposite way you want it to, basically. I think this one truly is coming out to be a little bit of a disaster as the cannon puts some work in, a couple of probes going down. More Zealots warping in on the other side. +2 attack coming up. +1 attack on the side of Geralt. We'll see the few Stalkers looking to position themselves, ready to run in. High Templars, the Zealots joining up. Still got that +1 coming through as well. +2 attack upgrade coming in from HARSTEM's side. Again, Zealot, Immortal, High Templar building as we speak. HARSTEM not taking 4th as a mistake. He wanted a 4th base, but Geralt's getting aggressive. I think it's not too much of a mistake, so the real reason is just that he's playing a much more techie army, so it's okay for him to expand a bit more slowly, because he's likely going to trade better, because his army is better set. Now, as Geralt gets tech added on, and he becomes a little bit less spammy in terms of just basic units, that's when HARSTEM does want to make sure he gets the 4th base going. So if HARSTEM establishes a 4th base now, which he's starting to do, I was going to say maybe as he cleans out the gateway on the left side, he expands over there still. Either way, he's putting himself in a position to really be fine. Like, I don't think he's in a rush to have that 4th. Like I say, he's just got so many Archons here. This fight looks good for him straight up. He's still up an attack upgrade here as well, remember, so just needs to get the Archons into the fight, let them actually hit those Zealots. They got a little bit caught up. We're not joining the fight initially, but you can see now those Archons. They last a long time as well. You can just see the Zealot count of Geralt is starting to start waning, and there's also not a there's also not really the situation here where the reinforcements were nearby for Geralt, so he's not running into this fight quickly with reinforcements like HARSTEM can. Eventually that fight goes the other way, and it's just the tech units getting time to really deal damage, and because of that fight, HARSTEM is able to hold a 4th, and now you equalize the economy, and now you start feeling good again. Like, Geralt can rebound from that fight a little bit because of the extra eco he's held, But yeah, the income's going to start equalizing again. You can see it's only really been a couple of minutes of income lead for for Geralt as well, so it's not super serious. Why is Geralt fighting when he's got a fourth? Same idea, because he knows that if he just sits back on his fourth, HARSTEM's then going to attack him with a better army. Geralt was not on track to be maxed out with a good enough army, so Geralt feels the need to fight to try and deny the fourth base of HARSTEM, so that HARSTEM feels the need to stay back at home and basically not come across the map with a maxed out force. The longer this went, the worse the army composition became for Geralt comparatively to HARSTEM, because HARSTEM just had that better baseline of units, so he felt like he needed to trade into that open area and try and make use of the fact that he is a little bit more on the kind of higher unit, kind of the lower tech, higher unit count. But when the army supplies are similar, that fight's not going to go well for Geralt. Geralt is banking on him having more supply than he actually did. And unfortunately, you know, then you see the outcome of it. So it seems like a silly fight because it's a losing fight for Geralt. But I think the concept is pretty solid in his head. What could he do instead? Maybe, I mean, the other side of it is you don't attack and you pray HARSTEM doesn't attack. But that's also a very silly way to play. You know, you're playing at a super high level here, praying that your opponent just decides not to attack with an advantage. I mean, that really is silly. I mean, maybe you say you can pull off a really good defensive fight, which maybe is kind of true. This fight so far has been, interestingly, kind of better for Geralt at first, but again, as soon as HARSTEM's Immortals are still standing at the end here, you see him just with so much value. I think at this stage, the armies are going to start evening out a little bit more. The big difference is really going to be those 6 Immortals. There are just 6 Immortals for HARSTEM that are going to consistently be in these fights. And like I say, they're not going to do the best damage to Zealots, but they're still chunky, techy units that put out so much over time. HARSTEM's about to have +3 attack as well, so now he's going to have an upgrade lead for this next wave of this fight. And he's already warped in, so he's looking good. There are some batteries here he has to contend with. Interesting position, both these locations are well choked. So HARSTEM just have to fight through the choke to engage this. I wouldn't mind seeing a few Zealots maybe peel away the left side, just 3 or 4, hit that left side base. And if you catch Geralt at an awkward time where he's just warped in on the right side, you might be able to get in for some damage, force some units to peel back. It might force Geralt to move his army into a position you can more openly fight in as well. You can see right here, though, already HARSTEM, only one Archon of HARSTEM wasn't joining the fight. There was multiple of Geralt that was struggling to get forward. So many Archons from Geralt. I mean, I'm a little bit of a believer that he might find a way to hold on a little bit, at least for a little bit of time. But man, you can just see those Immortals are still not going anywhere. And eventually those Archons, once they're stepping away from batteries, are going down so much more quickly. Now HARSTEM, with a smaller army on both sides, can actually step through this choke point earlier, or more easily than he could before. And because of that, he is straight through over here. Those Archons are going down. The Zealots are playing cleanup. And we are just going to have ourselves, I think, GG's called, as HARSTEM looks good. Yeah. These few Stalkers obviously are doomed against Immortals as well. It's just been kind of a lingering factor. As, yeah, we sit here, kill the Temple Archives. I like that Geralt's on his way to a Disruptor. Hail Mary kind of units are absolutely going to help you here, but they're not going to help if you just hit your own structures. That ain't going to do it. The Disruptor dies. There's another on the way, but it's not going to make the difference. HARSTEM gets a big opening win in this group. Like I say, really important match because these are the kind of guys that are definitely scrapping for that 3rd place position in this group. So a win here is very, very, very important for HARSTEM later in the day, most likely. GG's. Alrighty, guys, what's coming up for us is going to be our second series of the day. HARSTEM's telling me he shouldn't lose map score for this. It was a theoretical 3-0. Always a classic. As we're going to take a chance to jump on over towards the NA server. It's going to be Hero versus Geralt up next. Again, the way we're going to work on the schedule, guys, if you're looking on Wikipedia, we go in the order of Wikipedia, but the Wikipedia matches are in pairs. We always do the top match of each pair live in that order. Then we'll backtrack and do the second match of each pair afterwards from replays. It means that the players are done playing within 5 best of 3s at a time. We're done casting, you know, we get 10 best of 3s to cast those, so we get loads more content than what the players have to commit the time for, which is obviously very, very nice. Yo, what's up? Suit me. Thank you so much. 10 CHF. Thank you so much. Fun times and grats, HARSTEM. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Awesome. Feeling the vibe. I'm feeling good today, guys. Feeling the vibes. If you guys are feeling good too, we're gonna rock some ads on, and we are gonna head into Hero versus Geralt as our second series here. So we'll get this one ready to rumble. Perfect. Yeah, we'll get ready for. We'll get ready for this next game, which is going to be, like I say, Geralt versus Hero. It is going to be on Geralt's server preference. Perfect. Give me a couple moments, guys. Just got to update a couple things, couple admin things that we keep on top of. Just because it's the map tournament, I take notes about which maps have been played. So just updating my statistics so I can have a peek at where we are. And so I can keep us correctly stated and stuff like that. Beautiful. Awesome. Yeah, it is going to be Hero versus Geralt. We just wait for the videos to come through. I'll just give Hero a nudge. And let him know we're ready. And we can have a look for this PvP. So it is going to be a second PvP in a row, guys. Obviously starting off with a couple PvPs. We're basically just getting some of the mirror matchups out of the way. So Hero versus Geralt, and then we're going to take a little break. Actually, we're doing all 4 Hero matches in a row. I'm surprised I set it up like that. Get all the Hero games in early, but I probably saw this as I actually kind of like a lot of the ByuN games later on as well. So, yeah, it's going to be Hero versus Geralt, and this is going to be our Hero saga. So Hero Geralt, then Hero ByuN, Hero HARSTEM, Hero Yakov. And then we move into all of ByuN's matches at the end, as well as a couple of the other Europe versus Europe series that are still to come as well. Yakov versus Geralt and HARSTEM obviously will happen in the second half also. If you'd lost, you would have cut the streak. HARSTEM with the 118-month resub. Wow. I can't believe you've literally nearly been subscribed for 10 years straight. That's crazy. And you not given up on us one single time. That is truly amazing. 118. 2 more months. I don't know. Yes, a couple of people have hit 10 years without ever unsubbing. If that isn't a sign of dedication, if this isn't a sign, guys, that HARSTEM knows what's good, right? Because, like, 10 years ago, we were, like, just starting out going full-time. Like, you know, we were... Yeah, you know, we were about, like, half a year into being full... Like, HARSTEM clearly knew that this was a good thing that was about to happen. He jumped on this bandwagon early. Little did he know that he would, you know, need all of our replay packs in the years to come when his pro playing career fell apart and he became a YouTuber. But, yeah. Oh, look, Talisman got vetoed. What a shock. Talisman, no! Why does this keep happening to you? I think Hero's just like, I'm going to veto the first map in the list as well. We're going to play Old Republic for map number 1 here, guys. So we're going to get into this and get ready to rumble. This is Central West Central. Perfect. Both the Koreans today will play 1 match on Central West Central. No, sorry. All the Europeans will play 1 match on Central West Central and 1 match West Central West. There's a little bit of a coin flip on the Koreans. One of them has to play Central West 1 more time. I think ByuN plays West Central West twice and Hero plays Central West Central twice. So it was just a little bit of RNG. Can't have it all being even forever, unfortunately. As we throw some lobby links down, we shouldn't be far from getting into game number 1 of this next series. Again, appreciate your patience between matches, guys, but we obviously have not just vetoes, but like also vetoes of like different maps. So sometimes the players are going to take a couple moments to look at things and to figure out what they want to play and just, you know, remind themselves what these maps look like. This is not like they're just vetoing from the maps they veto from every day. So, yeah, a little bit of a different vibe. We will be seeing Celestial Enclave for map number 2 of this series, so one of our lesser played maps in the competition so far will be coming up for our second series. Oh, second game, sorry. So that will be on the way in the near future as everyone is readying. Ready. We've got 8 casters. Let's try and remember 8 so I can do that more quickly next time. And we will hop into some Geralt hero games. Perfect, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I gotta have an incentive, like a free Wardy shirt for the first player to win on Talisman. Look, at the end of the day, they can veto it all they like. But the joke is on the guys who make it to the playoffs, because it's just going to be the guys in the playoffs that are going to be forced to play it for game 1 of all their series, you know? like, if that's the 8 times Talisman is going to get played in the tournament, you know, game 1 of the round of 12 and round of 8, that's going to be what it looks like. Honestly, even when we had the memeiest map of all time, Arch of Janus, in the Team Liquid map contest, it didn't get vetoed as much as Talisman is getting vetoed. Which is why I'm almost certain this is simply a scenario where it's like, it's just because the players are somewhat familiar with it too, and they're just like, I think some of them probably just want to see new maps still. Some of them probably are like, you know, oh no, I know I don't like that already, you know? Like, it's got to be something along these lines. Like, it's unreal that it's being vetoed this much into day. I know it's only day 3, but like, it's getting kind of crazy. It's getting kind of crazy. We're going to have a pop-off when Talisman gets played, I tell you that much. This is Old Republic, though, as we get into our second series of the day. Hero, probably our favorite in this group. Though, I know, you know, a couple of hero moments and PvP could maybe happen to mix this up a bit. We'll see how he starts out as he plays Protoss versus Protoss against the player on the other side, who we just saw lose in his first series of the day, unfortunately. Geralt looking to rectify his score in this group. If he could take down Hero, that would put him right back into this group quickly. I mean, it's not impossible for Geralt to get through here. You know, he still has ByuN and Yakov to play after Hero, so even if he lost here, if he could beat Yakov, upset ByuN, has happened recently, you know, those are possibilities, so it wouldn't be a great start, even if he doesn't win this. Obviously, that's why you want to win all your matches, but, you know, it would feel good if you win this, but he's not out if he doesn't win this. And obviously keep that in mind because we'd see him much further down the line. Would it be possible to ask players why they veto it? They're vetoing it because they already know it. The map is actually at a disadvantage for having been played in previous tournaments. They know it's weird. It's something they know, so the excitement isn't there of like testing new maps. And because it's like a weirder map, they'd rather just test new maps that are not weird. Is basically what it's coming down to. I think there's a bit of fun to playing it and seeing, like, I think the players have a bit of fun on those kind of maps when they've never played them before. But because Talisman was used in a few tournaments, I think a lot of these guys have just had games on it. So yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna double check with pretty much everyone why they're vetoing it, but that's what I've heard so far, is that it's just more of what they already it's what they already know. So yeah, kind of a weird situation where, like I say, being used in other map pools already kind of puts it at a disadvantage here in the TLMC tournament. At the same time, it's already been used in other tournaments, so maybe it doesn't need as much love as the other maps in the TLMC tournament, but yeah, I mean, that's one way to look at things as well, I suppose. You want to see someone proxy something through the worker-only path? That would be very fun. Yeah, we'll see some worker-only paths in the next game. So you guys see the Oracle is coming across, having a look to see what's going on. Oracle going to be going after a couple of these probes right here. We also have our Twilight Council coming up next on the way on both sides of the map. And, oh, the second Twilight Council for a moment there out of Geralt. A little bit of a mistake. His Twilight Council's just finishing. But yeah, Hero has got a Stargate now turned into a gateway on the proxy as well. So looking for some aggression on the follow-up here on Old Republic. Looking to try and get himself right up at the front and into a feisty little place very early on. Well, Oracle's going to fly through. They're going to get a couple probes, so this is nice. This is immediately why in that last series I was like, oh, I really don't love that he only went to one Oracle, because immediately here you can see the power of 2 Oracles. Does he have to permanently stack those Oracles? I think he's okay. Yeah. He was spam clicking them as though it's going to be bad if he unstacks them. He is coming in with units to potentially free those Oracles, so that was the idea behind stacking them. But it was fine, they were not touchable anyway. Again, new map, these are the sort of things you're not 100% sure on. Hero being a little bit cautious rather than presuming is never a bad thing. I actually feel like Hero's usually the kind of guy who just presumes and then ends up losing out. Yeah, I mean, Geralt's not respecting the Stalker count. He's left a lot of his units in the main base, refusing to bring them forward just yet. But yeah, that's part of the proxy gateway factor, right? Like, Hero is looking to get more work done here, and he is going to start finding it as... Oh, there is a position that Stalker can hit the Oracle in the back. Oh, so there is... That Oracle's going to die. Yep, so the Stalkers could hit. They just weren't quite as far forward as they could have been, so that is a grab. So 2 Oracles can't hide behind that main base, and Hero will lose one of the 2. In the end, leaving those Stalkers there has paid off for Geralt then. Obviously, it did cost him maybe a couple of units on the low ground that he didn't have the numbers for at first. Good micro from Hero. Now Adepts into the main base. There's no way... Oh, he doesn't shade them in. I guess there are already Stalkers in that main base, so maybe you'd rather them just be here and just tank shots so your Stalkers continue to win the fight. Hero is aware that of the fact that Twilight Council was built from his opponent fairly early, and as such, I think he's now realizing, okay, Blink should be finished soon. Because of that, he starts to back away, knowing he doesn't want to be here when he's going to be outmatched tech-wise. What has he done with this? 5-worker lead. Army supply is fine. His own Blink on the way. Obviously, the gateway and the Stargate on the map exposed. The Stargate probably doesn't matter much. -1 gateway is something that can affect you. You know, production is production. It's 3 gates each right now. If you lose a gateway, that's 1 less gate you have than your opponent. So that's not something you are, going to be super happy if you end up losing out on. As the few Stalkers come down, the pylon will be hit. And that pylon will go down. So pylon falls, the Stargate and the Warp Gate still sitting there, but obviously unpowered. I mean, we can come back and kill that later as Geralt. He wants to get forward and take advantage of his Blink timing, see if he can find some value in the next few moments. Hero making it as difficult as possible for that to really do much, as 2 sets of Adept Shade into the same place. Didn't have the distance on either Shade. Forces the recall, though. Wow. And that's going to give him all the time he needs to get to Blink. So, man, Geralt is so, I get it, right? Like, recalling those Stalkers kills these Adepts sooner, but, like, would it not have been better to keep your Stalkers on the map and keep the potential pressure up and potentially look for more? I think Geralt is afraid that he can't actually micro as well as he needs to in those scenarios, and so he's just like, no, I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna recall home and play safe rather than trying to make more happen and make more happen on the map at once. I'm just gonna pull back a bit instead. I'm a little bit sad about it, actually. I'm a little bit sad about it. Dark Shrine coming up, the Forge is on the way. We'll see the charge coming through as well here as Hero gets up and running. Add a couple of gateways on. Our Nexus coming about as well is about to complete. The Forge, the probes continue to come online for the next few moments as our army of Hero heads across towards the upper right-hand side. So Stalkers and a Sentry will settle down for the next few moments. And he's going to lose those structures. He actually repowered them, got a warp in off, and now he's going to lose power again. But he is actually going to have the jump on Geralt's natural, so Hero's going to get to the natural Geralt before Geralt is home to defend. That's bad. We're going to lose a pylon. Goodbye Robo Facility for a few moments. We're going to try and run into the main base. Obviously, Blink is available. Hero will lose his Sentry in the back. Blink's over. That was an interesting Blink from Geralt. Doesn't have the numbers to really fight effectively here. Fortunately for him, Hero is still targeting down pylons, which means that he is not going to lose as many Stalkers as he maybe could have done there. Hero going to look for the recall. He's in the fight. I think he's better just to trade out and look for the Blink out, maybe. Can he Blink over there? I think that's too far. Stalkers are crazy, man. I swear their Blink extends when it needs to. He's still going to lose everything. So every Stalker will go down. Geralt gets a cleanup. And Hero goes back to production. I mean, he shut down some pylons. So there are going to be some warp-ins missed from Geralt. He will float money here because of those lost pylons. Does that, does that make up for all those Stalkers we lost? Geralt going to take a moment to play cleanup on the Stargate and the Warp Gate, not running across the map after killing so much. Maybe something he regrets in the end. Maybe something he comes back to kind of regret, because maybe he could have been here trying to get something done. Oracle not going to find much else. Hero still has this from early game, making a reappearance. Haven't seen much of it, but reappearing for a couple of moments there to not much avail. Not much value found on that. Stalkers run up the left. Stalkers of Geralt have to blink away. Taking a moment to get the hell out of here. +1 attack on both sides. Next coming through. Gateways in production. And we just have the recall coming down. DT is going to be there to put some more damage out. And we just see another Stalker warping in on the side of Hero as well. More units warping, a couple of Zealots in the Sentry. the attack upgrades in. DTs were made by Geralt as well. Got that Dark Shrine up. Haven't really seen much of them, but going to start swinging through a pylon over here. Looking for some mineralize perhaps. Revelation should be a cleanup on this one. He gets the pylon at least. But good to get the cleanup as well, because now it's not going any further forward. It's not going to continue to be a nuisance in this situation. Charge is just starting. The Observer taken out. Alpha peels away, only to be shot down by the Stalkers immediately. That's a nice, nice little grab. When we come down to this low ground, the Stalkers will begin to fight. Oh, blink forward. Forces the blink away, and he's actually going to be able to get the Immortal. Just going to leave the Zealot on that. Oh, I kind of love it, but maybe you actually don't get the kill if the Zealot gets cleaned up. I mean, we are just happy to chase the Stalkers, apparently. He'd rather kill a bunch of these than anything else. Did he save the Immortal? No, the Immortal did die. So the Immortal dies there from Geralt. The Immortal walking away has too much health. No shield loss to be the one that was under attack. Hero with some good fights, bringing him back in this game a bit. There's definitely moments where, you know, Geralt has had some very good trades, but we are losing out on some of them right now. Things are starting to go the other way as Hero is still behind on supply. He's actually behind a lot of probes as well. The harassment on toward that fourth base has been a little bit of a factor too. But, yeah, I mean, it is still 4 base versus 4 base. It's not like we've got a, you know, a 5th base coming up right now from Geralt, and he's really looking to utilize 83 probes on 5 bases. At 11 minutes, you're going to start losing some mineral patches, main and natural. So you're kind of at the point where 5th base probably is needed if you want to keep 83 workers mining the entire time. Let's do attack on the way in. Our cannons and probes in production. Simulators are about to complete. Army over here from Hero going to take a little bit of a step around the map. The prison on a little bit of a move as well. Just keeping up to what's going on. Heading towards that upper right side. Looking to get into the natural in the next few moments. Yeah, the Nexus down. Stalker's going to start hitting this base on the top side. Just Hero finds Geralt out of position. There's a lot of mobility on this map. There's a lot of different pathways you can take. Obviously, again, this map is new to players, and it's always going to be, you know, on new maps. You're not fully aware of where those armies might be moving to. It's maybe harder than usual to keep track of them because you're, like I say, not as aware of where things are maybe at. Hero with his own DTs now trying to be chaotic, but it's going to be a denial. Actually gets the blink onto the prism as well. Good recall in the end. We are fighting over on the left-hand side, though, and this is going to get interesting. There's so many Zealots at the moment from Geralt. And a Hero's army supply is just not great, but he is going to find a chance to get onto the Immortals. Gets rid of a couple of those, but the Zealots are going to make this very miserable after losing the prism. Unnecessary loss from Geralt as things are chaotic. So mistakes are, you know, understood to be made. So Stalker still coming through. A couple Nexus coming up. We are going to be having ourselves just Geralt re-expanding and looking to take that 5th. Hero getting to his 5th base. Geralt has not done much to deny it, but Geralt has a lot of army. Like, this is the moment where Geralt should just... This is a moment where I think Geralt should kind of go. He might pull back because of the DTs, fair enough, but, like, right now he's pulling back and nothing's going on. That I can't really agree with. I think it really is time for him to... I mean, he's winning fights. And there's never been a fight that he's won and then walked across the map to take advantage of the army spell. Like, he goes halfway. He just never fully commits. I don't know if he's just not believing in the damage he's getting done. I don't know if he just doesn't think it's good enough. I'm not sure what it is specifically, but something it's stopping him from kind of feeling good enough to commit, which is obviously a little bit crazy, really, to just not feel like you can just go when you're winning fights. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he's winning the fights that massively as well, right? Maybe it's just tough to read these engagements. Obviously, we can look at the numbers and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But this is becoming a long, complicated game. You are losing bases, right? So there is some factors. He's in the natural hero now as these DTs get busy. He's going to be over here. You need to make sure your Zealots don't get too caught up, you know, hitting buildings, that they don't come across and join this fight, because you have the better concave at the moment. But you need your Zealots to be a part of this. Going to leave a few on the natural, turn around with the rest. It's a good fight from Hero. Because it's disjointed from Geralt, but he gets in and does a bunch of damage. This would be great if it wasn't just equalizing what the DTs are doing, as they go unchecked on the other side of the map. Geralt is still fighting this. Like, these Zealots just need to be here. If you're fighting Immortals, you need Zealots to be in the front, because otherwise you're letting your Stalkers take way too much bonus damage. Hero's going to win that fight massively, and Geralt, just when his advantage could probably not be less, he actually commits in and then ends up in a fight, which, because he's committed to the natural, he doesn't actually have the units in position to take the fight either, even though he probably could have still won the fight. He just needed to reposition, like I say, shift those Zealots straight off the structures, bring them into the front and get in between the armies. Was not able to do that, and now Hero is the one who sits up in supply. This is where it gets very weird, because at this point in the game, both players are like, am I winning? Are you winning? Are we both winning? Huh? Huh? What? Like, no one really knows right now what is going on. No one really knows what the situation is just yet. As +3 attack, the Immortal on the way. We had that Nexus on as well. Bringing a few bits and pieces up right here. Big army settling into the center. Can Hero push through right now? He is setting up to just take advantage. He's setting up to do what Geralt did not, which is on the back of a big fight that was good for him. He's actually going to set up in a way that lets him take a big fight and take advantage of it after. Right now, Geralt can't do much about this. He straight up just has way less stuff, so he has to either take a bad fight or give up this base. But you give up this base, you're back down to 4 bases 16 minutes in. 4 bases are not a lot of patches to mine from. Yeah, that's why he's going to stand and fight it. Pulling back, doing what he can to force Hero into the choke point. But even as Hero's killed the Nexus during this fight, he's won the fight as well. And that's just how significantly far ahead his army is at this point of time. I mean, DTs on the other side are going to cause chaos, but we need to cause... I mean, you're basically looking at base trade with the DTs at this stage. Unless there's no detection here, Hero only has 1 observer in the game. Where is that observer of Hero? It's all the way back at home. Hero did not have detection. He gets turned around. Geralt finds a way to cling onto this game for a little teeny bit longer. I mean, it's something, right? We're still going. It's something that's keeping us alive and well for the moment. Of all the times for Geralt to actually commit toward the other side, like... Geralt's read on when to send units forward and when not to in this game, I feel like it's been off just a few times over. Again, it's very easy for us to see it from our point of view, right? But it's wild that this is the moment he actually gets across the map and he's actually swinging at the bases. I tell you what, if the DTs on the other side had found the robo facility and he found a way to snipe that observer, maybe he would have been still talking here, right? But yeah, the reality is right now, triple army supply again, Prism down, no more harassment in your main base or other bases. I think things really are going to settle here, and yeah, Geralt is going to have to type GG. Pretty hectic game. Old Republic goes the way of Hero in the end, with definitely a couple of swings and turnarounds and comebacks, as we'll set up for game number 2. Some long games today, guys. I'm going to have to run us into ads again already, just because we're getting long games back-to-back. Usually if we get some short ones, we build up some ad time at the start of the stream. With long back-to-back games, we're not getting as much of a chance for that to happen. Second map here is going to be Celestial Enclave, so we're going to get that ready to go. Central, West Central. Drop the lobby link down. We got this started up. And get ready to rumble. Hero, Geralt, 4-8 casters. Ready GLHF, ready. Start and go. Alright, let me come over here for a second, guys. Just have to get something set up on the other screen. Alright guys, sorry, just communicating with other players. Obviously a little bit of admin work to be done here on the TLMC. Perfect. Alrighty, so we are going to have in the bottom left-hand side of Celestial Enclave. This is a fun map. I'm going to talk about it in a second. It is going to be in the bottom left-hand side. The red Protoss player, it is Hero. As you see in the top right, the green Protoss, it is Geralt. So this map has a half base in base, but it is accessible by worker only. So this little pathway here is only accessible by workers, which makes this kind of an interesting map. Definitely one you could see a little bit of. Get set up here. I suppose on the indie camera side. I'm just adminning on the other screen for a second, guys. The first minute or two of this game, I'm going to be a little bit distracted. Hero's going one gate, though, so he might be looking to utilize that half base as an in-base expand early. Let's see how that goes. Cybercore's coming up, gates coming through, and get settled on into this here. Get that ready to rumble. Just going to be having ourselves the, yeah, like I say, one gate from Hero suggests that he is going to be the play to expand. Geralt never plays one gate. Even if he wants to expand, Geralt is always a two-gate player. That's something you can very confidently say about his PvP. Are these maps going to be live in November? Usually it takes a couple of months from the TLMC into kind of getting these maps onto the ladder, and not all of these maps will make it to ladder. The ladder map pool will be 9 maps. Maybe we get a full 9 map pool replacement. We might just see like a 7 map pool replacement. We keep a couple. But yes, the majority of these maps, a good amount of these maps, will end up on the ladder. And one of the very important things for which of these maps end up on the ladder is the public voting. You will be able to vote publicly on these maps on the TL.net forums in the upcoming weeks, so make sure you keep an eye out for that. Vote when you get the chance, take notes of which maps you like, which maps you'd like to play on. The public voting is actually one of the public voting has a larger sway on the maps that make the ladder map pool than anyone else, pretty much. Like, if a map wins the public voting, it will make the ladder nowadays, is what I'm, unless there's some glaring reason for it not to, that's my understanding of it. So absolutely make sure you vote when voting opens. I still didn't find out when voting opens. I keep meaning to check on that, but I've been super busy the last couple of days, so I'll try and check on that. I don't know if usually they open it like towards the end of the TLMC tournament. I'm sure we've had... it open during the tournament before as well. Anyways, we'll, like I say, keep you updated on that if we get any more info. As do have obviously these couple of stalkers poking around for some early damage here, putting some pressure out, and putting some damage in. As you see the Oracle diving through in toward the main. For a couple of moments, couple of probies getting picked away at. Getting that blink up, warp gate on the way. 5 probes going down for Geralt. A good stab on the other side of the map from Hero, who obviously leads this series 1-0 at the moment. The blink still coming along nicely. Robotics facility coming up. Get that gateway coming through as well. That Oracle again just poised on the top side. Potentially looking to see what it might be able to find in the next few moments. Obviously blink going to be very far along from Geralt here. Waiting to see similar sort of situation elsewhere. Pylon goes down to the bottom side. Rope on the forge wall coming up. A couple of gates building through. And yeah, we just get settled for a couple of seconds. That blink really not far from being done at the moment. Stalkers going to make their way through the upper left-hand side. Forge, Gateway, Immortal, all being built up as well. So we get a lot of that online just for now. Well, Stacy's going to catch these few stalkers blinking across. It's a worker-only pathway. That doesn't mean you can't blink across it. As we do have the Immortal and the +1 coming through as well. Just bringing a lot of that up and online. Those extra gates about to finish up, so Geralt has a little bit more production available to him. And he is going to put some pressure on that low-ground base of Hero. What's interesting to remember is that this in-base of Hero, which he is going to get a bunch of stalker kills on, It's only a half base, so it's only 1 gas, it's only 5 mineral patches, so you are lacking, and that means you do need the 3rd base from Hero more quickly here than you usually would, because without the 3rd base, you're just not going to have as much income as Geralt is if he maxes out his natural expansion. Can Immortal 1+1 come through? The Twilight Council on the way. Nexus finishing very shortly. Just have the Stalkers moving about. Void Ray will activate. Stalkers get pushed the other way. And a couple more Stalkers warping in next to that gateway. We're going to come up this ramp. It's going to blink in. Go for the Immortal first. Void Ray very slow to activate Prismatic. Now goes down. The hallucination just to try and tank some shots accidentally there. The reinforcements from Hero just from the main base. He had those units, they were just over in the main. Now 2 Immortals showing up, so he has a lot, and he is going to defend this position. That's not pretty for Geralt, who's a 5 gateway player, no forge, so he's committed to doing damage here and now. Like, he wants to get something done immediately. If he doesn't do something now, he's in trouble, because Hero's going to be up the upgrade. He's on, tech units with Immortals in production. Oh, he didn't target fire that Immortal down, he got an extra shot off. So many Stalkers falling here as well. This is disastrous for Geralt. I mean, he's going to end up with Blink Stalkers versus no Blink Stalkers. But Hero's also in this position. He's up in probes. He's now up and upgrade. Like, he can just sit here and trade as necessary. Like, Geralt is committed to continuing to run up this ramp and trying to fight. The Observer is there from Hero as well, so he sees any Observer or high ground vision from his opponent potentially, so you have to run up the ramp to shoot as Geralt. I'm going to try and shade the Adepts, maybe look for something else as these Adepts cause a distraction, but doesn't look like Hero's going to be too drawn off the beaten path. The next Nexus comes down as Geralt tries to set that up, and what was a game 1 with a lot of opportunity for Geralt, this game 2 is just not really providing the same level of opportunity, unfortunately. There's a couple of Adepts are going to shade back the other way. A couple of Adept shots coming through. A couple of Zealots are going to come in. They're going to get shot down. Stalkers are still approaching. A couple of Immortals are going to be here. The Stalkers still in that position where they take a little bit more damage. 8 probes did die, so we got some kills. That doesn't even equalize the numbers, though. Hero's been good at continuing to produce probes. So he's at 48 to the 41 at this point in time. He is in a fantastic place economically. I mean, Hero is, again, with +1 already finished. This looks like a defense that has got no reason to not continue at the end of the day. It has absolutely no reason not to continue. The Stalkers still getting pushed back. I really do not have much else to add, guys. I think this one is absolutely turning into a beautiful little GG from Hero. Nice 2-0. Like I say, super scrappy game 1. Hero really does kind of adore scrappy situations, though, and he really played himself out of that scrappy game 1 into his advantage in the end. Geralt was just not as confident in that situation. And as such, here we are with, like I say, a game 2 looking to be Heroes. Hard to really say much else. What is Geralt doing? He's getting charge. He did add on a Nexus. He is getting a few more probes. But, yeah, I mean, he's getting charged. He'll try and get Zealots. He's going to open up this set of rocks to open up this pathway as well. Maybe if you could threaten the Blink onto the in-base while also kind of potentially threatening running through here onto the natural. That could be an interesting position that forces you into an awkward defense as Hero. And that's what you've got to do right now as Geralt. You've got to force Hero to make positioning mistakes. Like, Hero's army is going to be bigger and better than yours, so you have to find a way to make that army not be effective. And that is typically done through positioning, right? Drawing out of position, feigning one way, hitting the other. It's just going to be extremely difficult to do because you're significantly behind on army. I mean, the Zealots are going to get a jump on this, and even that's not going to be that scary as the Immortals are super tanky, the Stalkers are very powerful, Blink is done here from Hero 2, so he has, you know, mobility on his own army as well to help him with those positions and help him with those relocations as needed. He really is just very well set up across the board, to be honest. Gateway and the probes continue through, just going to see that +1 on the pylon. Sorry, +1? What am I on about? +1 on the pylon. One extra pylon coming in is all I'm trying to say, but yeah, apparently pylons are getting upgrades now. Like, can you imagine 3 pylons? They provide 3 more supply, and they give 3 more warp-in radius. Crazy. Imagine you could actually get, like, you know, obviously some structures can already upgrade, right? But, like, actually imagine being able to truly upgrade, like, all the structures in the game. Like, to actually do, like, better things. That'd be so interesting. Like, late game, you could get, like, double gateway warp-ins or something. That'd be a whole new layer of broken, but, man. Imagine what you could do with mayhem like that. Stalkers are trying to make something happen. The Prism is super low. I don't think that's really going to be saving or really achieving anything right now. Those few Stalkers are still going down. The Stalkers continue to have a great time here. Hero is going to win this game, which we've kind of seen coming for a couple of minutes at this point. We knew this was going to happen because Geralt just didn't get enough done when he was committed to trying to win the game with that previous army. As I previously mentioned, guys, we are going to continue with the hero games, which means that we are going to go into Hero versus ByuN next before we jump into Hero HARSTEM, Hero Yakov. So we're going to continue to go through the hero matches, as mentioned. Perfect. Just let Geralt have some info so he knows when he's up next, roughly. And we'll get ready to go into Hero versus ByuN, which a lot of people will say is the highlight match of this group, right? The two players that a lot of people expect to finish up in, you know, first and second place, pending potential upsets and so on. And we're going to get a look at TVP with another version of Storm. 6-second Storm, but now does 30 damage less, so it's only 110 damage on the Storm. And 110 over 6, you might be able to do some quick math, is just less than 20. It's about 18.3 DPS. So this is now a 10 DPS nerf on what Storm originally was. So, I mean, it's pretty significant. It's like 65% as effective as it used to be, so it's like 2/3. It's genuinely a big change in what Storm used to be. There is still the benefit to Storm lasting longer, zoning an area for longer. Overall does more damage. That's very nice when you drop it on top of a sieged up tank, on top of the lurkers and so on. But this is more the numbers I thought of when they changed Storm to have a longer time. And I don't even know if Storm being a longer time is a good thing still. But these are more in line with the numbers I thought would make kind of a bit more sense, right? So yeah, I'm a bit more of a believer in this change than any of the Storm versions we've had before now. But it's still one of those things where I think we have to see a little bit of what's going on and how it's going to truly figure it out, you know? Alrighty. A couple of moments, guys. Just got a couple of things sorted out. Perfect. For now, at least. Alright, looking good. Alright, take a couple moments, guys. Obviously, videos are underway, so we take a few moments. We'll get right back on track. Thank you so much for joining us here today in the WardiTV Team Looking Map Contest. And what's up, Cranky Ducklings? Hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you're, you guys had a tournament today? You guys had something, no? Or I read about something. I don't know if... Was it the... Yeah, I think I read about something that's later on, but... I read about the Tenacious Turtle event, but I don't know if that was just now or not. I feel like that was this morning. That was this morning. I hope you guys had fun, and yeah. Just the podcast. Beautiful. Beautiful. Celestial. And Talisman get vetoed. Yeah, so I ask Kira and ByuN, Talisman's so bad? Question mark, and they just laugh. Wow, I don't know what to tell you guys. I can't really do much more than yeah, I mean they're just not loving it. They're just not loving it. We're going to see Andromeda, then Satellite Years for maps 1 and 2 of Hero versus ByuN. Andromeda's had a little hotfix, if I'm not mistaken, to it, so the main base has been made a little bit smaller on Andromeda. Was that what they told me earlier today? Where's that conversation gone? Oh, it's right at the top. Decrease the main size of Andromeda. So Andromeda's been made a little bit smaller on the main base. This map was huge in the main base. Alright, we are missing multiple casters. Let's get these guys in here, get this ready to go. GLHF. ByuN confirms that the Talisman veto is because he's already played it. So, just vetoing it because he'd rather play on different maps than actually test out the new maps. But which is good to know for, you know, Talisman, right? Like, you know, it's not necessarily the map as much as just like they've played it before. So it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of getting like, I think it's the first time we've seen a map that's been played in multiple kind of, you know, events that then makes it to the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament finalists. We had it happen once with like a GSL map, the GSL map that had the bug on with parting in solar. That happened on that map, and then it made it to TLMC. But that was less played, a bit more normal as well, I think. So, yeah. Oh, players already said that they were ready. Perfect. We can get this going then, guys. Get into this TVP between ByuN and Hero. Alright, Andromeda. I just can't punch for hosting his own tournaments. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Talisman was used in a bunch of stuff, no? Wasn't Talisman in RSL? And Pigsty? And, Was Talisman in RSL? I don't know if it was on RSL, but I'm pretty sure it was in, I'm pretty sure it was in Pigsty, no? Pigsty was in some weekly cups for a while. Yeah, maybe it wasn't in RSL, but yeah, it was in Pigsty. All these guys, and it was used for a bunch of weekly. It was also, was it not the KLRS Steadfast Roddy weekly? The KSR, I think they used Talisman for a while as well. Maybe even some other cups. I think it was one of the maps when we were on the last map pool and we were looking to try and make map pools more fun while the ladder maps hadn't been updated. I think Talisman got a lot of play then, so it's yeah. I never really considered the fact that people would veto a map based on the fact that they've just played it before. What I might do for tomorrow is I might genuinely just ask the players if they're going to veto it. Because instead of making someone waste a veto, if they're just going to veto it every time, if they're just going to veto it, I'd rather just get the other maps in and get them to veto those and just preemptively say that we're going to play map 1 of the playoffs on Talisman, you know? So, yeah, I think that might be what we do tomorrow, because it seems silly just to keep making people veto it every single time if they're going to do that. I don't know, we'll figure it out, but yeah. I mean, maybe it won't be as bad tomorrow, who knows? Maybe tomorrow they'll actually play it. Anyways, it's Hero versus ByuN, guys. We are in game 4, game 1 of this best of 3. We're playing Andromeda, so the main base got reduced in size. It still looks massive. Did they put this in to make it smaller? I'm gonna have to see like comparison between yesterday and today, because it still looks freaking huge. It still looks absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. What's up, Phalanx? Thank you so much for the 42-month resub as well. And just as we have a couple moments of a Marauder setup, so it is going to get interesting quickly. just a quick mention that obviously sorry, admin issue on the other screen. Distraction. I was just going to settle out quickly, so ignore that. Let's just get to the Marauders that are going to begin moving across the map as ByuN takes us super fast on location 3rd. That's a fun one. So yeah, he's going to get to a super fast on location 3rd base. Get that underway. Get that started up, and away we are rumbling. Let's see what we can do with these Marauders. They're going to take map control initially. They're going to force Hero into... well, typically, I'd say a battery, but there's no battery here, so Hero is going to get these Stalkers caught. That's not good if these Stalkers get hit as well. Damage spread. Oh, we're going to get one Stalker for Marauder. Seems reasonable so far. Oh, a Marine goes down. The problem is this Marauder trying to run away is not going to have a fun time. We'll use the high ground nicely initially. Stalker's pulling back. Blink is on the way through. Just going to have ourselves the Nexus and the Probes on the way up. Get all of that on the way. Stalker's now able to come across the map as Blink will finish shortly. That on-base location 3rd coming online. We do see our Marauders still producing. Do we actually have enough where we can get in position to defend that 3rd base is going to be my question. Not 100% sure. As the orbital going to be finishing up. Just going to be seeing the bunker in position. Stalkers get turned around. Engineering Bay going to finish very shortly as the reactor and the tech lab still going through. The additional SCVs coming online. A couple of Stalkers finish warping in. Blink about to be done. Forging the Nexus coming online as well. As yeah, the little hallucination shows you that hey, there's units over here, but hey, the Marauder's actually going to have a little bit of chasing potential. No Blink just yet, so we actually do get rid of one more Stalker. Kind of wondering if we're going to be coming across the map with anything else here as Hero. He's going to jump. I mean, we're just going to have to bring the 3rd back. But I tell you what, it's actually not a bad thing overall, because actually, that's not a far way to float. So it's a little bit of lost kind of SUV building time. It was a bit of a weird position. It could have been much worse. As, oh, I thought he jumped out of that bunker to kill off that low HP Stalker, which he will get. He's actually going to get a couple Stalker kills here. Still trading units for units, but typically Stalkers are seen as the more expensive unit here. See, resource loss is pretty even, so this back and forth is going not really to one player's favor over the other. Hero gets charge and +1 attack online. We bring that Nexus up as well. Gun on 3 racks now in total, so he's going to have a good amount of bio units early, but not as much factory and starport tech to work with early on. As we see the charge +1 and extra gateways from Hero, so very gateway heavy early on here from Hero as we get set up in those early stages. You're just going to force a few SCVs off the line. You've got Blink, it's free damage essentially. Force on some SCVs to miss mine time, spend some money repairing. You're trading it out for shields, which are going to regenerate anyway, right? So here's essentially free damage. Hallucination provides the high ground vision for the Blink in the main. Yeah, ByuN is nearby, and Hero checks to see where the units are at before he commits to anything. So very responsible decision making. What doesn't seem very responsible is 8 gateways in production. We are going to 10 gates here, super early in this game. That is going to be a lot. I mean, it's actually going to be more than that. It's going to be 11. So we're going to 11 gates super early. Hero is going to throw units at ByuN, and he's not going to stop throwing them. ByuN has to be very, very sensible in this game. If he gets a little bit carried away and steps too far forward and gets caught by these kind of big warpins, he can lose very quickly. If ByuN settles down, gets a few mines out, and starts finding ways to kind of chew through the Zealot count, he's going to find himself in an okay position because Hero is going to be very low tech. This is purely focusing on it's not even double forge. It's a second forge finishing now, so you can start the armor upgrade, but it is just purely gateway units. Against a bio army, Hero is super reliant on the numbers game here. ByuN, he could have maybe gone after that pylon. I don't know if he saw it. Did he see it? No, he just didn't quite glimpse it. So missing out on that by, like I say, just a glimpse, just a little inch of his screen. Has a potential maybe warp into the base, but he flew over this pylon that reveals where this drop is at. And this is the kind of thing that's scary for ByuN as well, because he's basically playing into someone that can make a bunch of units, so your drops can get shut down by just pure warp-ins. And ByuN's now pushing on the map. ByuN is not, I think, completely aware of the fact that his opponent is going to be as gateway heavy as he is, but this is kind of nice. ByuN's going to turn this into an army that comes in from the other side. Beautiful force fields, as ByuN is still going to find some value here. Those Zealots not dropping very quickly. Get rid of the Guardian Shield. The Zealot Warpin's not going to be enough right now. ByuN is going to win on this position. There's everything else coming back from Hero. ByuN just needs to try and figure out an escape plan here. Which way does he dive? Into the bases or out of the bases? Loses the full medevac, unfortunately, with those final couple Stalker hits. He's going to escape outwards. And that, at this point, you see pure gateway units. You've got to know that this is very committed from Hero. And as ByuN, I think it's time to just slow down, get mines out, burrow the mines up. That's a hell of a lot of Zealots to try and stay away from some profanity, because that is truly ridiculous amounts. First, Widowmine shots are going to be good, soften up quite a few of these Zealots. No armor upgrades for them yet, so they're not the tankiest. As ByuN will have to really utilize some SimCity and positioning here, and Hero is just going to look to mass expand. He wants to take base after base after base in a game where he's going to have tons of units to keep ByuN pinned back, and essentially knows he's going to take a lot of very, very strong engagements, which are just based on kind of pure numbers of units, so he needs a lot of bases to replenish those units. As these Zealots go down, can ByuN get back to mining comfortably on a third base? He's honestly 54 SCVs is fine. Only Stalkers left for the moment. We deal with this round of Zealots. He just needs to keep SCVs on that third base. He needs to keep on mining. He can't let Hero outmass him completely. Resources lost, you can see, is 500 in favor of ByuN. That should, in theory, continue, unless ByuN lets himself again get outmassed. I'm wondering, does ByuN actually want to add on more mines, or is he happy maybe just going into pure bio and trying to match numbers with numbers? The mines do help, but mines can backfire to some extent sometimes, so just wondering, because he didn't have mines in production for a couple of moments. He goes back to them now. Does he have no armory? He has an armory. He's getting Ghost Up, which is obviously massive against this composition of Hero as well, especially as the upgrades come online of Double Forge 3-2 now on the way. Having EMPs to take the shields off quickly makes that army way more approachable, so the Ghost is an important factor here as well. As you do see the command center coming up as ByuN thinks about a fourth, but it's not going to be a quick moving game. He wants to take this slowly, steadily, and very confidently in these early stages. Stalkers get turned around. Zealots looking to charge forward again. We go back and forth. Stalkers get a refinery picked off. The SCV takes a little bit more damage. We come through once again. Still 3-2 upgrades coming online. Get the 2-2 coming about as well. Marine, Marauder, Widowmine all in production. Widowmine just gonna hit ones out there. That's where the Widowmine is not as effective. Guardian Shield pops up. Gun pulls back. First EMP goes down. He has more EMPs available. EMP right down those Zealots. That was a massive cluster of them. He does have energy for an EMP, just not dropping it yet. Using some SCVs to be his tank in line. If he knocks this army down convincingly, then that's okay for him. But I'm not sure about losing 20 SCVs. To me, it's a little bit too many. In a game where Hero is now covering half the map in Nexus. I love the 20 workers being lost. 51 SCVs in this game. Resources lost is only 10.6 to 9.5k. Like, ByuN is not trading that well. Fire coming back over. Zealots and Stalkers still trying to come in on either side. I mean, as soon as the Zealots go down, the Stalkers don't get to stick around. They're just not good enough against the Marauders. I think you can see that the Zealots right now are just getting it done as Hero is making this style work. GG, he is going to overwhelm, and T1's Hero takes game one of this series. That was a, interesting first game. Hero going for the en masse unit approach. We don't see that much anymore, but was a very kind of valid way of playing PvT for a while. The kind of thing that I wonder is maybe something that ByuN's just not used to playing against because it's been a little bit, you know. And we'll get into game number 2 here in a moment. It's going to be Satellite Years for our next map, so get that set up, and we'll host into our second game of this series and see if ByuN can bounce back, as Hero doesn't even need splash damage to take game 1. After this, we have Hero HARSTEM lining up for us as well, guys. So that's going to be coming through also. You guys up to date with everything that's coming up today. And then we have Hero Yakov to round out the live matches as well. Should also be some good fun. Looking forward to that. Yakov's been pretty good lately. He's a little bit of our Zerg hope in the tournament right now. Gripty has a couple of good Zergs, and Reno and Lambo play tomorrow. But I feel like this is a group Yakov can get out of. Like, I don't think it's going to be easy. I do think on, like, if you play this group 3 or 4 times, I think Yakov gets to the playoffs at least one time, you know? So, kind of exciting as we just wait for me to check if we've got everybody. I think we do. Looks good. Game number 2 here, ByuN and Hero coming right up. Get this ready to rumble. Marauders suck at killing Zealots. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one, right? Because you kind of need the Marauders to tank, because otherwise the Marines get shredded, but Marauders don't do damage output to the Zealots. So it's like, it puts you in a bit of a weird place. Puts you in a bit of a weird place. Instant probe moving out from Hero. We'll see what that is for in a couple moments, as you have in the top left of our map. The blue Protoss player, it is Hero here on Satellite Earths for game number 2 of this BO3. Could be the match that maybe determines first place of this group. See how it goes. Can ByuN pull it back? Like I said, interesting game. Not sure we'll see a similar sort of style. Hero actually goes low ground wall off initially on this game, so that's why the probe moved out so quickly. Having the gateway coming up, barracks coming through. First couple moments, nothing too crazy just yet. Coming over. Just going to be seeing the Nexus coming online, the Adept coming about, Warp Gate on the way. Nexus halfway done, add on the Assimilator as we settle into game 2 of this BO3. Nothing too wild going on early. Sorry, just setting a couple things up on the other screen, guys, so hence being quiet for the first minute or so as the probe tries to be annoying, but the Marine will be there to try and fight it off. Thank you so much, Agon Donta. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Hello, Wardy. Has there been any TVZ lately? I feel like you haven't seen one in a long time. We've had Terrans and Zergs in every group so far, so we must have had some TVZ yesterday and the day before. Today you'll have ByuN versus Yakov as a TVZ. What was the TVZs yesterday? Who was in our group yesterday? We had Spirit versus Rogue and Rogue versus Nikaract on Tuesday. And then yesterday we had Clem versus Mixu. Oh yeah, Mixu was in the group yesterday, so Clem Mixu was a little bit one-sided, and also Mixu versus Ryong. But yeah, we got ByuN Yakov today. We got some Reno games tomorrow. Bunny in that group as well tomorrow. Should be fun. Should be cool. But yeah, we do have some TVZ. But yeah, ByuN Yakov should be our 6th series of the day, unless games get a bit off schedule. It might be the 7th or so, but it's around the second half of the day. Currently 3 series deep out of 10. Dark Shrine on the way up from Hero is his choice on this one, as these Marines step down the low ground, will go after a couple of the Adepts. So 2 Adepts go down. Chased away over to the side. Robotics facility coming up. The Dark Shrine producing. Gateway and the Warp Gate all coming through. And those few Marines just stepping back into the natural. Adept, I'm going to get locked onto by the Cyclone straight away. It's going to be some damage dealt. We do see the Prism and the Dark Shrine both on the way up as well. Bringing all of that straight through. Dark Shrine again, not far from being done. Going to be an interesting part of this game. See if that is something that can maybe switch things up a little bit here. Get some damage done for Hero at this point in the game. 2 more barracks from ByuN. Obviously, factory starport earlier this game than the barracks heavy opening he went for last time. Medevac is right up into the top left corner, by the way. I'll check on that in a sec if the Cyclone gets a probe. The Stalker's there. We've watched it come in with the Observer as well, so we've been very ready to deal with that. Now Raven coming through, some more barracks coming online, and the DTs start to get to work here as well. SCV's going down for the moment. A couple tanks come through, the Prism up into the skies. Again, we've got that Raven building. Immortal coming out at the Nexus. And the DT still just swiping through for a couple more SCVs already. So 6 workers going down. ByuN has the Raven. So in terms of like continuing the defense here, it's nice because you shouldn't have to do too much else. Love that. The Cyclone locks onto the Prism and that's looking for a kill. And we didn't bring the Raven over for vision, but it wasn't needed. That is going to be good for the KO. And we just go get rid of this DT. So a lot of lost mining time, 8 dead SCVs, but everything that Hero sent across the map dies. So you invest into this, you lose everything, and you get some damage done. I think both are okay with this. Like, Hero has a good eco coming out of it, but ByuN has a good army coming out of it and knows he doesn't have to worry about any more of it anytime soon. And if he does, it's only because Hero's slowing down building better units to replace the Prism and going from there. Stim coming up, Engineering Bay on the way. A Ghost still bugged. Yeah, the Ghosts now give supply like a supply depot if you have the female Ghost skin on. So the female Ghost skin is banned today because, yeah, Ghosts are given supplies like supply depots do. It is in fact true. They are granting supply instead of taking up supply. It's a good, you know what? At least it's just the Ghost skin, you know? At least it's not like Ghosts in general, you know? Raven overhead, couple of units moving about. See the Immortal in the charge coming up. And it's actually going to catch another DT here. Really, that's really nice. Hey, what's up, Loval? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the support. Thank you, as we do have to drop the scan here. Only a couple SCVs lost, though. Not bad for a DT just running in. It was quick cleanup. You didn't have to pull SCVs off the mineral line. That kind of makes you feel okay about it, too. Couple depots were lower. Marine tank joining up. Just going to see Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 upgrade still building through. As again, Blink on the way. We had the Immortal on. Forge, Gateway, Robo Bay building as well. Just going to get the Auto Turret into the back. Going to go after a couple of probies. Turn onto the Sentry for a second. The Zealots play cleanup. The SCVs are just going to pull ByuN on a big shove. I don't hate it. You know what? It's a game where obviously Heroes invested into trying to, you know, deal damage with the DTs and everything. Ooh, ByuN's going to see those Zealots as well. That would be a nice grab. Even just a nice push away, right? Force them to be way out of position, then the SCV pull arrives. And Hero has got, I mean, he's got 2 Archons that are going to have to put in some serious work right now. Let's see what he can do. Anti-armor missile going to hit those Immortals and one of the Archons. That's an amazing anti-armor missile. Hitting a lot of key units. Viking in the back absorbs some of the Zealot damage. Widowmine on the Zealots too. The Zealots are not getting rid of the siege tanks here. They will live. We are going to see a few of those tanks surviving. Both tanks are going to survive. The Immortals going down. Heroes in trouble as ByuN pushes through. Stalker's dead. Immortals dead. ByuN into the natural. Now time to get some work done because obviously he pulled the SCV, so he has to do serious damage here. 64 to 13 army supply suggests he probably will find that serious damage. It's all good because right now as Hero you've got to warp in Stalkers. Warping in you know, Zealots are never going to be good enough. But you didn't even have Blink just yet, so the Stalkers aren't even, you know, as upgraded as they want to be. Another Immortal goes down, now 22 probes go down. And ByuN, I'm just going to sit in the natural as reinforcements are still arriving as well. There's a couple of mines around the back. Widow mine goes off on the Observer. Yeah, I mean, at this point it starts to feel very difficult for Hero to collect himself back together. That said, there is a Colossus on the way. I mean, ByuN should just wander across over to the third base and deny that as well, and he should be fine. I mean, if you get a couple of Colossus out, is there some crazy way Hero could win this? I mean, yes, if ByuN really screwed up a lot of the fights. Not kind of forcing the fight to continue ASAP maybe is a little scary, but you can see ByuN is still looking pretty okay here. Auditor going to get some damage on that Colossus. It's going to be low. The Marauders are left in the front to get rid of it as well. Beautiful micro from ByuN. Does what he needs with the Marines to take game 2. Hero and ByuN are going to tie up 1-1 in this best of 3. Alright, beautiful stuff. Very fun stuff as we are going to head ourselves to a third map of this series, which is going to be on Magnetic North between Hero and ByuN. Get that sorted in just a second and take us into our third game of the matchup. Get that underway. And away we will go momentarily, guys. Just going to mark down the maps used in this series. Is this on the new hotfix? Yes, this is live games, and the hotfix is live, so yes, this is the Storm nerf in effect. Missing casters. What do they keep disappearing to? I don't know. Storm's nerfed. Yeah, Storm is now 110 damage instead of 140. It does 18 DPS instead of 26. So it's a 35% DPS nerf from original Storm. It's still over 6 seconds though. So it does 110 over 6 instead of 80 over 3. It's probably more in line with what it needs to be, realistically. Is that too big of a nerf? I mean, have you seen the ways that Storms are just completely controlled? Like when Storm is the go-to continuous use case in the matchup, non-stop, I think it's okay to hit it with a sizable nerf. Honestly. I mean, it's still got the bigger radius. It still does more damage. It's still better against tanks. Still better against lurkers. I can't say because I've not seen anyone cast Storm yet. But realistically, when it got dropped from like 28 to 25 DPS, it didn't change anything. So clearly we need to see bigger number differences to actually maybe see that impacted, to be honest. Yeah. Can't you argue the same thing about Ghosts? Oh yeah, Ghost HP also increased from 100 to 125. The Ghost HP increase is to make it so that in CVT, the Ghosts are still more impacted by Banelings, while it doesn't impact PVT very much, is the idea. I believe, is how the math works out. No compensation TOS relies on it. I mean, we don't know what TOS relies on because Storm's been so good, there's no reason to do anything else for the last 6 months. You know? You be okay with a Ghost DPS nerf? It's weird that they do good damage when you never get them for that. Because if you get Ghosts and they don't do damage, then it starts to be a point where Ghosts aren't good enough to have in the army, you know? Like, it's not worth having built them. Which is then really weird because you have to build them, but then if your army can't do enough damage output, you're just screwed as well. I mean, that's a big statement that has a lot of different kind of variables in it. Yeah, I think we'll see how it goes. I mean, Storm still hits that bigger radius, guys. 6 seconds is interesting. I really think they should have just changed it to be like... I really just think they should have... I just think 6 seconds is so long. I think they should have just changed it to be like 80 damage over 4 seconds. Like, Like, I don't know why we couldn't just, like, nerf the Storm DPS a bit without all the bells and whistles of everything else attached to it, you know? I don't know why we couldn't have just given Storm... Like, I don't know why we had to change so much about it instead of just putting the numbers down a little bit and making it a bit more manageable in that regard. But here we are. +80/4 sounds good. Yeah, 20 DPS. But the thing is, though, it's hard to say because I feel like I didn't even see any games with the other numbers because all the Terrans just decided to stand in Storms to make a point. But they clearly thought it wasn't enough, which I don't disagree. I thought Storm was still very good before. Like, it felt like they only made it better when it clearly needed to be made worse. And while the energy changes are impactful as well, like, that's the thing. I just don't think I've seen enough games to really say it. I'm very biased in TVP lately because TVP has not been fun to watch for multiple... Like, there's clearly been a problem in TVP. Like, it's very obvious it was very obviously not a healthy matchup at all. So I'm very happy to see Storm take a significant hit. Because Storm has been the root of the problem. Well, Energy Overcharge was kind of the root of the problem. But Storm itself has continued to be very good. So, like I say, hopefully we see some games with Storm being used and we actually get a bit of an idea of how it looks like. And we can kind of figure it out. I imagine Storm's going to fill a very different role to what it has been filling, though. Like a 35% DPS nerf is pretty crazy. It's still good on like a, you know, it's still good if you're dropping on tanks and lurkers as well. So it might still have a lot of good use cases. It's just not as catch-all as it was before, you know. Like there was very rare you would find a moment where it's like, man, having Storm here just isn't good, you know. Like, Storm was good in every situation, which leads to a very bland game, you know? At the same time, like, you can argue the same thing. Well, Marines are good in every situation with Stim. I know someone's about to tell me this. Like, Stim is always good. Yes, but they're also, like, the core units of an army, whereas High Tempo are, like, a tech choice. And a tech, you know... If you start making certain tech choices essential in every situation, or the best case in every... then you have a very uninteresting game, right? So... I think it's okay to see Storm take a bit of a hit in a bit of a different direction. It might be too much, and maybe they're going to shift the numbers again if it looks like it has been too much. But I'd be very interested to see if that's the case. I think we just need to actually see some games for a bit, though. To be honest, as that Oracle is going to be able to get the revelation to kill this Widowmine off. Marines gather together, bunker on the way. We had the engineering bay on as well. Let's see the stim and +1. I think one of the things, okay, last thing I'm going to say on the Storm nerf, etc. I think the last thing I'll say is that I do think Storm has changed enough that it's going to be used differently. And so what you're probably not going to see is a lot of Storm in the next few days, especially in tournaments, as people get some practice with it. Because I think right now you're going to have to use Storm very differently to how you've used Storm for the past, past few months. And so that's not going to feel good at first. But I think it's going to get to a point where people are like, oh, this is where Storm is still really good. Or, oh, this is the sort of scenario where Storm actually really excels still. And I think those situations, those use cases will still exist. We just need to see them in play a bit. And the players need to figure out what those are. And hey, if in a month or two Storm does not get used at all, maybe we should change the numbers back a little bit to help Storm out a bit, right? I don't want to see Storm be non-existent. But I think it's been enough of a problem that hitting it with something more serious may just be the approach for now. But we'll see. Let's see the few Marines unloading. Feedback goes down. Medevac going to be hurting there, so just going to try for as many probes as we can get. Make up some of that Oracle damage that Hero got. Gets a High Temple there as well. We actually are going to see Hero on his way into Storm. God damn. You see this, guys? They nerf Storm. Hero doesn't even bother casting it. Brackets ignore the fact that Storm is halfway done and not completed yet. He didn't even bother casting it. He knows how detrimental it is. Even though he's on High Templar, he didn't even use the Storm. It's crazy. It's confirmed, guys. Storm is done for. That's all the proof we needed. Go to our StarCraft. Tell them. As that +1 combat shields comes in. ByuN does have the stim now then. Going to look for a drop in toward the main base in the next couple of moments. A bit of bio unloading. Zealots are going to be coming straight through. It's going to be a lift up. Give time for Protoss to get used to the new nerf storm instead of letting Terran Zerg get used to the new buff storm. Love the logic. As soon as Protoss get a small buff, everyone's crying. It's almost like the reason we're changing Storm is because Storm has been a significant problem in the game for the entirety of the last patch. Like, you cannot possibly tell me you've watched PvT in the last few months and cannot tell me that you identify that Storm is an issue. So yes, we should probably give time for a Storm nerf to be treated instead of a Storm buff that makes no sense because Storm was good in the first place. Making it better didn't make sense when we needed to fix Storm was the problem. So yes, I think we should probably give this a bit of time to see how it goes and change the numbers if we need to. I don't think you need to give it time when you make something that was very good better, right? But mine's coming in. You know, I can see the feedback's been used nicely so far as well. Let's see a couple ghosts coming through. Wouldn't mind the Marines coming up. Just going to see the Oracle going down. So that's the end of the Oracles. The last revelation has been cast here. Take a couple of moments to get settled back in. See what our next step of this will be. Linking the armor upgrade coming through. Forging the Nexus coming about. Ghosts building as well. Just going to see a couple of these Zealots are coming forward and just running through here. A couple of these rhythm mines going off and helping against those Zealots initially. Hero, a lot of supply in this game, man. He did do some good damage with the Oracles early, and right now his supply looking great. High Templar's approaching. It's that ramp with the Storm. A couple of units getting hurt by it, and then obviously Storm will zone that area for a little while. Got one EMP onto these Zealots, and we actually had a nice EMP on the High Templar, but there are more High Templar available, so more Storms are able to come through. ByuN has to lift and go over to his natural expansion and try and figure out this position. Drops on the ramp, that makes it a defendable place, but obviously it opens up the third base, and that's going to be the issue. Wouldn't mind gets rid of one High Templar. There's more High Templar just arriving from Hero. They are clumping together. That maybe opens the chance to get the EMP on them. Feedback, feedback, feedback. That'll work against the Ghost as well. Keep them low. Storm again stops you kind of just running straight through this. I mean, that is kind of what you want to use Storm for now, right? You drop it down, and the Terran has to decide, do I run through it and take the damage, or do I not? In this case, ByuN doesn't, and then the third base goes down. That was actually, I think, a very good example of what a longer Storm is going to be very good for, right? Putting it in front of that army and just stopping it from chasing into you. You can just step into it there. Still a bit of damage taken, of course. I mean, Storm is still going to deal damage. As ByuN does not have a lot of medevac energy as well. T2 coming up, Robo Facilities on the way through, add the couple Nexus on as well. As you see ByuN at least stepping forward with this army. I mean, he's in trouble. He has to win basically with this force right now. You know, he's rebuilding his third on location. Meanwhile, Hero builds a fifth and a sixth base on location. So Hero is absolutely looking convincing at the moment. The bio is still settling in. And I mean, I felt like ByuN had to go, and I think he knew it as well, but he just couldn't. There's just too much Protoss still. Now he's going to sit back and maybe hope Hero takes a bad fight into him. That's unnecessary. T2 comes about. The Zealot's going to settle on the ramp. Marauder shots coming through. Zealot's still falling. Medevac's going to pull back over to the sides. As we have a couple extra ghosts still on the way through here. Zealots will regather themselves. Where are we going to go next? We don't know just yet. We have some EMPs available to go in toward the Archons there. Oh, that's nice EMP, hits 3 High Templar. ByuN's army supply right now is even, but he has to take a good fight with this. If he doesn't take a good fight, he is going to lose. Because he can't afford to rebuild like Hero can. So another nice EMP, the High Templar clumped again. It's genuinely going to give ByuN a chance. Like, he's going to kill pretty much everything here. I mean, this is what he had to have happen. He had to win this fight and have a lot left over afterwards. And he's going to get every tech unit. So Hero gets reset. He's building some Immortals. Robobay about to finish. Does he have any High Templar on the map? He has one. So he has like a couple of Storms at most. Nope, that's the Storm. That is it. That's the only Storm he had. Maybe with a Warp-In or an energy overcharge. We have some possibility here. Ghost coming through. ByuN with the opportunity right now. Hero did not need to take these fights, remember. Like, he's attacking into a 3-base Terran while becoming a 6-base Protoss. he had absolutely zero reason to take this commitment. So a little bit of a wild one in that regard, and it's given ByuN this opportunity to be on the other side of the map. And Hero's issue now truly is just he can't get enough tech units on the field at once. The Colossus are going to make a big change to that, and he does finally get through with a defense. He's going to force ByuN back, and he's going to make this a hold for himself just for now. So he's going to be able to make this a defense and a hold. A couple Colossus on the way are really going to complicate things for ByuN. He's only just now going Armory as well, so ByuN's going to be very slow to get to the 2-2 upgrades. So that's going to take a little bit of time to truly get that underway as well. So that's going to be another issue here. Another problem across the course of this is a couple of Vikings, Marines, and Ghosts settle themselves in together. A couple of Ghosts looking for some snipes. Ghost count is good from ByuN, and that Ghost count is one thing. You know, that's his tech that he needs to kind of, maintain in this game. But against 2-2 upgrades, 3-3 on the way, Colossus being out, I think we're in a position right now where ByuN is probably in a bit too much trouble. 200 to 150 supply. Yeah, I think we're in a bit too much trouble, to be honest. Marauder still busting through. A couple of Vikings on the way. I mean, we're going to try and get what we can. ByuN's army supply is down by about 10. Obviously, Hero just has so many workers, so right now, as he's maxed out, his bank is going to skyrocket in value. And the more banked resources he has, the more quickly he can just reinforce into a fight or during a fight and make ByuN's life extremely difficult here. So the Ghost's going to be there. EMP goes down. The Zealots get hit. See that Bioforce jumping forward. A couple of probes going down as well. Pylon will be falling. I mean, Hero's going to be probably a little cautious now because obviously he just had a situation where things backfired on him. He ended up in a bad fight. So he might actually come in with a little bit more caution here this time around. ByuN just holding on to these 3 bases. He is building a 4th. He knows he needs to get to a 4th. He knows he has to just play defensively and hope for good fights. Kind of what we already saw a little bit of previously. That is ByuN's option in this game. I don't know if you could justify maybe a drop on the map as well. It looks like he's trying, right? The top left. Yeah. He's trying. He wants to maybe try and hit a base or 2 and try and slow some of that down for Hero. Awkward position there because obviously those are rocks and minerals. So even if you kill the rocks, you can't just step across super easily. It's a very narrow area. So he does get rid of the... Sense Tower that was there, so a little bit of a win for Hero as ByuN is now not going to be able to track that army moving as easily. Army comes across here, ByuN going to stim forward. Let's see EMPs, that might have been an early stim. Still getting a couple of shots off, a little bit of value being found. Hero at this point, 4 High Templar in the army, mixing with the Colossus, most notably, Fleet Beacon, 2nd Stargate on the way. So he is investing into that later game army composition. He is going to move into the Sky Toss and just make this transition to the late game to clean up this game. And he should be able to get there very comfortably in a game where ByuN does not hold a lot of control right now, where ByuN has been obviously struggling along in a lot of ways. This is the kind of situation where I think where I think Hero, got the right name out, where I think Hero is okay with just saying, okay, if I need to, I can build the carriers. Because ByuN is still playing just super defensive, so Hero is just taking the map. So Hero is doing the right thing. He's going to get better tech out while taking the map. He's going to go Tempest, that's fine as well. Just be able to nip away at this army from afar. Would have liked the Tempest more, I guess, if there's Liberators out, but this also stops you going into Liberators as ByuN, which is oftentimes one of those better later game transitions that a Terran finds in TVP. Shots going through, EMPs go down. The storm goes down. Gonna see the army coming through. A couple of Vikings gonna shoot. Colossus in some trouble. I mean, not a bad chase for ByuN. ByuN's army is massive, by the way, because obviously he's on way less workers, so his army supply at any given point is big. And that's why Hero wants to take fights across the map. Honestly, that's why Storm should be really good here, because you should be able to kind of take a bit of a fight, Storm to stop your opponent chasing you down. Double Storm's there, morphs into the Arc on his High Templar, but just not here to join this army. So ByuN actually has a good push coming across the map. 20 army supply lead, knocks that Archon down. I'm afraid that Tempests in this situation are not ideal either. Coming, drop an EMP on those group of High Templar. ByuN will see them coming. He's got the thingy down, the scan. Storm comes down, but a little bit late, and ByuN is going to get a chance to jump onto the tech units here. The Colossus in trouble. An extra warp in his Zealots is going to go a long way. We run back with those Marauders. Man, it's mostly Marauders, though. Marauders are not going to eat the Zealots up very easily at all, especially when it's 2-2 to 3-3. ByuN's working on +3 armor, but in typical ByuN fashion, it was the attack upgrade that fell behind, and that's now actually going to catch up and bite him in the butt a little bit. Armor is not as impactful as attack for Terran units because they're ranged, they attack all the time, they're not always taking hits in comparison. So yeah, missing that +3 attack is a bit of a shame, and that is something that I could say will haunt him the rest of this game. Maybe not the rest of this game if this game goes more than 3 minutes, but I don't know if this game goes more than 3 minutes. Hero's going to rebuild again. ByuN, you can see, is absolutely strapped for cash. He does not have the bank to rebuild quickly. He cannot get maxed out again. That surge of army shoving across was kind of his opportunity. And again, because Hero had so much money left over, he's able to rebuild, get back to it very quickly, get straight at that, and then just attack it. As we do see the 3-3 coming through. The extra Ghosts, Vikings, Marines all on the way through at a command center on as well. Going to get rid of that Zealot as we see the IO pulling back into the middle of the map. A few of these Marauders and the Marine are going to be right there to try and get recollected. It's been a pretty good series, especially with this Game 3. Although I would say a very hero favorite at points. Obviously, he has had a couple of moments where ByuN has looked to get back into it. It's been a... It's been great. Ghost Viking coming through. Zealot is going to get jumped on the SCVs, get up to the top. I mean, we've got to try and take a 5th base, but the 4th of ByuN is in the process of dying. EMPs are fine. He's going to get a good angle of attack. The Vikings over the rocks. Templar's not dropping the Storm from where the Vikings are coming. I think that's a mistake. Should always be looking to zone that out. There's one of the, I mean, again, Storm does less DPS now, but the length of it, when Vikings are kind of moving into position, they stop, they shoot. They stand in the Storm area for a long time, so Storm on 2 Vikings should absolutely still be one of those things we look for. To zone them out a little bit if possible. Let's just see a couple of Marauders fighting through, the couple of Zealots are taking shots. Army comes up the right side. ByuN trying to find miraculous defenses here. The problem is he's having to lift bases back away, trying to keep base alive. Like, he's having to do things which are way too costly for the situation. At the end of the day, he's going to take a dive here, gets good EMPs. A little bit of Protoss army is going to be rough. ByuN runs through a Storm to get out of there to kite away. He's still cleaned up a lot of the forces. Man, Hero's army disappears again. I tell you what Hero doesn't have. Gas. He only has 1,000 gas. That's not a lot of rebuild when you stop and consider what's going on here. He's going to get chased down, and ByuN is going to once more play cleanup. And ByuN's army supply, with only 44 workers left in this game, sits at 108. He's scared of the Zealots, though. He has no good answer to Zealots right now. Mothership is going to show up. There's one Archon chasing Vikings at the moment. The commands and the lifts. The Vikings might be able to get after the Mothership. He's actually going to land the Vikings. Honestly, repair the Vikings, get the Mothership. Might be an opportunity there. Skog's going to get underneath. SCVs will try and repair up this orbital. This is the problem for ByuN. He can't afford to lose economy. Like, he's got no economy, you know? So the fact he's losing economy is impressive because he's basically got nothing to lose in that regard. I mean, obviously the base going down is really a nail in the coffin for his eco. Like, this is a push which basically, again, has to win the game. It just seems so unlikely because Hero is so far ahead. He's got static defense everywhere. Those are things you can't afford to attack into realistically with this army of ByuN. Cloaking pops, ByuN will drop a scan. Time Warp goes down. He's actually going to drop right on top of that force. And ByuN has never had such a bad time trying to retreat away. Hero's force is not ideal for fighting this. He's missing, you know, Zealots actually right now more than anything else. But the reality is he is, again, just super far ahead. GG call. 22 minutes for Magnetic North to go the way of Hero. But Hero will be the winner coming out of this one. Banger of a series. ByuN finding some ways back into it. I really do think that this was a scenario where Hero did not need to get in the position he got in. He attacked so many times when he could have just sat there for a couple of minutes, you know? Yeah. I do think he made this game more interesting, but that's Hero in a nutshell. Like, if Hero isn't making the game more interesting by throwing himself headfirst into fights that are unnecessary, is it really Hero playing the game? Probably not. We're going to head over to the NA server and ready ourselves up for the next matchup, which is going to be PvP again. So we're going to go back to some PvP. It's going to be Hero versus HARSTEM, guys. So we're going to get that started up in just a few moments for you all. Get some videos done, and we can go. Alrighty, guys. HARSTEM versus Hero coming up. I get this PvP start in a second. Sort a couple things out. Talisman vetoed. Perfect, alright, sorted over there. Thanks for joining us, guys, again. You're watching WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Hope you're all having a great day. As we wait for map 1 to be picked here. Literally watching a 15 map pool in a 16 map tournament. Gonna go to Andromeda for game 1 of this PvP, guys. Andromeda map 1, and we'll see what map 2 gets to be. Might be a map we've not seen yet today. Actually, I don't think we've seen either of these maps. That could be map 2 yet today. See, this is going to be our final mirror matchup of the day as well, guys. So I know today's been a bit mirror heavy, a bit PvP heavy so far. Great games, though. Great games, but a little bit mirror matchup heavy. We're going to get into this PvP. And then after this, we've got ByuN Geralt and then ByuN HARSTEM coming up. Sorry, ByuN Geralt. Nope, that's all wrong. Sorry. Let's try this again. After this, we've got Hero Yakov coming up. And then we're going to get into more games such as ByuN HARSTEM, ByuN Geralt, ByuN Yakov, HARSTEM Yakov, Geralt Yakov in the second half of the group. Perfect. Right, let me throw some invites down. Incoming beautiful and exciting games. Yes, that's what I think every time we have PvP. Hell yeah. Alright, I actually think this is interesting because I don't think Hero HARSTEM is a guarantee. I think Hero HARSTEM can be pretty sneaky in the PvP. See what happens in a couple of moments. I think we've got everyone. I think one of the casters is dipped. Cool. Cool. Oh, my YouTube stream just disappeared on my left screen. Fix that. Awesome. Alright, let's dive in, guys. As we have in the top right-hand side, our Blue Protoss player here as we get into this VO3 PvP. Yeah, last PvP of the day. As we have in the top right, up 2-0 in the group right now. This is going to be Hero. Takes on the red Protoss player in the bottom left corner of the map, HARSTEM, who we saw earlier on, taking out Geralt for a good start in this group. We'll see if he can something done with this as we get this going. Yeah, let's see what some PvP has in store for us, Andromeda, as we get set up and get this underway. Gates coming up, finally assimilator coming through. Just going to be having our second gateway going down already from HARSTEM. Hero is a Hero is a one-gater sometimes. He's going to one-gate here. It's not a great map for one-gating on, if you ask me. I mean, this is just a flat entryway. Like, this is the sort of map where if you one-gate here... I mean, HARSTEM's going to surely proxy and just try and kill, I think. Pretty sure that's going to be the go-ahead plan on this. I can't really see any reason why he wouldn't. Rope moving up, rope moving down. So Nexus comes straight into place. That's, yeah, Nexus is going to be popped, so HARSTEM knows what's up. I guess, actually, like, maybe it's just too late for him to, you know, proxy on the back of this reactively. Oh, he's just going to go to your depths for the moment, get that set up. Let's get that underway. Going down, a couple sentries then out, and obviously that'll give you a lot of the map control. HARSTEM gets a couple stalkers the next step. I mean, this does look like he'll try to expand here. Throws the Nexus down here on his way to the robotics facility. And yeah, HARSTEM just going to play from the deficit in terms of the Nexus timing in these early stages, and looking to go from there. Stalker and Warp Gate coming up on the side of Hero. Robot facility finishing soon. Robot coming up on the side of HARSTEM. Couple of depths going to be there, a couple of probes just going to be going down. Sentry's going to be able to pick that depth up. Robot facility and Nexus continuing through. Probe and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Just bringing all of that online. As you see the Immortal and the Stalker coming up as well on the side of Hero. So we get that all going. Warp Gate's about to complete. Stalker's going to shoot at the hallucination. Not going to get it enough damage to take it down, so that is going to survive through into the natural, into the main. I got a good old scout to see exactly what HARSTEM was up to, which is a robo of his own, so it's robo versus robo here. Again, HARSTEM just a little bit late to kind of doing everything so far, and has not really done anything to necessarily make up for that, but there's a choice, a faster third base, so he is going to do a little bit of something right now to set that up and get that on the go. Nexus building through, get that started. Immortal building, sentries on the way. Yeah, we continue by for this next step of PvP. Wondering, wondering kind of what the third base timing will allow for HARSTEM. And if he's even allowed to truly get it up, because this could be a world where Hero decides to be aggressive off the two bases. He's getting the Twilight, though, so anything Hero does is going to take a while to really come into effect, because he'd have to get the Twilight upgrade at this stage, and probably wait on that before he attacks. I think, overall, HARSTEM probably gets away with this third base, and more likely, Hero is just going to take a third base of his own in response to the third, rather than trying to be aggressive. The one thing he might try and do is maybe... He's already Stalker heavy. I was going to say maybe you could go, like, Glaives, and just try and hit, like, Glaive Immortal, but that doesn't work... Just don't know if that's going to work super well in this scenario. There's a faster upgrade, maybe. You can maybe skip Blink and just go into charge. Oh, he goes Dark Shrine of the Twilight Council. Also, it's coming down. A couple shots come out. The Stalker goes down as well. Hallucination gets taken out as well. Fortune and Twilight Council still building in. Our probes are coming up. Our Mortal on the way. Still. Prison building. Charge building. Step over the right-hand side. Adepts going to get caught by force fields, easy cleanups. Not going to let them do any harassment, as it is just going to be charged then from Hero. And HARSTEM's going to go Glaives. Ooh, interesting. So if Hero ends up going charge and tries to attack, then obviously HARSTEM can kind of use the Adepts against them. The problem I foresee is that Hero, because he's going to have Dark Templar, already has access into Archons, and then Archons are really good against Adepts. We saw early in the PvP how good Archons can be against Zealots. Well, Adepts are kind of like a worse Zealot against Archons at the end of the day, so Adepts going to get shredded by those. There's the +1, the Glaives all coming through, the Immortal and the Gateways coming online as well. The units from here will sit in the center, the idea of being threatening, but maybe not being overly threatening. Obviously, the main play right now is the DTs. Going to run one into the third base, couple into the main. Stalker's there to hit the Prism, and the DTs will reveal themselves quickly. HARSTEM is just not set up with detection everywhere. In fact, he's set up with no detection at all, waiting for the Robo to pop out the Observer as the DT enters his natural, and HARSTEM will start to take a ton of damage. The DT in the main base going down, but this is 9 workers killed. DT on the natural, DT on the third. Just causing utter chaos. Hero will lose some probes himself as HARSTEM finds his way to the other side of the map and gets a few probes picked off there as well, so a bit more damage able to be done. There is at least some benefit coming through, but in the grand scheme of things, it has not been super pretty. It's another warp into the main base, and it's just going to be Zealots, obviously, with charge available. The Adepts, once they get Glaives, will be able to clean up Zealots nicely. It's just a question of now you're losing workers and you're looking to play what is overall a less effective composition. Like, HARSTEM's composition here is going to be one that's based on kind of winning one big fight and kind of playing a lot more in the moment. It's hard to play in the moment when you're taking damage, being bullied around the place, and you're just not going to be given that opportunity. So that does start to seem very rough right now as the Robobay comes up, Immortal on the way. +1 attack on both sides of the map. The probes continue to get to work. 19 workers going down so far. DT on that bottom side gets a KO. Observer is taking a few more shots. The Immortal stepping forward. Those Immortals really going after it right there. One Immortal going down. Second Immortal in some trouble. Going to see that dropping. It's going to be a cleanup. 27 dead probes for HARSTEM. I mean, he cleans up the army, but you've lost so much economy, it's hard to imagine this isn't going to continue to backfire in some way. And as you see the Prism loading back up, the Adepts all join, the Zealots join back together. Here we're going to go Glaives of his own now and just basically look for one big deadly shove. He's working off of 17 more workers. He's going to have better army by then. The upgrades will even out. I mean, HARSTEM's even just going right now as he maybe sees this as his one opportunity to get across and do something before Hero gets more ahead because he's just been the one taking damage the whole way along. So yeah, good identification from HARSTEM that, hey, this is not good for me, you know? This is not great. This is not ideal. He recognizes that. He'll try and do something about it as the Zealots get cleaned up. Immortal, the Adepts pushing through the Prism, taking a little bit of damage. A few pros transferring over, going to be nibbling to try and help play defense here. HARSTEM's army supply is nothing to be scoffed at, but as reinforcements come through, I think this does become a pretty comfortable hold from Hero. And HARSTEM has to say GG, recognizing that there's not much else he can find on this one. Hero goes 1-0 in the BO3 PvP. Guys, a couple moments into Game 2. HARSTEM needs a couple minutes. He's got a broken hotkey. Oh my goodness, the excuses are coming out thick and fast. Straight out of the game, straight into excuse mode. Unbelievable. So HARSTEM's going to reload. We are going to rehost the next map. West server for Game 2. And yeah, it'll just take a moment for HARSTEM and get that sorted out, so give us a moment for that, guys. Hopefully get back on track. Yeah, we're just waiting for HARSTEM to restart his PC, guys. So, like I said, a couple of moments, get back on track. Thank you for your patience. Obviously, again, sometimes it does take just a little bit of time. Players resetting. Obviously, hotkeys breaking is not ideal. Yes, I can't believe he'd throw the excuse out the moment he comes out of game. Doesn't even give it a minute, you know? He's just like, well, the hotkey broken. It needs PC restart necessary, you know? Crazy. What's up, Casey on the YouTube? How you doing? Thanks so much for dropping by. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing? Hope you're doing great. Awesome. Just came online on Battle.net, so just needs to host on into a thing that comes after Battle.net, and we can go from there. Just give me one moment, guys, while we go and quickly set something up over here. Start. Perfect. Alright, guys, going in game. GLHF and GG being called. And as we kick off into this one, we are going to have in the bottom left-hand corner the red Protoss player. This is HARSTEM, obviously down a map now in this BO3. Taking on in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player, Geralt. So game number 2, White Rabbit going to be our map. And yeah, we've I don't think we've actually seen White Rabbit today. It's been pretty cool. I think it's been, I don't know if it's had like a great game on it just yet, but I feel like it's been pretty interesting, the games we have seen on it, so. Like I don't know if it's had like a great game, but I've liked some of the little things we've seen on it, if that makes sense, right? So, see if maybe the PvP can get into a later stage and give us some action. Kick this off, like I say, game 2 of our series. And yeah, still lots of StarCraft to come, guys. After this, we still have 6 fresh best of 3 for you all. So loads of SE2 games still coming. Great matches, like I said, again, the mirror matches out the way now. Once this mirror match is done, we're talking PvZ, TVZ, TVP, like all the matchups still to go. I think we're in for some good ones. I really think we're going to have some fun today still. So yeah, sit back, relax. Been some good, honestly, today's been good games. Had some length games, had some back and forthers. It's been great. Purple come down. Stalker Sentry on the way up. HARSTEM with just the Sentry as he goes straight into the Nexus. So HARSTEM's determined to try and play the faster expansion. He is on 2 gateways, stops the second Sentry now. That's what I was getting confused about for a moment. But yeah, Nexus comes down from Hero 2, so they're going to pretty much just mirror each other in these early moments here. Why is Hero building like a Terran? Or like he's playing against a Terran? I presume just because he wants this wall off for defensive purposes maybe later. And then he feels like he's still going to be walled off in time because he's throwing down this 3rd gateway instead. Maybe that's the factor. Maybe that's the idea. Hallucination going to see everything, by the way. So now HARSTEM knows Hero is all about the unit production early in this game. You don't have to wall off in PvP. It's just nice to, right? Like, more often than not, so. Just gonna see the Stalkers there, gonna go in after the pylon. What's that, Nat Helm? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. As Hero is gonna hit the front, and obviously he cancelled the Nexus. So this wasn't a fake out. Now HARSTEM saw it. He will obviously figure it out and respond. How does HARSTEM handle this? Sentries make it so you can't really run up the ramp. Robot facility about to finish. The warp gate coming through. The probes coming up. Robot facility being done for HARSTEM gives you the Immortal. That's what you need to get to here. Will obviously be a lot to save you. There's no forward gateway, so that's going to be a slow warp in. Force field into the back of the Stalkers. Stalkers still pushing through. Good battery is going to help you stay very safe there as well. Another force field coming down. Stalkers still taking hits. Battery out of energy. HARSTEM really needs this Immortal. The force fields have been good, but they're going to run out. Their sentry from Hero has no more energy, so the HARSTEM Immortal can come down the ramp. It's obviously in a world where it doesn't have a much battery to kind of protect it, but it's going to start playing cleanup. That one Stalker still in the natural is going to go down too. We lose one more sentry. There is a full energy battery there for HARSTEM. He's down a little bit of army supply. Going to start maybe stabilizing a bit, especially with the second Immortal coming through. I feel like letting that Stalker live for so long. A little bit of a mistake, as that is about it. Stargate building. The Adepts are going to try and shade up. They are going to get blocked, unable to make their way into the main base. Adepts will not commit to that shade on top of units. Doesn't really make any sense. More Adepts from Hero to make a lot of kind of tanky and threatening units. He's going to go into a Stargate tech for himself. Also goes down. We chase the Adepts for a moment or two. Mortal Sentries just pushing those back over that left side. Another couple of Adepts. They're actually going to commit this time. Probes already pulling away. HARSTEM on the chase. Trying to catch up with this as both the shades came in. Can we get any of these Adepts? Nope, shade out is good. Wow, I didn't lose anything. Didn't lose a single thing. The pylon's kind of low, which is funny because the Adepts are trying to, bully the fact that maybe you have to, replace that tier. You want to kill it off and be able to rebuild a wall there again. HARSTEM does get it down. I thought for a moment he missed it, but he's good. Adepts cancel that shade, and that's how Heroes just keeping tabs on HARSTEM and making sure HARSTEM is continuing to pay attention as well. Not making any mistakes, not letting anything kind of slip ahead of him or anything as well. Playing very calm, comfortably collected. I love it so far. Very nice. Twilight Council continues through. The gateway and the Adepts come about. It's going to see those few Adepts are going to go for a little cheeky shade forward as well as they try and get in to see what else they can do for themselves. The Prism setting up as well. There's force fields. The Adepts get caught. It's a really nice catch. You can see those chased away as the gates and the Twilight Council coming up as well. Seeing a couple of probes being hunted as the Adepts shade in after everything else also there. And those probes continue to go hunting through and really looking to try and get away. Hero has had so much opportunity onto these workers. He's had so many chances to kind of chip through those and get a bunch of damage dealt. Now we see the Resonating Glaives being added on as well. So you're going to see Hero's next step is to actually improve these Adepts and really make them that little bit more useful again. Try and get straight into that. As the extra gateway is still coming up. That Adept in the back is going to be chased down, hunted and force fielded in. Is not going to be able to make an escape just yet. Sunny's in good position. The Phoenix takes some shots. And Claves is halfway done, so just going to continue through with that. Again, gateway coming about, Immortal on the way. 6 additional Adepts still producing through just for the moment. Good lift on a bunch of Stalkers as the Phoenix try and make themselves useful. Obviously get some probes is neat as well. It has been just a game of bullying probes. How many workers do you think have died in this game? Like 25? 21 dead workers for HARSTEM. And in PvP where, it's mirrored otherwise, losing that many workers is not a great sight. This is a fun set of force fields, also making this very messy. The Phoenix from the other side, the sentries are going to pull back and maybe try and target those Phoenix down. They're going to be out of energy after these lifts, though. The The problem is, Glaives is about to finish, so Hero is not only going to have a larger army, he's about to have a way better army. Glaive Adepts are going to make this one-sided, and Hero is going to take game number 2 of this BO3, and he is going to take himself to 3-0 in this group. Hero is popping. He's loving it. He will be playing against Yakov for his final match of this group very shortly, so we'll get that going in a few. Might just have a little bit of downtime here, guys, scheduling-wise. We've got a little bit of a slowdown on the off-stream games. We might have to wait a little bit. Yeah, we probably just have to wait a couple minutes here, and then we can get into Hero versus Yakov. So we will have that coming. Perfect. So yes, it is going to be... Sorry, just communicating with players, guys. Sorry, make sure that they know what's up before I talk to you guys again. Okay, players should know what's up. We can get going here. Perfect. So, it is going to be Yakov Hero, but we'll probably have a couple minutes of downtime. In fact, it's not going to be too much longer. I'm told that they are ready. So, they will be coming over. We'll get that all started up. Is this on the newest hotfix patch? Yes, it is. Okay, guys, I tell you what. We have a little bit of downtime. Should I just stay live? You guys can just watch me do this live. Never mind. I was going to throw us to a break screen, but you guys can just watch me talk to the players. That is all good. That is all good. Alright, yeah, I'll just multitask a little bit, that's okay. VIP content, yes. Especially for the subscribers who don't see ads right now. You guys get to see me going from one screen to the other while we figure out the next matchups and get their videos going. Incredible content. Insane. Yeah, what's up, Suit? Thanks so much for another 2 CHF. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for being so generous today on the super chats. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Alright, copy paste this from over here. I've already copy pasted it apparently. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, some videos over there. This one ready as well. See, this is the content you guys miss out on if we go to break screen. Me being here there talking to players. I know, it's fascinating, right? Fascinating. Yeah, guys, we just told ByuN to turn the female ghost skin off. Super simple. Turn the female ghost skin off and there's no issues. So, the female ghost skin is only on the Nova skin, right? So, as long as that's the case, like, if we just turn it off, then it doesn't matter, right? So, the player just doesn't use it. It's an easy fix. Just waiting for the map choice here from Yakov. A couple of vetoes already down. Just mark those on my sheet. Hosted over here as well. With the other series just finishing off screen, we're just hosting both games at the same time, so it's just a little bit of all at once for me, basically, is all. It's okay, very manageable. I'll get through it. Alright. Sorry guys, thank you for your patience with me. Like I said, just figuring it out. And we'll get over there. Perfect. Beautiful. Alright, back to focus on the chat. Just as we have a couple moments, just as we're waiting for players to just ready up here, just a quick mention that once again, if you're enjoying the games, do not forget you can support the channel. If you're on the YouTube, hit that like button, hit that sub button. There's YouTube memberships available too if you're into that kind of thing. Over on Twitch, make sure you're following the stream. And don't forget you can also support by using your Prime subs, for example, as well. Help us keep that sub count rolling. Gonna start the train back to 700 subs, especially right now as we have a lot of content coming out. We are going to be basically just grinding from here on out for the next few months on stream. So we're just going to have loads of content, loads of matches. And yeah. Appreciate you all for tuning in, supporting. Like I say, support further if you can. It helps us to run more tournaments and keep on streaming. But most importantly, let's sit back and enjoy some StarCraft 2. Why can't you use the skin? You can't use the female ghost skin because it's bugged. If you make a ghost and on the female skin right now, instead of using 2 supply to make the ghost, it gives you 2 supply as though it was like a supply depot. It gives you 2 supply. So you could yeah, it's an interesting thing. They tried to bug fix the ghost skin and it got more bugged. So that's why it is not allowed today. If you haven't heard it, that's the explanation. Like I said, at the very least, it's an easy fix. You know, it's easily, you know, we just tell them to turn the ghost skin off, but like, it's kind of stupid. Hey, what's up, Snorlax? Attorney at law? Thank you so much for the kind words, and no worries. Thank you so much for supporting the journeys. Thanks for watching. As we get ourselves into some PvZ, like I say, guys, PvP's out of the way, mirror matchup's gone, and from here on out, it's time to focus up on some non-mirrors. Pros versus Zerg initially here. We got a good range of matchups. Obviously, we got Geralt and HARSTEM to play, Yakov still, so some more PvZ down the line. We've got some ByuN games to watch, some more Terran games coming through still as well. Should make for a pretty fun set of matches coming through in the near future. Overlord coming to the upper right of Magnetic North to begin with. We just get that underway. Can it get you over 200 supply? I imagine not, because I imagine supply is still capped in the same way. So I can't imagine it would take you over 200 supply. But obviously pretty crazy if you can just build ghosts and have supply coming up. Yeah, it's definitely a thing, to say the least. Yeah, Hero goes Pylon Gate in the main base, so it doesn't even attempt to wall the low ground, which is very strange versus a Zerg, but I think it is a pretty small wall on the lower ground, so that may, maybe something to do with it. Let's just have that Nexus coming through, the assimilator coming up, Queen's on the way. As we get set to rumble, as you just obviously have the Nexus coming online, Stalk and the Warp Gate coming by, a couple of Queens coming through, the Overlords and the drones. First few moments of PvZ here. As this is, in the end, I guess this may turn out to be a nice kind of order of matchups, because obviously if Hero wins this, he's 4-0, and then he's guaranteed first in the group. And then we start figuring out the second and third place finishes to advance to the playoffs based on the other matches and the other results that are coming through. So I do imagine that that's kind of the... maybe what's going to happen. I mean, not saying that Yakov is definitely going to lose this, but Hero is obviously the favorite. If Yakov wins this, that's an upset, and maybe an exciting upset at that, so I'm for it. Just if it doesn't happen, we have a pretty good fun set of matches to figure out the rest of the group standings in. Of course, top 3 do advance. First place gets to go directly into the quarterfinals of the playoffs, and then second and third place will join us in the round of 12, the opening round of the playoff action that begins on Saturday. Saturday and Sunday are playoffs for this tournament. Again, this is just 6 days back-to-back Team Liquid Map Contest tournament action, non-stop SC2. We are loving it. How can a bug like this even occur in the first place? Shouldn't the skin be unable to change anything besides the appearance? I think it's because the skins in StarCraft 2 actually have... like, the skin is seen as a unit. Like, it's still a Hellion, but it's a Hellion that looks different. So, for whatever reason that is the case. And as such, when they've changed the numbers on the Ghost, the numbers did not change to the skinned Ghost. And then when they've tried to fix it, they've edited the wrong thing. I can only imagine that is why. I don't see why else that would be possible otherwise. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand why skin is not just a skin. Maybe that's how it works in other games too, though. I actually don't know, so... Hero is not afraid to get some aggression going, huh? Getting some warp-ins at the front, charge on the way up, add the +1 attack through. The Adepts are on the way out. I'm just going to see all these Adepts rallying to the front here. A few Zerglings are setting themselves up to potentially come in and be a big part of this defense as well. The Zerglings looking for a chance to maybe hop onto some of the Adepts there. You see the Queen going to be chased and hunted away as well now. Is just going to get there. The probe is going to go down. The Adept Stalker and the Sentry are going to pick their way through the third hatchery. And this is kind of a fun one because it's obviously a lot of aggression from Hero early. He's got that very far forward gateway. I mean, as Yakov, you really want to defend and deal with this. He has got good army supply. The threat right now is that the Adepts can shade and get elsewhere, but I think Yakov is getting to the point of defense. Soon there will be charge lots available, but I actually think with the units that he has, because he has some Roach Ravager too, I think he's going to be mostly okay. This obviously has been disruptive to his build, though. He's not as comfortable as he wants to be. My concern for Hero is that, yes, this happens. He gets jumped on and this fight breaks out a little bit, and that's not pretty for him. He does commit the Adepts this time, as Yakov was obviously committed onto this army. There, the rest of the Zealots. Now they have charge. That's going to make this complicated. A lot of those Roaches getting caught just a bit out in the open, and Hero, another gate finishing, about to have +1. Just straight up aggression here on the Magnetic North, and it is working. Yakov comes through. He sees that he basically has to take a fight right now because he can't really afford to lose the third base. And I don't disagree with that. He's got a lot of supply extra compared to Hero, but it's in production. 8 Roaches on the way. They're not here yet. They need to join up. He needs to try and get these in choke points. The problem is, by moving back over here defensively, he's given up the third base location. And if that third goes down, it doesn't feel good for the Zerg player. Now, that doesn't mean it's maybe over, because Hero's committed a lot to low-tech gateway-only units. It is charged. That is one upgrade. That's one bit of tech that has come through. As that hatchery goes down, the Zealots and the Stalker pulling back over. The Roach Ravager continue to try and trade and fight a couple of Zealots from the other side. Going to show up as well as the Roach Ravager pulls back too. With that, a couple more of those Zealots still taking hits. Now Zealots from the top side going to force us to pull back a little further once again. The Lings wrapping around, a couple of Zealots being picked away at. And we will just see the Roach Ravager pushing forward. As you see again, a couple of other Zealots being picked off too, so a bit more damage being done. The Zealots get pulled back down toward the bottom side, looking to try and get a wrap around and a surround on this. Yakov fighting valiantly, He needs to kind of hold on to a point where he can get this third base back up and running, but he's going to say GG. This one is not going to work out for him, and that is going to be game number 1, going the way of Hero to open the series with a pretty convincing initial scoreline. Interesting game, because obviously it was a very aggressive game as well, right? Yeah, interesting way to start this series off. And we look to Andromeda again for our next map here, guys. Getting to the point where we're starting to see a lot of the maps secondary times today, 3 times a day. A lot of the maps that we're putting in the map pool today are the ones that were lesser played at the start of the day. By the end of the day, they're going to be some of the more played maps, unless your name is Talisman, because Talisman got vetoed every single time, I think. Yeah, Talisman is just not having a good time. Hero up, just need Yakov to join the lobby. We can go into game number 2 here. So Hero and Yakov, second game, ready GLHF. Some aggression from Hero to give us the 1-0 advantage. Let's see what happens heading into a game 2. Hopefully a little bit more of a drawn-out PvZ. Hopefully a game where Yakov gets to show us something so far. Bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is going to be young Yakov. Taking on the red Protoss, who's up a game in the best of 3. It is Hero in the top right corner of our map, Andromeda. Sun has been edited since yesterday, in case you just tuned in, haven't seen it yet. The main base is a bit smaller today than it was before. So just a little edit on that one mid-tournament. Is this played with the hotfix version? Yes. These games are live. Hotfix is live. So, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Honestly, I felt like Yakov was so close to defending that last one. I think there was... When those Zealots came in the first time with charge, he was just so far forward, it really affected him. I actually think if he wasn't as far forward in that moment, I actually think Yakov would have been in a pretty good spot. Because if he could have got those roaches into a choke, and those Zealots don't get such a good fight, I think so much of that game then starts going and playing out very differently. So, yeah, fun stuff there. This bro patrolling around a little bit. Swarming pool coming up, Hatchery coming along, Cybercore on the Nexus, building in as well. Let's just take a few moments. Was there a Storm game played yet today? Yep, Hero ByuN had a Storm game. Game 3 of the Hero ByuN series had some Storm involved. It was a pretty wild game, too. Pretty crazy. Stargate coming up, the link speed still building about, a couple of queens and the drones all coming in as we take a few moments. Link is going to go and nibble at that probe, so we push over to that left-hand side, a little Stargate coming up. Again, the Adept and the Wargate continuing to build through for the moment. A couple Lings will get in after the worker for just a little bit of time as well. Put some work in, and as the drone wants to become a hatchery, throwing that down as well, popping that straight into place just for the moment. Yes, just going to knock that straight into position. I'm going to shoot at the Adept. Link speed, Lings, drones all coming through. The Void Ray and the Warp Gate coming up. At the Nexus on to the natural. Well, not natural, third base. It looks like a natural. The position of that base. I think it's because the main is just so big. It wouldn't have surprised me if the ramp was on the other side. That could have been the natural. Like, that's how big the main is. It's almost the main to two different bases. The Void Ray going to get rid of this Overlord, so it looks for a scout. The benefit of opening Void Ray is that you can get the Void Ray to kind of play the denial. And obviously deny Overlord and deny scouting in the early stages. Yakov supply blocked off losing the Overlord. He wants to kill the pylon in return. That supply blocks hero, and a rare occurrence where both players are supply blocked only 4 minutes into this game. As both players making a bid on some of their opponent's supply structures or units. Just for some excitement early on. Forge Twilight Council will be on the way. We get the gateways coming up. So everything looking pretty regular this game. Obviously way more regular than what we saw in game number 1. That opening map was interesting. You love that the new Ghost is just better than the old OP Ghost that had to be nerfed to 3 supplies. I mean, that's not true. In TVZ, it's still significantly worse against Banelings. It went from being 6 Banelings to kill before the light nerf to now 4 Banelings to kill. So in TVZ, it's been nerfed. The whole point of the Ghost change was to make it more approachable and killable in TVZ. So the HP change makes it a bit tankier in TVP, while it still keeps it nerfed in TVZ. So I would say they've absolutely nailed the Ghost change. Because Ghost did not need to be nerfed in TVP. Let's just be realistic for a second. Ghosts were... I don't think anyone's looked at Ghosts in TVP and been like, gosh darn it, I can't kill Ghosts in this matchup. Does it change? It maybe changes the math on Disruptors hitting Ghosts as well. Is that a case? I'm not sure what the Disruptor damage is. Does it bring the Ghost just out of line of being one-shot from Disruptors? Maybe a bit biased, but I actually don't think that's a bad thing either if a Ghost is low HP after a Disruptor shot instead of just dead. Ghost surviving 1 Disruptor shot's a bit big. Yeah, I mean, that's a sizable change. But I mean, if your Ghost is low HP, I am still a big believer that Disruptors getting things low and you needing to have a follow-up to take advantage of a good Disruptor shot is better game design than Disruptors just killing everything on their own. So... Ghost lives with 25 HP. Do I know if we're getting a Talisman game today? Let me answer that in a second, because Hero just runs in. The aliens are going to put a big shutdown on this. If we have enough of them, 9 morphing, they're going to help against this first wave. There's another group of zealots on that bottom right side. The Queens are soaking them up right now. 8 drones already going down. Did Hero just win this game with some feisty attacking? It looks like he might have done. As Stasis Ward is going to pop, a lot of those units are going to get caught. Bane speed, melee upgrade coming up. The Lings on the other side. The zealots are going to kind of run in further. I think Hero's just got too much. Yakov not ready. And honestly, kind of our first lackluster series of the day, dare I say it. I actually kind of thought the build in Game 1 was cool. This build's kind of cool as well, just not as cool as the Game 1 build. This is the first real one-sided match today. We've had really some pretty banging series. Unfortunately, Yakov cannot stand up to the test of Hero. And Hero will take a 2-0 victory. Patches. Talisman has been vetoed in every single series, apart from potentially the series we're going to see next, because that's not been played yet. So we're actually going to have 1 extra live matches, guys. But Patches, the reason they're vetoing it is because they already know the map. I'm being told the reason they're vetoing is because they already know the map, so they don't want to see it because they've already played it before, and they want to see the new maps. So it's not that they hate the map, it's just that they already see it. This is a brand new problem. I've never had this issue where players have played a map that's in the TLMC before, and hence they don't want to play it. I didn't realize this was going to be a thing. I thought that might help it. I thought people might be like, "Oh, cool, the map that we know. Let's go and play it." But apparently not. So yeah, it might be that Talisman is just game number 1 of our round of 12 and some of our round of 8, because I think it's. The players seem pretty decided that they just want to try the new maps instead. And I think today everyone has vetoed it as well. It's not just like one guy is vetoing it in most of the series, like everyone has vetoed it. So yeah, it's been a thing. Suffering from success, truly. Yeah. Suffering from success. Alright guys, what we're going to do, so we're going to get ByuN versus HARSTEM live, because this one has not been played yet. So the second series of the day, the offline series, have been playing more slowly than our live matches. Isn't that exciting? That means we've got some long games coming up, because this has not been short live matches. So we're actually going to get ByuN versus HARSTEM coming up next. So we're actually going to go, this is obviously a little bit off script of the initial schedule, and it's just because, like I say, we have the chance to cast this live. So because we get the chance to cast this live, we actually have the we actually have the chance to see another live match. So obviously, we'll change the schedule to see an extra live match. Oh my god, guys! Okay, hold up, hold up! I've got an official announcement to make. It's happened. They've taken mercy on us. We're going to see Talisman. We're actually, this is why it's been vetoed at every series apart from this one, and they actually picked it. We're gonna play Talisman game 1. HARSTEM is, I think HARSTEM sees my pain, and he's gonna save us. Amazing. Official announcement. We are going to see Talisman on stream. It's happening. Alright. So like I said, there's going to be a bonus live matchup for us. It's going to be ByuN HARSTEM, and after this we'll probably go back to the other matches in the order, unless it maybe makes... I don't think... We'll see what the match scores are like after this, and maybe it makes sense for us to change the order of the other matches, but I think we'll probably just stick to what's on Wikipedia, unless something very apparent comes about. So, let me pull ByuN into position. We've got everyone in here. I'll click start, and we are going to go into ByuN versus HARSTEM, guys. So, like I say, an extra live matchup. I mean, we get 6 live, and then only the 4 from replays today, which is, hey, isn't that just lovely? That's great if you ask me. So, yeah, Hero, by the way, with that win over Yakov, is officially through in first place. 4-0, 8-1. So he goes straight through into the round of 8. So congrats to Hero on that advancement. And obviously now we have 4 players scrapping for 2 playoff spots. Geralt 0-2 right now, Yakov and ByuN 0-1. HARSTEM 1-1 as he was the player to deliver the loss to Geralt. As we're going to have GLHF and GG thrown out and welcome for the first time in the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 15 by WardiTV, part of TLMC 21, sponsored by Monster Energy. For the first time, we introduce you to Talisman. In the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss player here is HARSTEM. Okay. Okay, he's actually going to use the map. I love it. Okay. Really, he's going to use the map. I was like, you know what? I'm only okay with this if you're using the map. He is. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, the red Terran player is ByuN. This is a worker-only ramp. So only workers can go up and down here, and hence ByuN is going to throw down the barracks in the main base of HARSTEM. Well, yeah, I told you guys, these guys know the maps. That's not why they're not playing the maps, because they already know, kind of, you know, they've played it in the past. And so ByuN shows us exactly that. Throws the barracks into the main. Does HARSTEM check for it? No, not yet. This map's wild because you can. Some players have been expanding down and out to this blue and gold base, and then down and out to this blue and gold base as well. Last time I saw this being played, which was quite a while ago now, but there's a lot of fun expansions that can happen there. Otherwise, you got your natural choice of third bases. There are rocks here, so if you expand here, going here next is kind of interesting. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. You can maybe even go 1, 2, 3 bases as well if you want to, and play this defensively because of these rocks, because of the, you know, if you just wall over here. There's a lot of interesting ways the map can kind of get laid out to you. As apparently HARSTEM found this. Tech Lab's going to go up, probes are going to pull. He's getting attempting to get the bunker to try and play this position. You're going to have to cancel it, as if you could re-bunker that position, that'd be really good, because it would keep the Marauder safe, and then you could see the Marauder just kind of fighting itself for a while, but he's going to pull the SCV back instead. So this Marauder's going to pop out. I'm not sure if we're going to really get much done. Just try for a couple of work. He's going to go Reaper next. I actually like that. He's going to decide he doesn't have time to get like concussive shells or anything, so he's going to get a Marauder, then a Reaper, and then probably just pull this barracks away. So HARSTEM does get the scout. Was it in view? Yeah, the tech lab was in view of the gateway. So I think HARSTEM just saw it with the gateway finishing up from production, sees the tech lab, knows what's up, and hence responds to it. And that leads us to this now a little bit of a funky situation as Marauder tries to play Getaway from the Zealots. And as the Marauder plays Getaway, the CC and the Reaper coming through as well. And yeah, we see what our next steps of this will look like as the Stalker poking, Reaper taking damage. Sentry and the Warp Gate coming about, a couple of probes are coming through. And again, the starport building out on the map from ByuN as he gets that going. CC back at home as well. I like the Reaper. The Reaper is mobile. The Reaper kind of gives you some options. Yeah, I like the Reaper just being on the map. The Marauder gets home defensively. And this game will go on. HARSTEM with a normally placed natural. No one going to play the blue gold just yet. We'll see where ByuN moves his expansion to. I get the feeling he's going to play a normal expansion pattern as well here. And not look for anything too crazy. It's a good grenade. Actually really opens the door to kill that probe. Costs him the Reaper. I think that was just because he went deep rather than pulling away already. He could have started to step away initially, to be honest. Okay, we're coming up. Warp Gate coming through. Wouldn't mind the medevac coming about. Starport is going to come through. He's going to see that going to go drop into position. Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Banshee and a couple of barracks continue to come over. So I can see that Hyperflight Rotors, that's obviously new on the patch as well, upgrades faster, it's becoming a more common choice than the cloaking. Because with the speedy Banshees, you actually have a very good opportunity to outspeed Stalkers and really get damage done. Where before, you needed to rely on them not having detection in place, now even if Stalkers are there are chances for the speed Banshees to make plays. As you see a nice kill on a Stalker so far, a little drop is successful at the moment. As the probes will take some more shots. And Zell charge about halfway done here, so that's going to be the tech that HARSTEM heads to. He does end up taking this third base on the blue gold. So that's obviously the fun kind of location that we get to here on Talisman, getting that third base location set up. As the medevac boosts away, Hyperflight Rose still coming through, Banshee Tank Marine all on the way out, Bunker still coming online as we take a few moments here. And yeah, ByuN setting up nicely at home. I love the harass he's finding with his medevac. A lot of value coming through. That probe wiggles its way back up the stairs. This is nice. This is just trying to deny the mineral mining, right? And if you can deny this wall off being mined, then it's very difficult to... oh, that's cute. Stalker on the other side pushes the medevac into the other Stalkers. But yeah, it's obviously very cute trying to deny that mine and delay access over to this base. Not a lot lost for ByuN, but HARSTEM actually coming out. There's 77 supply to 60. Just needs to get himself out of what is a hefty supply block. We will begin to kill these rocks. These are shared HP, so while they're multiple small rocks, they do share HP pools, so you kill one, you will kill the rest. It means it must be pretty fast for, like... I guess it doesn't make any difference. Like, it's the same surface area as it always would be, no? So I'm not sure if there's much reason for them being all small rocks instead of one big set of rocks. There's probably some reason I just don't know about. Maybe it allows you to kind of specifically make rocks that match the ramp space. Yeah, them speedy Banshees. Stalker's not in position is the worst case scenario here, because you just... You struggle so much to get back in position once these Banshees start dealing work. A battery is not going to save you from double Banshee hits as well. And there's no blink, so you can't even play catch-up to get back in position. And so ByuN is going to play ping-pong from one base to the other. Actually even going to try and micro against the Stalkers there, which is a very brave play. Steps forward aggressively. There's a battery nearby. I'm not sure if that was really worth it. I mean, he's killed 12 probes. I mean, obviously the probe's killing it. I'm not sure if it was worth trading the Banshee HP for some Stalker HP. That's what I'm not as sure about. Tons of dead airspace in the back here for the Banshees to chill in. And they're actually going to find a way out. Still no blink, right? So you can't blink on top. So even being low HP, the Banshees still have an exit. 2 more workers. And they will finally be away with a very successful bit of damage done. So HARSTEM bleeding after this harassment. As we now see the tech level finally cleaned out. These Banshees are still lingering, man. I thought he would have sent them back home for a repair. Instead, he's going to come through and just look for a few more probes. I mean, when it's in the hands of ByuN, he just knows exactly where those Banshees can be. Like, this is crazy. He's going back in for the one extra shot because he knows that he can absolutely tank one more hit and then he can get away in time still. That's going to be 21 dead probes on the side of your screen. And that's the kind of damage that Protoss players don't usually recover from. That's the kind of damage that you usually die to on the follow-up attacks, especially when your blue-gold base is kind of toward the middle of the map a little bit. That's definitely going to get kind of interesting as well. 1-1 upgrades, concussive shells, all still building through. Marine Marauder Barracks, Armory coming up as well. Next us to the 4th base very soon, it seems. As the bio will unload, we get the probe caught there already. And the Banshees, what are we going to do? Just going to get straight back in for a few more probes. 4, 5, 6. Workers going down. Then Colossus, +1 attack, Thermal Lance, and they blink. Builds his way into place. A couple of gateways coming online as well. Marine Marauder Medevac being added through. 2 upgrades. We'll build on the engineering base, so we'll get the engineering base straight to action. And now ByuN showing up with this larger army. Going to be up against Colossus here. Blink not done yet. The charge is the priority, of course. That's been the case for a while. We wouldn't have seen those Banshees doing so much if Blink was done. Colossus good enough for now to at least force ByuN to siege up and slow down and not just run straight on in. As the the blink is, what, about another 45 seconds away, depending on the chrono boost. ByuN pulls back. ByuN, one of HARSTEM's biggest nemesis, by the way. If you look at Ligulac, ByuN has won so many matches against HARSTEM. He's definitely a sore spot for HARSTEM. He just can't quite figure out, seem to be able to figure out this matchup a lot of the time. Actually wonder what the numbers are there. I'm going to go look it up quickly mid-game. Because now that I've said it out loud, now that I've reminded myself, I want to see what it looks like exactly. Gets over here, scan to grab the observer. 20-0. ByuN has never lost a series to HARSTEM. He's lost 3 maps, but he's never lost a series. Pretty crazy. I actually think 20-0 is kind of wild that it's only 20-0. Like, to me, HARSTEM and ByuN play a lot of the same tournaments. I'm surprised they've not met more often. But yeah, 20-0 the result for ByuN on that one. It's a pretty crazy scoreline. As HARSTEM gets a few Zealots through in toward this natural expansion, the bio will pull back toward the Zealots. We look to clean those up. Disruptor on the way through as HARSTEM plays from the Colossus to the Disruptors. That's obviously going to be, I think, a lot of what we see nowadays as we go from kind of, Storm Tech into a lot of Robo-based tech. Obviously, once you get the Colossus up, the Disruptors are a natural next step in the game a lot of the time. Four Medevacs take a boost. Moving across. Two upgrades coming online. One of mine hits the Zealots. ByuN ended up on this blue-gold base for his 3rd as well, so... What's interesting about these bases is that they're still 8 patches, so you still need the same amount of SCVs to fully saturate them. But you are then going to have more mineral income than usual because you're fully saturating some gold bases or some gold minerals as well. So it plays interestingly because you don't need less workers for the same amount of economy, which is sometimes how gold bases work. Instead, you need the same amount of workers for extra economy, basically. You can still have less workers for the same economy too, obviously, as the army from 2 sides. It's a beautiful surround from ByuN. Is it good enough? On the Colossus, as they fall down, the answer is pretty much going to be yes. It is more than good enough. Beautiful wraparound from all angles. 2-2 to 1-1. He could not have given more advantages to the ByuN army in this game. And Talisman will end with a beautiful engage for ByuN to take a 1-0 lead in the best of 3. So ByuN goes up 1-0 as we get set into another game here in just a second. Just checking what that's going to be. Missing you today. We've actually not seen this map all day yet, so a new one for us today, although it has been one of the more played maps. It was one of the more played maps coming into today, which is obviously a, something which we keep in note as well. Overall, we're kind of, I think by the end of the day, there's a couple maps that are only going to be played 3 times. Talisman will finally have obviously been played once. And then a lot of the other maps are going to be sharing 4, 5, 6 plays in total, so seems to be where we're going to be at by the end of this, as we ready up for game number 2 here between HARSTEM and ByuN. Like I say, after this, we'll probably just go into... What do we go into after this? I guess we just go into ByuN versus Yakov after this, and then everyone will have played 2 series, and then we'll kind of see where the scores are at and maybe what we should prioritize after. It's probably not a bad way to probably approach it. Thank you for streaming. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. Especially love you guys watching on the YouTube. Actually got good viewership today. We got 1,000 on Twitch. We got 300 on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. As I think I'm missing a caster. Ready, GLHF. Alright, we head into game number 2. So missing you today is our second map of this best of 3. Like I say, after this, we've got 4 more best of 3s to go. These are obviously still our live matches. We have had an extra live match because of the way the scheduling worked out, which is great. I love it when we get 6 live and 4 replays. It feels a little nicer than 5 and 5. But yeah, after this, we will be seeing the replays of games that were just played earlier on at the same time as our other series. Again, it means that after this match, our players are all done for the day. And yet, we still have 4 more best of 3s to cast. So, just time efficient for the players. Gives us more StarCraft because we want to sit here and cast for a long time. The players don't want to sit here and play all day, believe it or not. So that's how it works nicely. As ByuN is up 1-0. Obviously, his only series played so far today is against Hero that we've seen. So he's 0-1 in this group. Win against HARSTEM will be a nice solidifying place for him. Get to 1-1 and be in a comfortable position. So ByuN, top left, in the bottom, HARSTEM. Here's our red Protoss. Game 2 of the BO3. This map has been an interesting one where there's just chokes. I think what we've learned on this map is like everywhere's a choke point, choke point, choke point. The positions you play into, choke points, you know? There's not really a lot of open space on Missing You today, which is very interesting to see then. I mean, this is the kind of map where maybe, you know, New Storm might actually still be fairly effective. You can just zone a lot of these positions and pushing positions. Obviously, I actually think, you know, Colossus and Disruptors benefit a lot from these choky maps anyway, right? So, you know, Colossus' weakness is when something spreads out and engages in from all angles. There's not going to be a lot of options to do that on Missing You today, so... Game 2 here. See what the build will be. Double gas from ByuN, following up from a command center first. So a little bit of greed from ByuN initially. Going to give him a little bit more eco in this early game. It's the kind of greed that you get away with more times than you don't, to be honest. So not too crazy on that. Seems like an ideal map for Skytoss. Yeah, I mean any map where you can kind of defend easily because your opponent's always attacking you through a choke point. And there's not really like... I think the main thing is even as you take more bases, like the bases don't become... They become more spread out, but there's not like a lot more open space to kind of engage on those bases. I think maybe what's interesting is like, maybe here's the most open location, so maybe that's a bit more open. But I was also just thinking about the fact that like, if you go to 6 base, it is quite spread out, and then bases beyond that, you've got to move to the middle of the map, so... It does get maybe interesting late game. You know, late game maybe actually becomes... Like, it kind of, promotes you going into the deeper stage of the game. And once you get to the deeper stage of the game, it gets kind of interesting too, right? So... See what happens as we, like I say, have the factory now building, ByuN coming out, that commands into first opening. Means it's a pretty passive early game. We don't see a lot of action on the map. Obviously, you know, you don't open with the Reaper, so there's no Reaper on the map. Protoss doesn't have much reason to be on the map super early if there's no Reaper showing up. There's just going to be the hallucination that comes across the other side for some scouting eventually. It just gives us a very peaceful first few minutes, which has given us the chance to look at the map a little bit and peek around it and to see a bit of what's going on. A hallucination into the main to see what's up and to confirm what's taking place. A couple of Marines just move around, looking to try and get on top of that hallucination once again. Just going to shove the hallucination out over to the sides. Warp gate coming online, a couple of gateways in the Twilight Council coming online. Now, as a couple of Marines will still work onto the hallucination there, it will go down. Hallucination falls. And that will be that. Siege tank, Marines out of barracks and a couple of depots we had on the Liberator as well. Just seeing our barracks still about to finish up. Gas coming through. And yeah, a couple stalkers on the way in as well. Add on the Robo Facility, add on the Nexus. Still got a few little nice bits and bobs coming through for the moment as the hallucination moves its way up toward that upper left-hand side, flying straight in here already. Cycling with a good lock on to get that KO. And yeah, Marine Tank Liberator still coming about. Just going to see that stim pack coming through as well. Engineering Bay continues to produce. Reactor coming online. As yeah, a little bit of Marine Tank Cyclone coming over as well. Liberator will go over to the right-hand side here. That factory just going to go and relocate itself as well. It's just going to have that factory continue to move about for a little bit right now. Hallucination is going to die. It's a nice pick-off as well. Stim pack +1 building through. Marine Marauder coming up. Barracks on the way. Reactor being added. ByuN is obviously pushing. It's this first little shove with ByuN. So we can have charge on the way, but it's not ready yet. It was kind of robo into charge, so it's not like a super fast charge upgrade. In which case, I actually feel like HARSTEM would be kind of okay. I'm a little worried for him right now. Like, what is interesting, okay, is that ByuN sees the Zealot, and because he sees the Zealot, he probably thinks charge is about to be done any second. And so because of that, there's no way he wants to siege up and try and fight, so it's actually going to work out. HARSTEM's going pretty quick Colossus for the fact he's actually gone charge. Like, you see what I mean? Like, because in theory, ByuN could have pushed that. Like, slow Zealots are not it. But ByuN has no idea that that's going to be charge finishing in 50 seconds rather than charge finishing right now. So he just pulls away while he can, he doesn't commit, and HARSTEM will safely get through to the Colossus. The Liberator gets taken down. And yeah, HARSTEM is going to find a way through to this next stage of the game here on Missing You Today, as ByuN does not have quite the info he wants. What the heck is this map name? This is an ode to... I don't know. Someone got broken up with when they were making the map or something. I'm not sure what it's actually going to be a reference to, but it is definitely... It's an interesting way to kind of name a map in StarCraft. This map pool actually really doesn't have a lot of... you know, we've had some map pools where it's like we have to Google the pronunciation of 7 different Greek goddesses to figure out how to say the names of the maps. And old words and stuff. This map pool really has, or this set of maps really has been very easy to say. But some of them have some weird tendencies, especially this one in particular. Missing You Today does not sound like a StarCraft map, right? It's an ode to Talisman. Yeah, they made this map knowing Talisman was going to be missing from all the map pools. Love the color scheme. Yeah, I think the green's really cool. We haven't seen this kind of a green kind of tile set on a map before, if I'm not mistaken. Not on this kind of scale, at least, I don't think. Like, maybe they've used it as like a bit of decoration here and there, but I don't recall seeing a map that's been this heavily like emeraldy green. It's fun. A lot of the green maps are like grassy greens, you know? It's obviously not quite how this one's laid out. Title refers to every day of our lives where we missed SCT tournaments. Or it was made, you know, is made about the Blizzard intern. It just doesn't. It's not appropriate anymore because we actually got a patch. There's so many things it could be about, guys. There's so many things. Maybe that's the beauty of it. It's about everything in life. What's the map name? It's Missing You Today. So you just get up bio. I'm gonna collect and knock down some rocks. Armory on the way, so we can start 2-2 upgrades. Obviously opens up that, we already have the Ghost Academy down, Vikings in production, so we're getting to the Ghost Viking combo that is very powerful in the TVP. That's typically what you go to when you first hit your kind of, 5th and 6th gases on the 3rd base. And that's why the armory isn't there already, because you do typically delay to tomb preference for Ghost Viking, because that is a little bit more impactful than just the next set of upgrades right away. Interesting moment here, though, where HARSTEM is going to step through. Upgrades are even, and we'll have ourselves a chance to maybe get something done before the Viking count is too large. Colossus lasering from afar, HARSTEM taking the chance to get a 4th base online during this. A couple extra Zalds coming through. We are going to take a little bit of a run up. Ghost taking some damage as well. Skulkers pulling across. A couple Vikings going down. Again, T2, another starport, more Vikings. That's what we need. We need to be able to control these Colossus. HARSTEM going to work his way toward the Disruptors as well now. Disruptor about to finish. Armor upgrade, Prism speed. Some of the little things still coming in here. The T1 upgrades all coming about. Zealots and the Stalker coming online. These Zealots get around the top sides. They're going to go for a little bit of a charge in toward this SCV. The Depot obviously going to be in trouble very quickly here as well. Nexus building, Robo building, add on a cannon, add on an assimilator. See the rest of the bio continues to settle down at the moment as we sit in the center. Everything joining together for the moment. Looking good as our ship weapons comes online. The 2T upgrade still building through. We have 4 additional Vikings coming up as well. Bringing all of that into play here for the moment. A little bit of bio just going to be there as we knock a little bit of something down. And the rest of this army from HARSTEM going to step towards the top of the map. So it goes after a couple of SCVs. Now we're going to see the Stalkers blinking on in. Okay, HARSTEM grabbing just a few parts of this army. Nice Disruptor shot as well. Hits some of the bio. Stimmed, a couple Colossus shots in there, so the Disruptor killing everything it touches. 8 Zealots continue to warp in. +2 attack will finish soon. +2 armor is on the way. As I do have the Dark Shrine coming up. A couple extra gates coming over. The Nexus is about to complete. And HARSTEM is now becoming a 5-base Protoss as ByuN becomes a 4-base Terran. So staying that 1 base ahead. Keeping that part of this nicely in position for himself. And obviously still threatening with those Disruptor shots. While he just lingers outside of the Protoss, outside of the Terran base. Upgrades are going to favor ByuN in a second as +2 armor finishes, so we'll maintain that upgrade lead, which is actually quite nice considering, like I say, he delayed the 2-2 a little bit to make sure he got into the Ghost Viking initially, so not being behind on upgrades right now definitely is a feels-good moment. Finds the Prism, though, and that's obviously going to be a loss for HARSTEM, missing out on something that, would have been obviously some good harassment and keeps kind of ByuN a bit more pinned back. Now ByuN maybe feels more free to kind of jump toward this army. A bit of weird pathing there with the edge. Needs to be careful with the Colossus. I actually think we're at the point where, especially as you see the Fusion Core come in, obviously Liberators become a bigger factor. This is where we question, do we want to go Storm? Do we want to just start setting up Stargates? If you go Stargates, I think you kind of want to get Storm as well. The longer you try and play Zealot, Disruptor Colossus here, the worse I think this gets for you as HARSTEM. You might just have to recall home. He's very committed on this position now. A lot of the units were up to the top, but yeah, is he ready for the fact that ByuN was right here? Disruptor shots fly through. He recalls now. I think he felt as though ByuN was out of position dealing with the Zealots, but ByuN actually had enough to jump on that position. Now, obviously, you get a 4th base as HARSTEM, but you lose a ton of units. Some minerals banked up, not really any gas, so you're not really in a position to rebuild quickly. He can't build 2 Colossus as soon as these Disruptors finish, for example, right? And I think that means that ByuN coming across the map is going to be terrifying. A maxed out Terran player is not something HARSTEM is currently committed to deal with. I think he lost a little bit too much on that one as the couple of Zealots are going to try and charge forward. Straight into that bio, that's not going to be enough. HARSTEM is on his way to so many good things. He's just going to die before he gets to them all because he lost too much army killing the 4th base. It was a big commitment in, and ByuN found himself a chance to capitalize on it. That's like... can I argue HARSTEM's maybe holding here? I don't think there's any real world. I can, especially now it's obviously way more obvious he's not. Wanted to kind of maybe believe a little, but HARSTEM's going to lose a base in return, and ByuN still has a ton more units. when the Zealots are running in and doing nothing, you know there's not enough of them. And if there's not enough Zealots, you're in trouble. The Vikings on the ground, there's no new Colossus on the way, so ByuN is absolutely fine to keep those Vikings landed and tanking. And 180 supply to 100 will do most of the talking that's necessary right now. As the bio continues through, the Zealot's still going down. Stalker's in trouble, Sentry's in trouble. Nothing saving you here as HARSTEM. Too committed on that fourth base is what it comes down to. And I can understand why, because again, he had the Zealots elsewhere. He felt like he'd pulled a lot of ByuN's army away. But ByuN had enough to, like I say, punish him. EMPs were good, instantly jumped the Colossus. Good positioning from ByuN, and punishes HARSTEM for not getting out of there. And if HARSTEM kills that fourth and instantly recalls and says, oh my god, killed the fourth, that's so good for me, I'm a 5-base Protoss, and you just instantly recall, I think he's fine. Like, maybe the Terran jumps on him and gets a Colossus, but the Terran also has to go further, because the Terran has to then move into the base that HARSTEM was attacking to see success. That obviously makes a big impact play as well in the end. GG's, and that's going to round us out for our 6 series and our live matches of the day, guys. From here, we're going to start trekking back through the other matches that have happened over time. Starting off with ByuN versus young Yakov. And then we're probably just going to keep... I think we're just going to stick to the order. I think we're going to go ByuN young Yakov, HARSTEM young Yakov, Geralt young Yakov, ByuN Geralt. I think is how we're going to go through this. Yeah, I think that seems like a good idea. I think that seems like a pretty reasonable way to approach this. Perfect. If you guys are enjoying this stream, again, don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. I'll say it one more time. About 50% of people watching on YouTube right now are not subscribed to the YouTube channel. Hit that sub button. It's super easy. It helps us out so much. YouTube loves it when they see streams and YouTube channels getting new subscribers. So give us that sub a click. It's only going to help us get this content out to more people. It's free to do. It's one of the best things you can do to help us out, because more people watching means we can just make more revenue off of viewership rather than having to ask you guys to give us money. So do check that out. Super appreciate it. And with that, let's go to some ads and we'll head into ByuN versus Yakov, Terran versus Zerg coming up next. Perfecto. It also works if we do this order, because it means we go NA, Europe, Europe, NA. That also works nicely as well. We could maybe do Geralt ByuN after the ByuN young Yakov. Does that make sense if we do both the ByuN matches? We could maybe see where ByuN is at. ByuN wins this, then him versus Geralt. Could also eliminate Geralt already, though. I don't know. Not sure. I think we'll just probably stick with what the plan was, to be honest. Either way, we're definitely going into ByuN versus Yakov right now. That's definitely coming up right here. Alrighty. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for joining us again. Appreciate you hanging about with us and watching. As we get ready to go into TVZ, ByuN versus Yakov coming up. That's ready to roll. Yeah, fun group. Just while we're playing ads and people are joining the lobby and stuff, so I'm just going to show you guys where the group is at. So this is where Group C stands so far. Obviously, Hero 4 and 0 is in first place, guaranteed. He will be in the round of 8. And then ByuN 1 and 1, HARSTEM 1 and 2. Him versus Yakov is going to be pretty important after this as well. That could eliminate HARSTEM if he loses. And then obviously Yakov is 0 and 1. Going to start seeing his matches now. He could end up 0 and 2. Geralt 0 and 2. If ByuN wins out, it's obviously going to start being a scrap between the Europeans to see who's that third place finisher is, which obviously could be quite exciting. So yeah, that's what's going on, guys. That's where the group is at. Obviously, like I say, 4 best of 3 still to be played here today, and we're going to get back into those in just a couple of moments. Thank you so much again for being with us for the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Captain can still qualify. Yeah, 2 and 2 is an absolutely fine scoreline to go in on. Like, Rogue got knocked out at 2 and 2, but 2 and 2 gets a lot of people into the playoffs. 2 and 2 only knocks you out if you get tiebreakers. So, I mean, HARSTEM would have to beat Yakov, so Yakov would be 0 and 2. I would honestly say it's more likely HARSTEM makes it. It just depends what happens in HARSTEM Yakov. For HARSTEM, at least. I think it's more likely HARSTEM makes it through than anyone else, but if HARSTEM loses to Yakov, But then Yakov obviously kind of maybe controls his own destiny versus Geralt as well, perhaps. And this is just presuming that ByuN is the favorite as well, right? So we kind of presume ByuN's the favorite. That obviously, you know, takes some of the complexity out of it. But better than just presuming, how about we just watch ByuN versus Yakov and truly see what happens as we get into this BO3. Alright, let's get this underway. We're going to Magnetic North. I think that's one of our lesser played maps so far. Have you seen this? I think we saw this once today already, maybe. We saw this one a lot in the qualifiers because of the way the qualifier map process worked, but yeah, let's get into some ByuN versus Yakov action. Terran versus Zerg. Also, guys, because these are replays now, this is me on the observing. So when the observing is terrible, you're free to shout at me and be like, Wardy, are you blind? Are you silly? What are you doing? And I'll tell you one of my many excuses to make up for the observing being bad. So if you're excited about that interaction, that is now open. As in the bottom left corner, our red Terran player here is going to be ByuN. And he takes on the blue Zerg in the top right side, Yakov. Only thing we've seen from Yakov today as well, like I say, is the loss to Hero. Those are some pretty quick games. Unfortunately, it was maybe one of the more one-sided matches we've had today. So yeah, we'll see what Yakov can do here, taking on ByuN. This is definitely a matchup where I put him as the underdog. ByuN TVZ is typically very good. He can play all sorts of TVZ. He can play fast, aggressive, micro-heavy. He can play a little bit cheeky and timing-oriented. He can build up command centers, sit back, relax, and play the late game. To me, ByuN is very well accomplished across all stages of TVZ, and against a Yakov who I think is more of an aggressive ZV tier, but can try and play late game if he needs to. I think ByuN just is able to match up in both ways, because ByuN's not afraid to sit back in the mid game if he has to, which is what was such a great developmental kind of part of ByuN's StarCraft career, is when he went from being this Terran player that was always about attacking and fighting and trading and never stopping. He went from that to being a Terran player that actually was happy to slow the game down, turtle up, and play the long game if necessary. So I do think that's not great for Yakov, because I don't think... in the past, I would have said Yakov might be the kind of guy that can really take advantage of a ByuN who does sometimes get overly aggressive. I just don't know if that's true anymore. Then ByuN is happy to kind of move through. Is 125 HP Ghost just for surviving the Disruptor Ball? It's the 125 HP Ghost, I mean, obviously the Disruptor is a pretty significant change. It more so keeps Ghosts in line with Colossus lasers, not killing them as more quickly than before. Because I think the majority of the idea beyond the Ghost Light nerf, or Ghost being tagged as light, is that Banelings kill them more quickly. So Banelings now go from 3 Banelings to kill a Ghost to 4. But that's still down from 6 before the change of them being light. And now the Ghosts take the same amount of Colossus shots to die. Like I say, the bigger change, especially if Disruptors are back on the menu, is the bigger change might just be that, yes, Disruptors no longer one-shot the Ghosts. And I honestly, like this might be my Terran bias. I'm really okay with this. I think this is just maybe a point of opinion, but I really feel like Disruptors one-shotting expensive units is such a... To me, it's such a, like, I hate it when, like, a lone Disruptor shot just hits everything. It's like, oh. Like just a Disruptor shot and nothing else is nearby. Just one Disruptor shot, bang, bunch of supply. Like, yes, it's exciting. The crowd cheers. People love it. But to me, that makes for lame StarCraft games. In a game where you're so often all over the map, I don't think, like, one lone Disruptor shot, which is very risk-free, should have so much potential value tied to it. You hit a big Disruptor shot and the Terran's not paying attention and you engage and everything's low HP, boom, you're in position to take advantage of it. I like that a lot more. I think it promotes healthier StarCraft too. You know, just because everything doesn't die doesn't mean a big Disruptor shot isn't notable, right? Like, a bunch of HP missing on a chunk of your army really does impact how an engagement turns out, right? So... you'd be fine with it if Ghost didn't counter so many things, they're buffing it so you'll just default to getting Ghost late game. I mean, that's what Ghosts already are, though, because... I mean, you're not buffing it. You're still nerfing it in TVZ. You're just keeping it the same in TVP, right? Based on, like, the nerf to TVZ. The only difference is the Disruptor on it, right? So I don't really think it encourages you to use ghosts more. I think the ghosts get used the same amount in TvP. And at the end of the day, ghosts are always going to be used in TvP because EMP is just core to the army in TvP. So I don't think I understand. Like, I don't disagree necessarily with the point, but I don't think it actually applies to the way that these changes work because TvP ghosts are going to be there anyway, right? So. And it still does nerf them in TVZ. Like, they are still overall reduced effectiveness in TVZ because Banelings are now a better counter to them. So now you might want to think about how many ghosts you have Terran versus Zerg, right? Anyway, I'm going to stop talking balance changes because otherwise we'll miss out what's actually happened in this game, which has been a pretty comfortable setup so far. It's going to be a Bane nest from Yakov, so no roaches or anything. Yakov is, I'll tell you what Yakov has done in his StarCraft career, is he really has been a Zerg that started out as that kind of more timing-based Zerg. And I think over time has really adopted the comfort to be able to go into some of the later stages a lot more comfortably. And he, you know, a lot of the time in the past he'd be like, well, what's Yakov going to try to get the better of ByuN here? And now he's just like, you know what, I feel like I can just try macro versus ByuN. Like, there's nothing fancy about this. There's nothing quirky. There's nothing like, oh, I'm going to try and catch you off guard. No. He's just looking to play a solid opening macro game and see what he can do. As the Cloakless Banshees will move to the main, there's a Queen and a Spore there. Drones preemptively pull. Just make sure the Queen's in a safe place too. We're losing a little bit of mining time. As well, a couple of Queens respond to this. Perhaps the Hellions are lurking on the map to look for opportunity as well. But that's a pretty good defense early on, as ByuN is not able to pierce on through for any damage just yet. Sorry, we actually do miss the Banshees. Getting a couple of kills. The drones just slacking off on their stacking. I'm surprised we didn't see another Queen showing up more quickly. I mean, it's taken a long time to get another Queen up there when the Banshees are clearly still lingering in that area. Thought they would have been more quickly responded to, but now the couple of Queens are there. The drones actually do not get another loss on them. The Banshee's just going to go hide in the corner. Not bad, considering it's Cloakless Banshees, a little bit less commitment than usual. And yeah, I mean, they're still alive, they're still being annoying, they're being effective, they're keeping Yakov, you know, putting some units in the background to make sure you can deal with them as well. And they got a few drone kills, so ByuN will be very happy with that opening aggression. The Hellions pulled back in the end, well, you know, kind of allows the creep spread to get onto the map a bit more easily. Covering our beautiful Monster Energy logo, thank you once more for sponsoring the Team Liquid map contest. That includes not just the tournament here today, but also the just overall map contest portion of it, allowing us to see some of the map makers getting rewarded for putting in the effort and helping us to still have new, fresh ladder maps to play on. As this Ling Bane army jumps on ByuN, who's not ready to play. Saves the siege tank in the medevac. Now the Marines are running off creep. I should be fine to get away from that. Hellions are going to show back up as well. What are we going to do? I mean, medevac's kind of took a detour and stopped chasing the Marines. They actually get surrounded. Most Marines go down. And now Yakov, good fight, good cleanup. Does he have more momentum to keep going? The Banshees accidentally walk into the Queen there as they were just hitting Evo chambers in the far distance. But yeah, they walk a bit too far forward, a little bit too close to the sun. And we all know the Queens have enough energy on them to basically be the equivalent of the sun. So, yes, they, you know, too close to the sun, too close to the Queen, basically the same saying. When don't Queens have energy left over to transfuse and whatever else they do? As the Zerglings are going to take a step back away. ByuN, I think one of the main things right now is maybe knocking some of this creep spread down. He can't really make a lot of action happen on this map if this creep spread stays this far forward. Like, it's very far forward. It's going to keep him away from a lot of the Yakov bases for the foreseeable future. Yakov comfortably defends here. Moving from a 4th base to a 5th base as Montian makes it rain on the stream. Thanks so much, Montian. I'll check in on the message on that if there is one after the game. Thank you very much for the generous, I think it's £50 donation. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Legendary. As always, thank you so much for supporting as our Ling Bane gathers. A couple of overseers are settling down. The Marines on the right side want to take a step in. And we do see a couple of creep tumors going down as well. Oh, a couple of burrowed banelings here, kind of cool, but they're not quite in the position to catch ByuN. Maybe on a retreat, as we are going to see ByuN forced to split backwards here. The Ling Bane going to run in. ByuN is just standing and fighting. That's hilarious. Yakov's like, sure, he'll retreat back to the burrowed banelings. And ByuN's like, I'm actually just going to lift up. The burrowed banes are still there, though, so they're still a threat in this game. There's the 2-2 upgrades coming about. I mean, Yakov, maybe not the prettiest of trades, but still a trade that's good enough to hold things out in the center. Bane's burrowed still. A few overlords moving around over those left-hand sides. 2-2 upgrades, adrenal glands, all continuing about. ByuN still just kind of pushing with what is a drop of units over here, really. Hydras do not get to target fire down the medevacs there. I think there's banelings there. Kaboom! Oh my goodness, it's a beautiful baneling bomb. And we are going to now see the Hydras diving forward. Widowmines do not get to shoot, and suddenly Yakov has momentum on his side as he dives on in down the left-hand side, and he is going to go run onto this fourth base, and that's going to be a quick denial. No planetary fortress for you. Banes are going to still lead the charge forward. Widowmines not doing much just yet. Couple of lings only. Units on the right side winning out as well. It's a GG. ByuN is out of here, and Yakov is going to take an opening game from an explosive burrowed baneling play into a beautiful follow-up engage, and he just wins on two sides into that fight. Was there any other burrowed banes there that went off or anything? Or was it I think it was just those ones on the left side that just hit hard. I think because ByuN's distracted on the right side, this army on the left side, this army on the right just gets eaten up as well. Yeah, he kind of just got jumped on here, forced back, burrowed banes connect. Yeah, he just lost the units over here because he's distracted trying to recover over here, so it's a lot of supply all at once. GG. And Yakov takes the game as the burrowed banelings connect. Look, it doesn't matter what the map layout looks like if you can just burrow bane your way into an advantage. Boom, boom, bang. GG for game number 1. Yakov, the upset for an opening game. Well, that definitely makes this interesting. I mean, this really shifts up the group if Yakov pulls off a best-of-3 win over ByuN. If he wins this series, then this entire group obviously really does turn into a much less defined kind of expectation. I mean, then it really is up in the air what the hell happens next. So, yeah, potential for a lot of chaos here. As we'll get ourselves game number 2 ready to party on. Alrighty, we will take a second. Andromeda is going to be map 2 of this BO3. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I feel like we had 8 casters before my other account joined, but I don't see anyone else online, so I'm going to presume we're probably okay. And let's jump into game number 2 of Yakov and ByuN. Oh, exciting! Upset town. Love it. Alright, guys, while we're loading in, I'm going to just do a little bit of selling out here quickly. If you guys are enjoying the stream, first of all, again, Monty, and thank you so much for the £50 donation. I saw you said there was no message attached. Just thank you so much for the 50. Appreciate the support. I was just going to do a little sellout and say, obviously, if you guys are enjoying, do consider supporting. Support allows us to do more StarCraft 2, keep on casting, keep on running events. We have the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledges go directly into tournament prize pools. And of course, any support on the channel helps us to run more tournaments as well. It's not just the Patreon. Subs help us to put more prize money up, donations, etc. All of it allows us to do more, so check it out. If you've got a Prime sub available, you can Prime sub for free. Supports us just as much as any other sub, allows us to keep on doing more as well, so make sure those Prime subs are used. Help us keep on pushing out as much SC2 as we possibly can. I appreciate you guys. As in the bottom left, ByuN is down a game in this TVZ best of 3, taking on Yakov in the top right, our blue Zerg in the series. Wardy, would you ever host an offline event? So, I have been thinking about next year. Next year is 10 years of WardiTV. It's been 10 years since we rebranded to WardiTV from SE to Improve. So I was thinking that next year we might use our, usually we do like once a year we do like a bigger crowdfunding push towards like a tournament, or like, you know, a couple of years ago was Korean Royale, before that was Cast of Civil War, last year was just towards the 2025 series, or this year was towards the 2025 series. So I was thinking that this year or next year we might do the crowdfunder to run the WardiTV LAN party. And just do a WardiTV offline event for a celebration of 10 years of WardiTV. Probably do it in... You probably just aim to do it in my house and get a few people over. I was thinking about it. I'm not 100% convinced if I'm going to do it yet. I think it'd be a fun idea, but it's also a lot of investment. It's a lot of investment to do something that's a very cool one-off, but is not typically in line with what we do, which is trying to take support and run it into as much content as possible. You know, usually we try and draw out support and make as much out of it as we can, whereas an offline event is extremely cost heavy for a small amount of content relative to how much it costs to put on. But I thought it might be cool to do it as like a one-off kind of celebration of 10 years of WardiTV. Have like a little, like maybe like a 2-day 8-player tournament played from the home of Wardy. That was kind of the thoughts I was thinking. It's nothing solidified just yet. I think it'd be cool. I don't know how great it would be. Like, this would be like a very homely kind of feel where like I sit on the couch with whoever's around and cast. And we just, you know, I'm just going to be doing the production and stuff like that. Would they sleep in my home? No, I'll get them a hotel. The good thing is I live in a relatively cheap place, so getting people a hotel is not as crazy as it might seem. So, but that would be what the crowdfunding stuff would be for. Like, it would have to be off of a crowdfunding effort. I can't afford to do the whole. I can't afford to run it and put prize money up on my own. Like, that's just impossible. But maybe as a one-off thing. Yeah. So yeah, a long answer, but only because it has kind of been thought about. As we get into game number 2. Sorry, I forgot. I need to observe. I'm busy looking at chat and stuff. No viewer party in my village? Probably not, no. Will there be a qualifier? I'm not that close to thinking about it. It would probably depend on the support. Like, realistically, to kind of keep costs within a range of what I would be able to afford, most of it would be invites, but if we had enough kind of support on the crowdfunder, we could maybe say, like, at this amount of crowdfunding, we can guarantee fly one player over from anywhere in the world, you know? And then we can have, like, an open qualifier, too. So, yeah. Marini's going to go after the Zerglings, as we just have a little bit of back and forth. Obviously, a lot of Lings built early here from Yakov. This is an investment. These could have been drones instead. They're pushing the Marines back up the ramp. This is a 2-1-1 from ByuN. Kind of an old-school 2-1-1 as well. Nothing fancy. Nothing like 3CC about it. Just straight-up 2-1-1. You do not see this every day anymore. And interesting that you then get a lot of Lings here. I mean, that means that there's no Hellions to obviously push these Lings back, so it's a bit more effective. But as long as the Marines stay alive, I think this is kind of still fine for, still fine for ByuN. Now he's down to the low ground. Warlock comes up. If he finishes the wall as he lifts these Marines, he should be A-okay. And he's only a depot or so away from doing that, so that should be very affordable. Marines will move forward. A couple of Lings move over to the side. Siege tank coming up. Extra Marines on the way. 11 drones in production. We add on the Queen. We add on some Lings. We add on those drones. Overlord of Yakov going to sit out in the middle of the map for a little bit. Get that hatchery down to the top side. Get that fourth base underway. Depots in the engineering bay continue to settle into place as the +1 attack and the combat shield coming through. Marines and a siege tank coming up. Marines get rid of the Overlord there as well. We take that one down. As the double medevac loads, boosts, and moves to the upper right-hand corner. This is pretty nice. I mean, this is a very late move out for the 2-1-1, so in the end, these Lings really did scare you. Queen's in position, medevac's going down. Just going to be seeing the Marines unloading, loading. Ling's still right there. +1 combat shield coming through as well. And we are going to unload those Marines nearby. Actually take a fight. I mean, the Marines will do well against the Lings if the fight happens. Now we just stem up, just going to get onto that hatchery. Step over, Lings are going to be there. Marines still having to try and pull away. Just getting the medevacs loading up, just pulling away from this. Do you have the Baneling Nest coming up from Yakov, the Carapace, the Lings, and the Queen. Add a few drones on. All that coming about as well as ByuN is going to sit here and just reinforce this position. I feel like he's starting to get some good value out of these Marines. He's going to have reinforcements now as well, with tanks included. What's the follow-up? There is a third base, now 5 racks, so it's not completely committed, but it is still a pretty serious push. And hitting here before Baneling speed, hitting here before any upgrades are in play, it's a very scary moment or two, honestly, for Yakov right now. And that fourth hatchery is just going to die. That's already a big win from ByuN. I don't know if he needs much else out of this. Attack upgrade going to finish soon. I mean, as long as there's no Baneling speed, ByuN probably feels pretty good about pushing forward and trying to bait these Banelings into a fight. He can lift everything into the medevacs. I mean, this works as well. Just push your way through, get rid of all the creep spread, and take total control, basically, of this top side of the map compared to what Yakov would like it to look like. One tank does siege here. ByuN's not watching. ByuN not paying attention to know where he was at, but he's slow to react. That could have been a stim split and honestly probably a very good trade, but he didn't know that Yakov was attacking in, and so he loses a few of the Marines. He has to emergency pick up to save what he can and just try and scrap his way out of that, which was definitely not the way he wanted it to go at first. Burrow coming online, bailing speed finishing shortly. Marine tank steps over toward the right side. Again, armor upgrade coming through. A couple creep tumors being picked away at. So we got a lot of that creep picked off right now. The Zerglings and the Banelings still running through. The Queens are going to be there. Marines pull back over, and we continue to see what else is potentially going on. The Carapace about to finish, but upgrade coming through. Additional Zerglings coming by as well. Now going to be seeing these Marines trading against those Zerglings. Lingbane going down again. We're going to split. The Baneling still coming through. Trying to connect, but not really doing too much just yet. Melee upgrade still building. Burrow on the way. Done with a supply lead, though, and the trades have been good for him. 2.5 to 4,300 resources lost. Those are very efficient trades for the early stages of a TVZ. So ByuN is having himself a very good go of this so far. And he needs to. He's down a game in this series, so he needs to win this one, tie us up, take us to a game 3. As the couple of Banes burrowing up, and that's obviously going to be what, Yakov is going to hopefully rely on to potentially bring him back in this, potentially get something done. A couple of tank siege, they will set up. You see the medevacs up top are going to make their move as well. His scan catches the Blurred Banes already, so that's going to be a great start. Now ByuN gets his third base in location, mining as well. Fourth base dying. Economy equals 65 workers to 65 workers, so ByuN is absolutely fine with this. We are going to start seeing the Lingbane Hydra actually going to get a little jump on this. Maybe a medevac or two going down. ByuN a little slow to pick up again. Top side, he's already had to lift up against that Lingbane running forward, so has just had to be very, prepared for and ready to deal with all of that that's taking place. Fiddling Hydra into the bottom right side as well. Just seeing the TT upgrades, drilling claws, vehicle planing being brought in also. Melee and Carapace upgrades coming online. Groove Spine still producing, giving us that Hydra range. I mean, Yakov is on his way to a nice, comfortable Lingbane Hydra comp. It just is off of a position which I feel is obviously not being great. That early loss of a fourth base. The trade's not looking great either. A couple of Riddle Mines burrow up, stepping through. A couple of creep teamers are killed off already. Now the Lingbane Hydra wants to take another chance to move forward here. But my shot going to be good. Oh, he targeted it not onto that. Was a bad split from Yakov. He targeted it into the center of those units, and Yakov presumed it was just hitting the front ones. Didn't pay enough attention, and that's going to be very, very scary. That's a chunk of units going down. More efficiency out of ByuN. He finds himself just the one Baneling there before playing the lift up and get away. And now it boosts his way around the top to... I mean, he can threaten the main base from this position. He can threaten this mineral line. He can go back over here. This position is very powerful for units to linger in. You get access to 3 bases to harass. It's a very nice place for drops to sit on. And pushing the center. Again, scanning ahead, making sure Burrowed Balins do not have the same impact they had over in game number 1. Does not want to lose a second game, and hence this series to Burrowed Banelings. Wants to make sure that that is something we can try and stay away from and, keep ahead of for the most part. Another Creep Tumor pushing into the center. Marines will take the stem up. Couple Creep Tumors go down already. Hey, what's up, Lambo? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Just tuning in. This is the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, so new maps that will potentially be on the ladder in the future. Welcome. Hope you guys are having fun. Yakov leads ByuN 1-0. It was a magnificent Baneling mine connecting and throwing ByuN into turmoil in the opening game of this BO3. But ByuN has controlled game 2 off of a good 2-1-1 opening, getting some damage done, eventually killed the 4th base. And Yakov is kind of in the slow death animation right now where he's not dead, but he is bleeding out, especially as ByuN continues to trade well, drop around the map, move into solid positions, and genuinely just seems to be improving on his location in this game more so and more so as the seconds pass on by. Trades like that are going to help a lot. You lift up, you barely lose anything. On the top side, we're pushing once again for some more units here. The Queens are nearby. They should be able to provide the majority of the defense that's necessary. So have this medevac up top, which is also going to threaten the idea of an attack. ByuN's just all over the place, and he's absolutely making the most of the situation right now. There's a couple of medevacs that'll go down, but then we find our way in over here, and Yakov is at 150 supply and plummeting. This drop does not do too much. It'll be cleaned up, but again, it's just the fact that Yakov's being kind of drawn out everywhere. And again, somewhere on the map it's going badly, and now ByuN stims straight into those Hydras, stepping straight toward them. Extra Hydras come through, the medevacs load up again, escaping to the, well, I was going to say the base over here, the natural, but decides not to. Instead, just going to sit back over here. Could recancel this base if it comes in, which we see is going to happen. That'll be the play ByuN can make as well. Instantly shows up, hatchery dead, not even a cancel. Top side, now a larger army. Widowmine's burrowing in the game. Does not feel like that's something you can attack into as Yakov. He doesn't have any banelings left over either, so it's just pure Hydralisks making their way in. Seeing a few Widowmines, going to soften them up. GG called. And we go to a game 3 here between ByuN and Yakov in this best of 3. So we are going to get a deciding map between the two TVZers. And we'll get that rolling out in just a couple of moments. So throw some ads on. And we'll get that ready to play, guys. Throw that up, get that going. And it is going to be game number 3. We've had a lot of game 3s today. It's actually been, if you just joined, it's been a really fun day. We opened the day, Geralt HARSTEM was a really fun back and forth PvP. Hero Geralt was also pretty back and forth. Hero ByuN was a very fun series. Hero HARSTEM had a little bit of excitement to it. Hero Yakov was maybe the most one-sided match today, and then ByuN HARSTEM was outside. I would just say ByuN HARSTEM was some pretty fun stuff too. We've actually just had a really solid group. It's been a really fun day of games so far as we head to map 3 of the series on Mothership. Let's load this up and get ready to rumble. Alright, so Mothership is the 3-player map in this contest. I actually put this one in this map pool because I kind of wanted to see some TVZ on this map. I was wondering kind of what it looks like because we're seeing this 3-player map actually play out kind of nicely, and we're seeing a lot of this map kind of become actually kind of playable and splittable, which is something you don't see a lot on the 3-player maps. A lot of 3-player maps kind of work as, you know, 3-player maps work as if you spawn here and here, players kind of play like this. Like they move in like a circle around each other, you know, as the bases expand and so on. This map, you kind of, if you spawn here and here, you kind of play more just toward each other than like around toward, if that makes sense. Like instead of rotating, you actually play toward the middle of the map, if that makes sense. And that's kind of making it feel like less bad than a lot of the other 3-player maps in the past have felt like. So I put this in the map pool hoping we might see some TVZ on it today, and we actually do get that with the game 3 coming up. So kind of excited to see exactly what it looks like, as I think we got everyone. So ByuN and Yakov coming through. And we'll jump into game 3 here with Mothership being the map. Let's get this up and running. Thank you again for joining us, and let's not delay any further as we get a deciding game right now. In the top right-hand side, we're going to start off with the red Terran player. Just winning that previous game to get tied on up. It is going to be ByuN in the upper right side of the map. Taking on in the bottom corner, it is going to be our blue Zerg player, Yakov. We get ourselves a game 3. Always exciting when we get a game 3, obviously. And let's see what Mothership will give us. Like I say, we've seen some longer games on this map, but it's been mostly PvZs that we've seen. So we'll see what the Terran versus Zerg gives us, see if we get into something a little bit deeper and later. You look at this, you know, layout, so you're going to go natural, third, and probably fourth base over here is the Zerg. And from there, you're kind of playing in the line, and if ByuN goes main natural, even if he goes like third, fourth like this, you're still kind of playing just towards each other on this right side. Like, there's not a lot of, like, rotational imbalance. So, we'll see if we get to that point. I could imagine a world where, you know, this becomes like a 4-5 base Zerg versus like a 4 base Terran. We kind of play a game like that, so yeah, we'll see how see what happens. Obviously, this is a third base as well, third main base, so this is a spawning location on this map as well. Again, 3-player map. There are 3 spawn locations, so players could have spawned up here as well, so there's not a guaranteed location to spawn in. That's why this Overlord heads to the upper left, because it's scouting the other spawning points. So just again, fully explain that just in case some people are new. You know, 3-player maps are not super common. We do have one in the map pool right now. Last Fantasy obviously made it in first 3-player map we've had in a long time, but it's so heavily vetoed, I wouldn't even be surprised if you guys play a lot and you haven't even seen it. So, yes, I know the majority of people here are veterans of StarCraft and, you know what a 3-player map is, but you never know when someone new's watching and they don't know, right? Worth taking the moment to explain, especially when we just have a CC first opening. So ByuN, all about the economy early. Gonna go double racks follow-up, so he's gonna play kind of, instead of double gas, gonna play double racks. That gives him a lot of bio early. Let's just get that underway. Reactor starts, orbital 1, orbital 2, begin. And yeah, very difficult to punish a command center first as a Zerg. It's because it's very difficult to see CC first and then be like, oh, reactionary roach roam, because by then the Terran actually has a way to defend that. If you blindly at the start of the game decide, hey, I want to build roaches, I want to commit with roaches, I want to fight with roaches and all in early, that is the time when a CC first really struggles. Otherwise, CC first is surprisingly good in TVZ, because even if you just go pool first for light pressure, CC first is actually better against that, because by the time the Lings arrive, the command center's finished. So there's no way for you to really delay the CC, compared to like if you go 1 racks and then expand, the CC is not finished, you only have a Reaper out, the Lings can play the delaying game for a little while. This is obviously just not meant to happen, the Lings were not meant to be allowed in, but even that's pretty minimal. It's a good scout from Yakov, he sees the double rack, sees the factory, and we'll know that Sim's on the way up as well, so he knows exactly what this situation is from ByuN. ByuN moving into the 2-1-1 from this, and we'll put on some pressure with that starport coming up shortly as well. Things obviously pulled back. There's the third hatchery from Yakov. No surprise to see the Zerg taking a third base. And ByuN will again commit to 2-1-1 before a triple CC. So he is once more going to go for his marine-focused aggression. What we're not seeing this time from Yakov is he's not building a bunch of early Lings. So he's going to focus on drones and then look to cut drones in time to make units to defend the 2-1-1. And then kind of go from there rather than having all those Lings, which bought him some time last time, but still kind of delayed his drone count initially, etc. as well. Link speed finishing very shortly. Queens coming up. Drones and Evo Chamber on the way through. Hatchery coming in as well. If a Zerg sees a CC first, he can punish by being greedy. That's what Hero Marine told you. It's an interesting point of view. I wonder, like, how greedy can a Zerg be with a CC first in play versus, like ByuN's still going to have the ability to attack just at the same, like, a very similar time here anyway. I wonder what kind of greed you can really take. Like, what gets delayed? Like, Hellions a bit later, maybe? It's interesting. I mean, Yakov goes up to, like, 54 workers right now, which is more than you'd usually defend a 2-1-1 with. Obviously, this is a little bit later, because he's currently playing the game of trying to deny that Overlord. A couple of new Marines will go and get it. ByuN's not going to load up either, so I guess Yakov does end up on a better drone count than you'd expect at first. Playing the Carapace is very good against Marine-heavy openings, because you're going to be having a lot of times where the Marines are hitting your Lings as the Lings are closing the distance. Like, Carapace is always going to be good in this scenario, because melee versus ranged units, the melee units are going to take more shots than shots they deal. So Carapace works very well, helps out a lot, and just tanky them up against the Marines quite nicely. So yeah, just higher drone count before we play the defense here. We do have, like I said, at this point we've had quite a lot of Lings being made. The Queens are joining up together. I guess that's a kind of an example. I mean, the Zerg can punish it by being greedy, but then at the same time, you're being greedy as the Terran. So everyone, you know, ByuN doesn't need to do as much here. Yakov can be a bit greedy to kind of compensate for that. To me, from the games I see, I think it evens out, but I'm also not a man of exact science, to be fair. As one Queen goes down, the Ling's trying to run into the corner there to get something done as well. Looking to try and get a bit of a grab on those Marines. The medevac that remains is going to get a lift up and relieve. Resources lost is 1,300 to 700, so it's a very efficient trade for ByuN. And Yakov is now going to be... yeah, I mean, he's alive. He obviously had a good drone count going into this, so I don't think he's upset. I think it's very manageable. I mean, the most important thing is you turn this around without losing everything, and without a fourth base being cancelled, etc. Obviously, next push from ByuN will be interesting to see if he can do something. Bane speed not done yet, but Carapace is complete, so the units are a bit tankier. Taking up for the attack operator, about to be done for the Terran player, if nothing else. A couple tanks will siege, the Marines step forward, the creep tumors will begin to go down. So we're just going to take our steps in. This 5th base probably goes down over here as ByuN takes a second to knock away at it, and that 5th hatchery will indeed just fall. So you get rid of the 5th base already. And the rest of the Lingbane Queen just gathers back into the middle, moving between the bases. Yakov has okay creep spread. It's starting to get out in front of his locations, right? But it's not fully there just yet, so there's definitely more work to be done in that regard. That's +2 attack is starting, +1 armor is on the way. That station pit being a part of this production tab, as well as Yakov tries to get a little bit further tech online for himself right now. Melee and carapace upgrades still building through. On the right-hand side, the Marines joining up, Command Center and Refineries looking to get into position. And here's Siege in the center. Tank's going to do a great job. Ooh. I feel like if you're going to run there as Yakov, that's a moment where you have to decide you're going to commit or just not. I actually don't disagree with the disengage. But the fact he ran so close in the first place is painful, especially when it's some of your Banelings that get target fired and taken out. So that's some of your gas units going down. But once again, going to move toward Burrow and look toward those burrowed Banelings as a way to help you out in this game. So you get towards those burrowed Banes, use that as a way to help. Gun being held back a little bit. Ling's looking for the counterattack. Marines in the wall. The pullback wall actually goes up. Now they're going to leak toward the 3rd base. Now ByuN has to go chase them down, try and minimize the SCV losses here as those Lings run through. The rest of those Marines getting blasted. Tank fire is very good. 7 SCVs falling down. A few more SCVs going down as well. That's 9 workers killed. With the +2 melee coming up. The Burrow coming about. Ling Queen coming by. Marine tank in the center of the map gathering as well. 4 bases. Still only for Yakov. Needs to try and reestablish the 5th. I mean, that's a moment where I think the 5th should have come back down already. You know, okay, he puts it over here. So he's going to keep on expanding away from the Terran. I mean, that makes sense. He's going to double expand. That makes even more sense. Just thought maybe it could have happened as he was doing that run by, right? And just gives you a few more moments to get health from those hatcheries while the Terran player is not able to respond. It doesn't feel like he's got the units to kind of push out onto the map with and to do anything with and so on. These Marines step up. They're going to get a little bit of chase. The Lingbane pushing to knock them away. I always love when like burrowed things on like a slanted area look just ridiculous. These Banels, they're doing their best burrow impression, okay, guys? Like they've shoved their butts into the ground, but their legs are just poking out. We're just gonna really hope the Terran doesn't trip over them. Just yeah. You'd think if their butts were in the ground, if they explode, the ground would absorb their explosion. Talk about unrealistic StarCraft, you know? Surely they should be burrowed with their butts up in the sky. Spire and the Hive on the way, so already prepping for some later stages here as the Marines have worked their way over that left-hand side. So you're starting to see kind of the bottom triangle of the map belonging to Yakov. You're starting to see ByuN. I mean, he's becoming a 4-base Terran. He's getting the plantry up, extra barracks coming online. Let's see where ByuN goes from here. He's pretty happy in his corner. It feels like this map gets very large at this point, because to attack into any of these bases feels like they're really quite far away. This drop did cancel the left side base, that's why the double expand is very nice. So it's still just a 5-base Yakov. Obviously he's very happy though, 5 bases while attacking into Spire and Ultra Cavern, Adrenal Glands. He's improving his gameplays, right? Like he's getting into a better and better position. He's losing some creep out of the front, but this creep is multiple layers deep, so he's not in trouble of not having creep in front of his bases still for a while. This is the kind of back and forth creep fight you're expecting to end up in when you're playing a TVZ against someone who's going to be playing as actively as ByuN is. Because obviously ByuN is one of the more active players in the game. He's a very fast player. There's no way he's just going to sit back and let you creep up the map and not have anything to say about it. Things run to the left-hand side. Those Marines are going to get jumped on, forced to lift up. And that's where ByuN is just going to continue to use those drops to control the map a little bit. The Spire could be maybe nice to shut down some medevacs. I'm not sure you want to make Corruptors just yet. You're obviously not going to make Mutas in this scenario. So you're not going to make Corruptors just yet just to try and chase medevacs away, because medevacs can also be very fast. The Corruptors are not a guaranteed KO. Just having the Spire there available for later and already working on +1 flyer attacks I like a lot in case you need to go Corruptors later in this game. Maybe at some point in this game you go for the Broodlord switch. Typically, in most late game Zerg matchups, you have one Broodlord switch in you, so you have one point in the game where you're like, okay, I'm going to switch into Brutes here, boom, boom, bang, and then, it either happens or it doesn't. A little bit of Marine tank will settle. There's a couple of Banes going to set up to burrow. Oh, you should burrow them on the ear. It was actually crazy. The other day we saw a Nidus network on this glass area, and you could actually see the Nidus underground before it popped. It was very cool. Let's hope to maybe see the burrowed Banes there, because not every day you see things burrowing up and interacting with kind of a see-through plane in StarCraft. Those Marines load back into the medevac, pull over to the left side. We have the +3 melee upgrade, Kindness Plane, all coming online as well. Add that Ultra Cavanon, a few Corruptors coming into play. The Marine medevac tank pulling back toward the top as the Lings can actually swarm forward here. A couple of tanks being picked away at immediately. Marines will go down. Medevacs in the skies. Going to be pulling back as well. Now on the right side, those Burrowed Banes are still there from before. ByuN hasn't recognized them just yet, but there's also not been a chance apparently for Yakov to activate them, so we'll do my best to try and keep an eye on that minimap, guys, and trying to spot anything. The problem with Banelings is, like, Burrowed Banes, you've got to keep such an eye on the minimap, because you have to see the units preemptively moving towards them, right? There's a very low chance I'm going to catch those exploding, but I will do my very best as the Lingbane. Flags back to the left, man. We are now 13 minutes in this game. We're maxed out. Yakov is, moving towards this base here. Is going to take a little bit more of this kind of bottom triangular area of the map. Like, if you just cut this, like, bottom side off, this, like, triangle is kind of looking to become Yakov's. ByuN moves forward toward a 5th base, is not overly eager on pushing. He's not super active on the map. He's just sitting back. And to be fair, how does Yakov fight here? Anywhere, yeah, honestly, I mean, there's multiple angles he could come from, so if you wanted to fight from multiple angles, he could. That's a shutdown as the Corruptors that do get made actually do shut down some of the lurking medevacs on the map. These Overlords could have been beautiful if they were just a bait. I actually don't like these Lings running in. These Lings should run the hell away. Just let them rock back over the Banelings. You're paying attention, there's units there. Bam! Bam! Double KO! The double Baneling bomb! Love it. Beautiful stuff as we do get that on the right-hand side there. That is going to be a nice little catch. Fire Ghost still coming through. A couple of tanks coming around. We drop a command center into the center once more. Over on the far left side, there's a couple of hatcheries that still come up here just for a little bit. Infestors and Vipers on the way. We're going to see Microbial Shroud. Ooh! Late game TVZ. Not something we've seen a lot of in the new patch. And obviously Microbial Shroud is changed to reduce damage from ranged units. Also, don't forget that tanks are now unabductable as well. So those are a couple of changes that I've actually not really casted much of because we've just not seen a lot of later game TVZ. But this maybe is a chance for us to see some later game TVZ. As the Lingbane moves down, the Corruptor's up in the sky. A couple of the Creep Tumors are beginning to get knocked down as well. Building armor coming through, +3 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Nice, that quarter track coming in. On the left-hand side, there's going to be a group of Marines that will take the chance to knock down the hatchery, and that hatchery will indeed drop. So hatchery taken out already. Bit of the bio, some of the ghosts pulling back over that right side. The Ling Corruptor coming over, obviously. And Corruptor's going to be nice for shutting down these medevacs and stopping those getaways. No, that's the problem with the Corruptors. They're slow. And this is why I was like, I'm not sure if it's worth building the Corruptors just yet. We do actually chase and get the medevacs in the end, but it's still going to cost you a couple Corruptors, which... yeah, I only won. Okay, it wasn't so bad. Maybe I'm being a bit of a Corruptor hater. There's that Great Aspire, like I say, that's an opportunity and a possibility for later. That Broodlord switch. New Parasite coming up as well, so we're going to give ourselves all of the options with the Infestors. You obviously have the chance to either play Microbial, Neural. You're just going to open up that full array of abilities. And in different fights, and in different scenarios, there are going to be different places where those different abilities may be useful. So having them all upgraded and ready to go at any moment in time is only going to be, a positive impact and something you want to work toward here. A couple of lips coming out, the ghosts on the way. We had 2 more starports coming up as well. Parasite bomb going down there, and a blinding cloud to get us forward. This is also something to note, guys. Obviously, those ghosts are light, so Banelings are going to be able to be very effective against those ghosts. Yes, they are 125 HP ghosts, but yes, they're 125 HP ghosts, but the Banelings, it should be 4 Banes to blow a ghost up now, which is not a lot. That's a very achievable number to get towards ghost lines at times. And this map is becoming drawn out. Yakov is just taking base after base. So what happens is Like, ByuN is obviously setting a very comfortable 6-base Terran setup. You have to imagine at the very least he looks for 7 bases here eventually, but that's a bit far out from the corner he's sat in. How many bases is Yakov going to have access to? 1, 2, 3. Has to get scored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably realistically 9. Top left as well. Like, he's going to have a lot of base access. It feels like a tough game to play late game TV Xeon just because there's going to be so many bases available for Zerg. Unless ByuN starts doing something soon, I'm going to be a little concerned about that. 7 SCVs go down, the Planetary gets busted, ByuN will replenish the command center there. It looks, are we going to build a new CC there, or are we just floating one over? We're floating one over. So it looks like he probably will rebuild it into an orbital. There is a little bit of an argument to be made at this point in the game where planetaries are sometimes worse because they're just going to get... You know, you can't lift and save a planetary, right? So if it's a planetary and enough Banes throw themselves at it, it will just die. Whereas an orbital could lift up and kind of save itself sometimes. At the same time, you're maybe not upset if a bunch of Banes throw themselves at the planetary and kill that off. ByuN is going to replanetary that, and that's probably the reason why he's happy for Yakov to throw resources into those bases and essentially take inefficient trades that will allow ByuN to be kind of okay on the 6 bases. Like I said, I don't think he can be 6 base forever. He's going to at the very least need 7, or do an extremely good job of denying the upper left of the map from becoming Yakov's. Things run through. That planetary not ready yet, of course. No planetary is the downside of, this is the downside of no planetary. Lings are going to be very effective. Obviously, this is becoming a planetary, just wasn't ready yet. So good time from Yakov getting there before the new planetary was up. The Broodlords, it feels, I mean, we've already got a few up, but it feels like it's an early point in the game to make Broodlords at. What Yakov is not doing here is he's just not going to throw himself at his opponent. You know, we usually see so many situations where we just get Yakov set up and he's, the Zerg then throws money at the Terran player to try and kill. He's just going to play much more tech-heavy quickly here. Broodlords take a chance to step forward, actually going to keep on pushing through for a few moments. A couple of ghosts looking for some snipes here. They're going to go in towards those broods. That's why you kind of want the infestors nearby to help out against those ghosts, lock them in position, stop them from being able to chase you down. That's the kind of thing that would go very well for you. 8 drones have just fallen, a couple more snipes, and yeah, like I said, broods are such a funky thing. I really feel as though broods are not something you expect to see so early already. 7 new infestors on the way up. We actually only had 1 on the map. I think more infestors makes a lot of sense here. I wonder if we almost just overbuilt broods already. Like, maybe a few would have been okay, but not having the proper support to make sure they can do what's necessary of them is obviously not going to make much sense. Ghost building, the nuke on the way as well, so we're going to start having some nuke action in this game, which is also very exciting. So some nukes going to be coming through shortly. Still got that Infernal Pre-Igniter coming up as well, so we get that started with a little bit of a standoff toward the edge of the creep spread right now. Creep Tumor is being knocked down. A couple of Marauders are firing. SWAT servos, Infernal Pre-Igniter coming up. A couple tanks are going to potentially move up and relocate themselves a teeny bit, and Vikings and Medevacs pulling back. Taking the chance to knock down the rocks. Rose is going to hit at the hatchery then. I mean, again, anything you can do to deny mining is going to be good. You don't want to just let Yakov mine out this map completely. You want to have something to say about that for the most part here, as obviously we're going to see a lot of deals around this area, it seems. Ghosts, snipes, Vikings, and so on. Let's drop the first nuke down so it launches up in the sky. That's too slow to actually take us over there, but another nuke will begin to build. Because that nuke will just cancel. No need to let it land if everything else is backed off. Going to get rid of a couple of creep tumors. This seems to be the battle line, the war line. So that does seem to be the war line right now. The orbital command is going to lift off. With AK resources, shouldn't Zerg just take base to be annoying? Yeah, I think you should just instantly expand here and here. Because right now, if you're fighting over here, if this is where ByuN's putting his attention, these bases are kind of free. You've got the minerals to take them. just take a couple of gases. Like, don't be wrong, he's got a lot of base to mine from, but I don't hate the idea of him just having those bases and just forcing ByuN to put some resources toward defending them. And then, you know, even just take an extractor or two, get a couple drones there if you can. Grid's pushing forward. Obviously going to be very good against a couple of siege tanks here is ByuN. I say I'm very interested in what ByuN's long-term plan is, because 6 bases isn't enough if the Zerg gets all of his bases. This base is mining out. This base may not be allowed to mine, but it's not like ByuN can just take this base either. ByuN's next base in this game almost definitely comes to the top of the map, no? Like, I mean, this base, like I say, heavily mined already, so I don't think he wants to work down here, and if he works down here, he's very close to creep and other bases. This base, just because it points inwards, like the ledge, then, you know, how do you ever take that base to the town? Surely not. So surely this is the next base of ByuN, and that feels very difficult to get a hold of right now. Especially, like I say, when so much of the attention is on the bottom side, where you're trying to hold back the creep spread line of the Zerg player, and trying to hold him into that kind of contained area of the map. ByuN has a ton of minerals himself. Gas count is good from ByuN. Yakov continue with just making sure as much gas is mining as possible. You know, 3 workers not mining here. Gotta get these extractors up. Just make sure that gas bank's ready to go. The last thing you want is to not have gas available simply because you just didn't mine it already. As ByuN goes for a daring drop. This is a ghost drop into this main location. Had a massive EMP on all these infestors, but I just don't know if that was the value ByuN was really looking for there. I mean, the infestors are out of energy. Maybe he feels confident to push forward for a little bit right now, knowing there's not going to be murals or anything. Couple Thors continuing through, Spore Crawler setting up. Ghost Thor pulling back, Lib's on the way, Hellbat's building, infestors producing. The army coming around the right-hand side now. Broodlords will press forward. Ghost Cloak up. There are Overseers nearby. The Infestors do not have energy to really play with just yet, so... Like I say, I mean, if there was like a follow-up to this from ByuN, I'd be like, okay, maybe you got something out of this because the Ghost, you know, because there's no Infestor energy, and maybe you still do get a couple snipes off, but like, is that really what we're giving up all those initial Ghosts for on that drop? I feel like no is the answer to that. Hey, Broods actually get an opportunity. We do find a fungal. Some of the ghosts getting caught there. A few Broodlings getting in and doing some damage. Going to look to keep on going for another round of that. The Vikings will threaten. Obviously, you also have the Thors and the everything else to kind of threaten back in return as well. A couple more Broodlord shots coming straight through. 3 ship weapons to plus 2 vehicle plating coming online. We get that Liberator, Ghost all producing through. Army still pushing down. In the main base over here, that's obviously one of the main bases on the map. This could have been a main that someone spawned in. We have a Thor drop that's going to find 7 workers. And then a response of Banes and an Ultra plus Corruptors to clean it up. Thor will go down. Meanwhile, we are fighting Broodlords in the center of the map. Fungal lands on those ghosts. They're going to get stuck. They're going to get caught and abducted on Medivacs and Liberators for some freebie kills. And Yakov finding some value here. What's the resources lost at? 33.5 to 21.3. That seems completely reasonable, considering Yakov should have access to so many more bases overall. Not enough Corruptors right now. The Vikings got Fungal, but there was no follow-up to that. Okay, there are some Corruptors here. Just, yeah, Parasitic Bombs earlier when the units were Fungal would have been amazing. We're going to end up killing everything. Funnily enough, we actually dropped the Parasitic Bomb tail end on the Liberators. Doesn't kill them, but softens them up, and maybe that impacts something later on, makes it a more easy grab to be had at some stage. Scan to the right side. Ship weapons coming up, the +3. Add some Hellbats, add some Ghosts. Missile turrets coming down. We actually have some Burrowed Banelings. Do you want to blow those up on S-Series? Probably not. Hey, this is the attempt at that 7th base. I mean, I've been talking about where does ByuN go next, and it's over here. This does draw him out, because now... Okay, what's interesting is that this base is kind of safe from the Zerg, because the Zerg probably doesn't want to attack up here and across there and down there. So you're kind of now going to turn the attention to this line of attack and defense. And there is kind of a natural kind of, I guess, line still. Like, I guess this base ByuN's taking is still down ramps and kind of along this defensive line that ByuN is playing. Now, it might open the bottom right side to some more run-bys, because ByuN's going to focus some larger attacks and larger army positionings up to the top. Let's see how that plays out. A couple new Ghosts in production currently. Seeing the hatchery on the way in. A few more Broodlords are being added on as well. 4 Broodlords, 4 Corruptors all being brought into action. Another hatchery brought up. A Thor will drop to the bottom right side. This is game 3, guys. It's 1-1 between ByuN and Yakov. Actually, kind of a big match in this group. ByuN is 0-1. Lose this, and you're 0-2 with a couple Protoss players to come up against next. And Yakov would be putting himself in a great position if he was to recover from his own 1 start, taking on Hero. They both lost to Hero so far. That's what we've seen between these guys. Oh, sorry. ByuN already beat HARSTEM. So ByuN is 1-1, while Yakov is 0-1. Sorry. So yeah, ByuN did already get a win over HARSTEM. I forgot that we changed the match order on that one. So yes, that one's already been seen. Love these little Thor drops. A Thor here and a Thor there. Just a little bit to harass. That kind of, you know, you need a weird amount of units to actually clean a Thor up. And give us up some SCVs. We'll give him a larger army count at any point in time. Yakov's already only on 48 workers, which is interesting because I feel like Yakov has many more bases still to mine from. Whereas ByuN is obviously mostly just mining from this base right now. You know, he's in a situation where a lot of these other bases are mining now, are losing the you know, mineral patches to mine from, so the SCVs are less and less valuable. ByuN has a massive bank though, so Yakov really probably could have done with just a few more workers and then allowing that to give him the chance to just mine some of these bases he holds currently. Broods are going to fire down this ramp. A couple Ghosts getting some snipers off. Broods taking damage. The Corruptors are going to step forward. Liberators will be there potentially ready to take some shots as well. Nice blending clouds going to help to force this back. Going to try and step through again. What are we going to do next? Big EMP on the ramp gets a lot of the Infestor energy off of this army. We do get some Neurals down though, and Yakov is going to be able to take a fight that allows him to push this army away. And Yakov says, no, I much preferred you being a 6-base Terran player. I do not love the idea of you moving in toward base 7. And he does a lot to deny that right at his first opportunity, more or less. And is going to make this a much tougher scenario for ByuN. Because now ByuN... Okay, he doesn't actually deny the base yet. That's why ByuN's obviously he's able to come back in and try and defend against this. A lot of reproduction on the way from ByuN. His production tabs are full, but we actually do not kill the planetary. The top base survives. What a major move that is. What is interesting is that ByuN's gases are obviously pointing into the Zerg. And if nothing else, Yakov may be able to deny these refineries for a long time. Very comfortably. ByuN scans over here. There are some resources remaining. If Yakov fully focuses to the top, maybe a position ByuN could long distance from, or even just put a CC on for a little bit, even just mule up very quickly. But yeah, this is also the thing, is that Yakov knows that the top is going to be such a priority. The bottom right is now going to be an exposed area for run-bys to strike on. Couple Banes crashing through there. Some of the Ghosts going down to some Baneling connections. Resources lost after all of this. 47.7 to 36.3k. It's staying at about a stationary 10,000 resources lost number. Over a siege in the center. Drones moving about. Banes, Infestors, Corruptors and Broods settling down. A couple of snipes coming in, hitting some of the units here. Hellbat's going to get active, hitting that hatchery, seeing the Ghosts come through, the Brood Lords. We'll be taking some more damage again. Hellbat's getting up into the front, Thor's in the front as well. Aggressive push forward from ByuN, looking to desperately deny some of these bases. Baneling's getting in the mix of the Ghosts. Again, they've knocked Ghosts down in 4 Banelings nowadays. We see 1 Neural coming off. Is that enough? No, the Infestor loses its Neural. But the Broodling count is still pretty good. We're going to load and evacuate, but we load into Fungal Medivacs. We have to unload there. The Corruptors do not kill them off in time. ByuN drops down to about 120, 130 supply. Yakov already rebuilding a lot of Lings. That's a quick rebuild, but it may not be an effective rebuild eventually, but we've still got Corruptors chasing down Liberators. There are still Fungals going at the very end of this battle. ByuN on his way to a big rebuild. 5 Thors, multiple Vikings, Ghosts on the reproduction tab. Resources lost after this is a 6k difference. A massive win for Yakov. Anytime that resources lost tab gets closer together is going to be a major victory for the Zerg. Later in this game, it's meant to be hard to trade efficiently against this Terran army, but that was not true there for Yakov. The spell casting and the slew of spells we saw cast really did work. The Fungals were brilliant, the Corruptors punished. And in the end, Yakov gets an efficient trade, 31 minutes deep on Mothership. And what a huge win this would be if Yakov can pull it off. ByuN's bank gone. By the way, only 150 gas remaining. He has got gas mining over here, but that might be the only gas mining on the map for ByuN. Because it took him so long to get to base 7. All the other gases have mined out at this stage. So this base was essential. Now you see how important this base was to keep alive in that previous fight that they had. If Yakov had killed this and this base did not exist, ByuN has 0 gas income and no more gas units being built, and then Yakov is 1 cleanup away from more or less winning this game. Because that base stays alive, ByuN has a little bit of a lifeline of gas. Obviously, originally he had the gas bank, so he would have gotten up what he has right now already, yes. But the only reason he has gas now is because of this base over here. There's a huge deal if the Broodlings get to work on a planetary fortress. Now we might be able to deny that upper left-hand base. Orbital lifting. I mean, ByuN making a big shove down the bottom right side. What's funny is this base is never really truly mined from Yakov because it's just been such an exposed area. Yakov really relying on these bases up here instead the later that this game goes. There is that base going down, and like I say, just making sure you don't let that gas mine may just be what wins you this game eventually. Corruptor's going after the orbital. Ling Bane going to see the chance to get in some of the ghosts. We abduct a ghost or two. Take whatever kills we can in that scenario. Why not? He's going to get back onto this base. SCVs will go down. I mean, ByuN is shoving his way towards the Hive. Infestation bit, Ultra Cavern. A lot of tech structures over here. Spire and Greater Spire as well. Yakov has money, but does he want to spend a lot of that money rebuilding into all of that tech? Not really. Losing the Infestation pit removes your Infested production. Removing the Hive gets rid of your Viper production. There's a lot of rebuilding to be done here if you actually lose this bottom side of the map, and ByuN is making a play down there at the moment to maybe make Yakov panic and take a fight he doesn't really want to take. That absolutely can happen, right? There is a world where you kind of end up in a very difficult position here. The Ghost and the Thor just going to get in after the Extractors. Corrupted Broodlord on the way up. We add on the Lair. A couple Creep Tumors coming through. The main base here being under fire as the Bio will pick through that. The Hive goes down. A couple Corruptors end up cancelled. Now the army of ByuN pulling back toward the center of the map. A couple of Changelings already beginning to go down. Corruptors coming through. The Lair coming up. Ultras on the way in as well. So we bring a lot of that back into play. And Lair Corruptor coming by, the army of ByuN moving back to the back up the right hand side. There's Orbital Command not far from dropping back into position and maybe actually getting a new mining base from ByuN. I never in my life thought we'd see this base become mineable, but I guess if you knock down all the main and stuff and then you basically play a defense along this direction, maybe maybe then it is genuinely a thing. Yakov Rich still has the Spire and Greater Spire. That's very close to being denied though. He already has an Infestation pit back up, so maybe that's not too much of a problem. Broodlord's taking some chances here. We need the Fungals to get through. The Infestors of nowhere to be seen. Snipe City, as we are going to take down a bunch of those Broods. There are the Fungals finally landing down on the Ghost, but man, we took a lot of snipes before that happened. Blinding Cloud making a couple of Thor's derp out. Full-on affair as we take this battle. ByuN and Yakov supply dropping. Yakov needs to be able to rebuild. He's down to 83 supply. ByuN will win this. He has 40 gas in the bank. Can Yakov rebuild anything useful? 9 Ultras, 14 Lings on the way. I think he needs Spellcasters. I don't think Ultras are going to do it on their own. I think he needs some more Infestors. Is he Lava-starved? He's got 8 Lava, so he can build more. It's more Ultras. Oh my god, he's massing Ultras to try and close this game out. I hate it. Never rely on the Ultralisk, Yakov. No! Build something useful. You've got an Infestation pit. Build some Infestors. Build anything but Ultras. 18 Ultras! No! Oh, it's one of the few times I truly believe the Ultras are a throw, but I just don't imagine a world where Ultras can kill this army. You need something else with these Ultras, surely. They are going to pop from everywhere. We need to collect them together. If you have 18 Ultras, if nothing else, you need them to all fight at the exact same time. Surely we can make that happen. Chomp chomp. A couple of Thors are going to go down quickly. We don't have a ton of snipes. Liberus Siege jump to try and take this battle. See the Ultras running through. Man, they're just melting. Okay, you know what? I take it back. If he actually had 18 Ultras all at once, I believe. But it's not 18 Ultras all at once. They're so split apart from each other. Now we're just going to run Ultras into it at a time. No, Yakov, stop. Wait, Risa. I mean, I get it. You don't want to let him reinforce, but he barely has reinforcements showing up. Oh, man, like a couple of Fungals. Or something. Like, Ultras on their own. Like, I'm a defender of the Ultras. I know a lot of people are Ultra haters. I am a defender of the Ultra. But you can't just make 18 Ultras and nothing else. There's just no way you ever make 18 Ultras and nothing else work. Oh, ByuN's going to win it in what, 37, 38 minutes. Yakov is down to just a couple of bases left. He's going to try and counterattack, which is not a terrible idea. Like, this game is so close because ByuN has no gas left. Like, all ByuN can make is Marines. Yakov is so close to having enough. He just needed... I think the problem is he panics because he's losing these bases. He lost his production bottom right. He just needed somewhere to consolidate, to build up, and just not panic for a moment. Like, ByuN is on the scraps and drabs of his army as well. But Yakov felt the pressure to go, go, go. He felt like he had to protect those bases. He didn't believe in the resources he had banked up being enough. GG, the final ultras go down. ByuN wins Mothership for game 3. Yakov, oh, it felt winnable, no? Well, it felt winnable. That's... what a game. What a game. As someone who cheers on Terra and cheers on ByuN a lot of the time, I would have loved to have seen Yakov take it for the upset in the group and the excitement, but man... what a game. I just can't believe he only made ultras at the end. I get it, like, it's the panic unit. They build fast. You don't think you've got time to get spellcasters set up. I genuinely think, though, if he has, like, 3 or 4 infestors and a couple of fungals, which can just go onto some of that army, I think the ultras can actually do enough. But you can't just run ultras in alone against Thor Ghost. You can't. GG's, what a game. As that is going to round out that series. We are going to take a hop on over to the European server, guys. Up next, we've got HARSTEM versus Yakov coming up. ByuN advances to 2-1. Yakov 0-2. Geralt 0-2. A win for Yakov against HARSTEM would be huge. Keeps him in this. Yeah, very important matches still to come. I'll take a couple minutes after a long game, guys. We'll be right back. HARSTEM Yakov up next. Hello, 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 hello. How are you doing, guys? We are getting back onto more action here as we continue our way through the last few series of this Group C. And it's still up for grabs. There's definitely a possibility for most players still to make their way through this, so absolutely some chances available there. We're going to go young Yakov versus HARSTEM, then Yakov versus Geralt. We're going to do a couple of ZVPs in a row. They're both in the European server, so it's just easier to do them in a row back-to-back. Saves me converting replays or server hopping places. And I'm just going to do HARSTEM, Yakov, Geralt, Yakov, and then Geralt, ByuN to end the day off. yeah, we'll see what happens as yeah, we'll see what happens. I think with that order of matchups, we should pretty much, no matter what, every match should still matter. Not 100% sure though. We'll see what goes down. We'll see what happens. As yeah, wow, what a previous game though, huh? Absolutely wild TVZ, and always good to see some late game action. That was a lot of fun. Just waiting for one caster to join the lobby here, guys, and we are good. So we'll jump into Yakov HARSTEM PVZ. Yakov was so close to sick upset. He really was. I wonder if Yakov knew ByuN had like no gas, because if he knows ByuN has like no gas, he can probably be a little more cautious. I think the other issue he has though is that he's super afraid losing the top left. Thinking about it, is he kind of wants to save the top left because that's also his hatcheries that still have lava, right? So he feels like losing the top left loses his production, so then it doesn't really matter if you don't have production. You're still in trouble, right? Yeah, tough one. HARSTEM Yakov, as this then is a very important matchup. HARSTEM is 1 and 2. A win here would put Yakov at 0 and 3 and give HARSTEM a very good chance of advancing, because then Geralt would have to beat basically Yakov and ByuN to force a tiebreaker. So there's a very big match for HARSTEM in that bottom side. On the other flip script, though, if you win this as Yakov, you go 1 and 2. HARSTEM gets halted, and you have Geralt left to play for a chance to maybe, you know, go 2 and 2 and give you... Yeah, these matches are huge. Like, these matches are very, very important. There is definitely a very possible way to the playoffs for all of these players still. Fun. I'm still recovering my breath, recovering my voice a little bit after a pretty crazy final game there on Mothership. Obviously, pretty much just non-stop for a little bit as we will take a few moments to settle things down. The Overlord coming across here from Yakov. The Overlord coming across over there from Yakov. Beautiful Monster Energy logo on the beautiful white background of satellite years. As we have this map we've seen a few times now. It's not been anytime this map's in a map pool, it's kind of coming up. It seems like one that people are pretty happy to play on. So yeah, Cybercore and the Nexus coming through, the probe on the way. Let's have the probe actually going across the map as HARSTEM looks for some info early. Obviously it's not super early in the game, it's a pretty late probe scout in the grand scheme of things. We'll just get across and see what is up. Make the Monster Energy logo a healing shrine and fund a new circuit. That'd be sick. That'd be such a sick way to do sponsors. Oh my god, he's activating the Monster Energy healing shrine. This health is brought to you by Monster. That'd be so cool. That's a missed trick, because those of you haven't always had healing shrines, but we should have had sponsored Zelnaga watchtowers. Can you imagine? Today's vision is brought to you by... Insert sponsor name here. That would have been such a good trick that we've missed out on all of these years. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, probe calling across, Stargate coming through, Adept, Walkgate. All on the way about as we are going to see the drone and the Lings coming over. That moves back. Ling Speed and the Queen coming up. A few Lings coming through. Going to cancel that pylon blockage. That's awesome. Just going to be annoying with the Adept still. Going to try and force a hatchery to go elsewhere. But he's actually blocking with the probe over here. So he's actually doing a good job of buying a bunch of time. And delaying Yakov from taking a third hatch. He was he's 150, 100, 200 minerals late now. I mean, he ended up building more drones. He actually just had to get the hatchery down over here in the end. So yeah, pretty late hatchery. Compared to what he wanted to take. HARSTEM's harass is good for that, but he does lose the Adept. It does cost him some minerals on the pylon and so, right? So it doesn't come freely, but I'd still say it's a success because clearly he felt like that's what he wanted to get done, and he got it done. Comes down to the bottom, gonna run straight through onto a Nexus. We have the Oracle, we have the Wolf Gate still building up, Nexus and the Gateway coming up as well. The Lings will get rid of the Nexus there. Take that out, take this away. Just have the couple Lings now pushing their way onto the Adept. Oracle going to pop out. Lings are going to turn once more. Get away from this for the moment. And the Oracle is kind of the early game control of this map, although I missed this one apparently getting turned around and pushed away already. But yeah, obviously Oracle's very good at playing defense as well as having some aggressive harassing opportunities. So I'm sure they'll stick around and look for a little bit more as we continue. Shade those Adepts forward, and away they go towards the top of the map. The Zergling's coming down the right-hand side. Overlord's still going to be right there, trying to get something done. We add on a Lair. We add on the Queen. We add on a Resonating Glaives from HARSTEM as well, so that's a fun follow-up. Going to get Glaives going. Not a fast Glaives at all. You know, going to go Glaives after a third Nexus already. A couple of Adepts will shade through. Gates building up. Nexus on the way. And yeah, the Adepts will head to the top of the map now. And that's halfway done. They're just finishing soon. Still got some Zerglings producing. Queen will be building up as we speak, so we just get that started. The 2 Oracles flying on the left, going to go 1 drone, 2 drone. And apparently just the 2 drone as the Queens do push the Oracles back the other way. Resonating Glaive still not far from being done. And the Forge, the Probes, the Robot Facility continue to come up and online as well. Hydrogen builds from Yakov. That trip out to complete. The Zerglings over on the bottom side getting cleaned up also. Just going to push those back. Fling Bane coming through. Hydra then, like I say, still building up for the moment. It's a lot of units that are pushing to the top side. Adepts coming across. A couple of Queens are going to be nearby. The Banelings, Zerglings readying up. The Adepts do get rid of a Queen already. Stasis Ward popping. Another group of Adepts going to shade forward again as we see the Oracle. And another Stasis Ward down to the side. Just going to get a couple of Lings in that. Good pops from Yakov, making sure that these Stasis Wards don't catch a serious amount of his units. This is a Queen in the front, but the Banes are scary for these Adepts, and that's what's forcing these Adepts to not just go diving in anywhere. Gotta stay split, gotta stay cautious. Good split here and just cancels the Shade to stand and fight on this one. Doesn't want to fight against the extra Banes on the other side, but now you're committed, and now the Lings jump on you. This might just be where the Adepts go down. 5 Workers killed. It's actually pretty good when you look at the fact that HARSTEM is now a 70 probe Zerg. Sorry, a 70 probe Protoss against a 54 drone Zerg. So HARSTEM actually has a pretty darn good eco lead coming out of all of this. This harassment really has paid off in the end. And really pushes you through to a nice little place. Extra drones coming about, Hydra Den building, Heli upgrade Bane speed, get that Groove Spines on the way as well, get that Hydra range in place as the Lings are going to run in on the other side. They're going to run straight through, a couple High Templar. Are going to be there. They want to stay alive because they are waiting for their Storm to be done. Oh, a chance to see the new Storm in the PvZ matchup. Something I don't believe we've seen yet today. Hero definitely didn't use Storm. He was very aggressive with his games earlier against Yakov. So the Storm obviously really is a mainstay in PvZ because of the interaction with all of the units. Ling, Bane, Hydra all really do suck against Storm. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because this is the kind of matchup where actually longer storms are going to be interesting because a lot of units are just going to run through those storms. So maybe it's a bit more about preemptively having those storms down. Not sure. It's going to be a fun one to play around with as the Lings wrap around onto the pylon. A couple of Zealots going to get jumped on as well. Holding Hydra coming through, melee upgrade coming up. +2 attack upgrade on the Forge. Actually has some connections here, apparently keep probes going down. So a little bit of a successful run by from Yakov. Apologies missing that one, guys. Not gonna lie, it's we're at the 5-hour point and I'm in charge of the camera. It's gonna start being a little messy, observing-wise. So I'll apologize in advance as we see Yakov, 64 drones, he's just sending this. Lingba and Hydra morphing in, he just wants to go, go, go. He wants to commit, he wants to attack, and that's exactly what he sets up to do right now. Bane Hydra rolling forward, a couple units in the front already being blasted down by the first Banelings. Hydra's getting reach. Storm's available. Hits the first few Banelings there. Next Storm's not bad. And they do stick around for longer, so retreating, turning back around and going the other way is an impactful factor as well. Storm right here would be nice. Hit these Hydras right now. We are going to force them a bit further back. You also have to remember as well, though, is that Yeah, you have to kind of remember as well as that those storms do last longer means that you actually end up running into them a lot of the time as the Protoss player. This Hydra's turn, the gate's going down. Extra Hydra still coming up, charging +2 coming through. The Zealots on the right side chase those Hydras down as well. And a bit more damage done. Couple of Immortals still from HARSTEM looking to push you up, get after those Hydras. Regathering for a few moments. 4 bases across the board right now for Yakov. Hydras on the right side. The few Zealots going to come across there. They're going to get jumped on. The Zealots will go down, so easy picks. These Hydras right there. Just an easy catch. Seeing them coming in ahead of time. Good shutdown, good cleanup. Very nicely done. Let's get through again. Extra Zealots coming up. Cannons are building. Banes is going to morph in from the right side. Extra Lings coming up. Couple High Templar building through. Hydra Bane on the left, ready to kind of push into this Archon Immortal Force. Bane's trying to get in there. Little storm coming about. Just going to see the... again, walking into the storms, you can see the High Templar just stepping in there. They end up taking some damage. Not going to be super impactful yet, but it's the kind of thing we've got to be careful of. If you end up with low HP units chasing into those storms, you're going to lose out a lot of them to the friendly fire. Storm's going down. Probe's taking some big hits. A little bit coming back through. Just going to be seeing the Hydra Bane kept back. Archon's coming over. Shots, the Hydra's still coming across once more. I mean, at this point, it does feel like HARSTEM's getting some pretty good defenses off, right? He's keeping a lot of these units away. A lot of Banes going to morph in. 24 of them coming up. Hydra's coming through. A couple of Archons getting to the front, going to blast those Banes. Yeah, the Hydras, when they get a chance to hit the Archons, do a lot. That's a lot of Banes about to finish morphing. We do not have High Templar energy right now, so those two High Templar, yep, they're going to become an Archon instead. HARSTEM. Yeah, I mean, the Banes don't really want to crash into anything because it's all inefficient because it's all big techie units, but then the Lings show up, and does HARSTEM have enough? Killing some drones across the map as well. You'll see on the mini-map the blue dots. Those are some Zealots that have hit a mineral line. But let's watch this fight because it's going to be very important. HARSTEM lost a lot of his tech units. Now we back away. There's those Zealots. They've continued into another mineral line for even more damage to be done. 15 workers going down. Well, that's really not bad. These couple of Lings and Hydras continue to put some work in. Plus some missiles, Hydras, drones all building. High Templar, Archon, Zealot coming through. Get that shield upgrade. Chrono boosting on the Forge. And a lot of units of Yakov gathering into the middle of the map. 10 more drones currently in production. Hydras will get after the couple of Archons. Again, those Hydras, when they just fight Archons, are going to be very good. And once more, Zealots find drones on the left side, though. It's going to be seeing the Lane Hydra just going to continue through. Spire building. Even more Zerglings on the way up. +1 missiles is going to finish on the Evo chamber. And Yakov is struggling to deal with these Zealots, man. They're still around. They're still swinging. One more Hydra. Gonna just chase Archie for unit. I don't hate this. Just going after units rather than the base. Yakov doesn't have the economy to use this hatchery anyway, to be honest. Again, a couple more units efficiently for the Zealots. Not gonna complain. Piling up a lot of supply at this stage, as Yakov has just not been able to keep a lot going on. More Baneling connections. Spire going to be finishing. The Spire is an interesting one because Yakov clearly feels like he knows that this has not gone well enough. So the Spire feels like a little bit of a Hail Mary, and to just like, hey, I'm in trouble. This hasn't worked. Maybe I can make some mutas? Question mark. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Surely we're not prepping to make corruptors. I just stepped through. The Archon's going to be there. Good couple of storms coming down. See the Immortal High Templar still trying to push forward. One more storm. May get a couple more storms. Hydra's still taking damage. Halstem just with a little bit too much there. There was not a world I think Yakov was going to start winning. I don't know what the Spire's goal was going to be. Yeah, one of those games that's lost and not really worth looking further into. Just head in towards the next one, which will be Magnetic North for our game number 2 of the series. Toast it up. I'll be away in a moment. To run ads though. That long series has kind of screwed ad timing up a little bit, guys. So I'm just going to run a couple sets of ads here and there and keep that moving along. Alrighty. Just going to quickly edit the YouTube upload time for today as well, because our YouTube video goes live in 55 minutes and we're not going to be finished, so may as well just quickly edit that to go live maybe half an hour later. Or something around there. There's a little bit more wiggle room. No point putting the YouTube video live while we're still live. Does Yakov not like lurkers? Nah, it's not really a game you can go lurkers in. Like, he's playing low eco, high aggression. Like, if he wants to go lurkers, you have to go lurker den, infestation pit, hive. You know? So, yeah. It's just too much with the setup he's going for. Like, the idea was to win on Lingbane Hydra. He could throw down a lurker den and try and make some defensive lurkers, but he'll just die. Like, he has more chance defending with Hydra Lingbane than if he gets 3 or 4 unupgraded lurkers out, you know? So... yeah. I think that's a, I think it's just a case of, like, he was very committed to the aggression, and he was just trying to make it work from that kind of position rather than finding a different out. Top right side. My red Zerg is going to be Yakov. Who's in the bottom left? That blue Protoss is going to be HARSTEM. Game number 2. Man, it's been a hell of a group. Yeah, HARSTEM a game up. Obviously huge for him if he wins this. He'd go to 2-2 in this group. Very good place to make the playoffs from there. Has just been some good games today. That's honestly a very good game 1 again. Good stuff. Does any Zerg like lurkers right now? Yeah, of course they do. Lurkers are good, no? I see a lot of lurkers. ZVP, setting up, positioning, very strong. ZVT lurkers are still pretty good. Lurkers are popular, no? Actually, we're not in a... have I missed something? The lurkers are not good? I don't think so. I think lurkers are pretty good still. Lurkers feel very weak. I think lurkers are probably... okay, lurkers did get nerfed a bit because of that storm buff originally. I mean, still now, lurkers against... I think lurkers, once they have adaptive talents, at least can move out of the storm a little bit more easily, so it's not too bad. But obviously beforehand, like, 140 damage if a lurker didn't move, that was pretty brutal on lurkers. Lurkers were a staple ZVP. Yeah, I mean, what are you doing in ZVP if you're not playing Lingbane Hydra? You're playing, like, Ling Hydra Lurker, no? That's some melee upgrade builds and you can go for instead of Lurkers, too. I mean, it's not like the guaranteed style, but I think it's still a main style you can play in this matchup. To me, Yakov is a bit more of an aggressive player, a little bit more of a Lingbane Hydra player, but I still think Lurkers are pretty okay in this matchup for now. Anyways, links will be coming up. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming in. Let's talk about what happens here on Magnetic North. Game number 2 of this BO3. Again, after this, guys, we're going to have Geralt versus Yakov and ByuN versus Geralt still to come. So we got another CVP and a TVP still to come to round out our day. So a couple best of 3 still to come after this series. Like I say, it's been a hell of a Group C. And don't forget, if you're enjoying the day, we'll be back tomorrow for more. Group D tomorrow is a banger. I've been looking forward to Group D all week. Raynor, Mana, Lambo, Bunny, and the 5th player that's just gone out of my head literally the moment I started talking about it. And Classic as well. God damn, I forgot, like, arguably one of the best players in this group. Yes, that is going to be a hell of a set of games tomorrow. If you're missing that, then I don't know what to tell you. Tomorrow's games look to be amazing. So make sure you drop by tomorrow for Group D, and then playoffs Saturday and Sunday with all of our players that have been making it through, including Clem, Maxpax, Kua, Hero today already as well. Yeah, it's awesome. What kind of camera work is this? That's the camera of somebody who's A, been streaming for 5.5 hours, and B, was tabbed out to check the Wikipedia quickly. I'm sorry you missed the Oracle hitting some lings. 2 drones, 10 lings died, and a couple of attempts. So it's so important that the game has shifted because of it. And as you can see, without that damage, clearly these adepts would not be on the map right now. But they do take a stance, and they do make their way across. Spore coming up, defense is ready on that 3rd base, straight to the Hydra Den this time. No Baneling Nest, right? So just Ling Hydra this time from Yakov, a little bit of a different approach without that Bane Nest. No upgrades as well, so no Evo Chambers. Wondering if we do maybe see him get aggressive from here. Twilight Council and Forge both on the way up from HARSTEM, so he's getting into his next stage of this game. Gets 4 drones. The Oracle's still zipping and zooming around. To get a couple more workers. The Queen and the Lings will play cleanup, but man, the fact that these drones have just sat here ends up with 8 worker kills. HARSTEM succeeding, and Yakov supply blocked as well. So what a disaster for Yakov. A couple of moments where everything just goes wrong for him. Absolutely not what he wanted. And yeah, just gonna have to, I mean, he goes straight across the map, a little energy recharge in one of the Oracles here, give them some energy back to try and help push those Zerglings away, and that's exactly what they get to right now. Temple Archives is halfway done. Robo Facility charge and +1, all coming online as well. 9 Hydras in production, Baneling Nest finishing shortly, couple Lings, Muscular Augments. A lot of good stuff on the way through for now as the couple of Adepts shade back over toward the right side again. The Zergling's going to patrol back and forth. That robotics facility that's going to come online. A couple more gateways coming up. The probes in production. Just moving one way then the other, charging the +1, just gonna go one way and the other. Queen gonna be there, gets zapped down, the Banelings, oh sorry, the Oracle's able to grab that. Banelings are on the way, Baneling Speed is now researching. No Evo Chambers still, so we're definitely looking towards like this very aggressive, just Lingbane Hydra, gonna shove it in your face and see if you can handle it. HARSTEM Storm is very nearly done, one of those defensive spells that should do a lot against this comp. Definitely had some good moments in the last game. As we have the Archon 2 that I'm mixing in as well. Do we have any High Templar out? 1. It does have energy for the Storm when it finishes. Would like to see a second High Templar available, but at the same time I do like a couple of Archons. The Archons are very good against the Lingbane running in. Obviously they're maybe less good if the Hydras get to target them down. That first Storm is pretty nice, going to hit a lot of the units as they come forward. The problem is, with only one Storm, the Banelings don't die. Right, you kind of need 2 Storms kind of back-to-back that the Banes run through to get the Banelings to die to that, so not sure if that was too great. What we have done now, though, is we've gotten rid of the Banes, and the Zealots are able to chase through, and HARSTEM is going to get a defense with the Zealots, chasing down the Ling Hydra on the back end of it. I'm still concerned about his lack of tech units. I mean, he is a Zealot-only Protoss right now, and running them across the map is probably fine for a moment, but the moment you get outnumbered, it's a heavily outnumbered, right? And then you probably are not having too much fun. I mean, it's only Lings from Yakov. I think HARSTEM needs to warp in High Temp. I don't know why 2 HTs on the instant kind of warp in right now. He's got some gas. you know, start saving up for some new storms. If nothing else, you know, maybe the Archons are going to be very popular here as well. I think both of these are actually kind of important choices that we're just completely bypassing. Like I say, a little bit surprised by the choice at the moment as a few Zealots go back down to the bottom. +2 attack coming up. Immortal and the cannon on the way in. Lingbane Hydra back between the bases once more here. +2 attack coming in. High Templar's building. Immortal coming online as well. As you just see the Evo Chamber. Going to finish up on the Naturals. Evo Chamber completes. This one missiles comes through from Yakov. Just going to see the +2 attack finishing on the forge shortly. Couple of Zealots going to run to the upper left-hand side. Yakov is going to throw down the Spire with the Evo Chamber. He's going to get missiles. And yeah, going to choose the Spire. So maybe like a little meter switch here. Remember that Spire is obviously a bit different than it used to be, right? It's cheaper now, so we can get into it a bit more quickly as well. So maybe just like... in what has been a failed attack, like let's be real for a second. You know, you're coming out of this on, you know, down in supply. Like this was a failed attack for Yakov. I don't know if I would have preferred him to go for round 2 or this, but I mean, he's going to go for this kind of Lingbane Hydra into Spire setup and just say, cool, maybe I can pull it back with something like that. Because right now, like I say, the opening was definitely not what he wanted it to be. He wanted more from that than what he got. 5th hatch on that right side coming through. HARSTEM just a 4-base. Protoss, he's getting a fleet beacon. Let's see what he does with said fleet beacon. Big Warpins, some Zealots, a couple High Templar. Has a lot of High Templar ready. Obviously, if you do go mutas here as Yakov, A, you're going to have a lot all at once, and B, HARSTEM has played a no-blink game. So he's got Storms, he's got Archons, but he doesn't actually have like a good mobile army to chase down mutas. So if mutas start getting on top of his bases and jump between, they could absolutely start to shred him one way than the other, in which case maybe the muta play really is kind of the genius play, because it's not what HARSTEM's really expecting. Lingbane Hydra over here turns around. HARSTEM goes through the middle of the map. I think he's confident about what he's got. But that may just be one of the worst case scenarios against the mutas. Kind of depends. I mean, maybe if he gets the heads up on like a base trade against the mutas, it's kind of alright. You know, if you start base trading, the mutas may not have enough time to do what they need to. 18 mutas. Oh, I mean, the question is, do we lose all of this anti-air and then the mutas just play cleanup and then it's not exactly great? Mutas show themselves to clean up the prism in the main base. They go diving forward. The mutas go through. Not going to be too bad just yet, but it's obviously distraction in the main. So HARSTEM's going to keep pushing forward. No Warpins here, right? So he doesn't have any reinforcements to add on. He's going to start building Phoenix and Phoenix range. Makes sense. That storm was very hopeful. Mutas were long gone. He has got some cannons. Phoenix flies right into the mutas. The Archon should have probably just stayed at home, reinforcing. It's weird because like you want to reinforce. Obviously, losing the prism means you can't reinforce directly into the army, so you've got to run across the map. Those High Templar, I'm super scared for them, man. So you see the Mutila's going to show up. They're going to come in. We're going to drop one storm. Doesn't do anything because the mutas move through it so quickly. The High Templars are gone, and now it's just Archons. I mean, I don't think the mutas should stick around and fight Archons, but we're getting to the point where we can maybe play chase. 3 Archons left, going to make it 2 very quickly. I mean, honestly, a bunch of them are low shields. No anti-air. Mutas are going to play cleanup, and HARSTEM just gets caught on the map, not prepared to fight mutas. Like I said, I didn't mind him moving out, but when the mutas poised themselves to kind of jump on the army, he needed to get back home. He needed to play a bit of defense here and just set up into something that could deal with mutas a bit more comfortably. Because he was actually very well set otherwise. Like I say, Yakov did not have a good start to this game. The initial timing was not it. But the mutas worked wonders and caused some very awkward fights. And HARSTEM was not able to capitalize from there. A couple of Zealots get some drones, but they get cleaned up. Now HARSTEM down 40 supply in game 2. With Lingbane Hydra massing to come at him. +3 attack upgrade for HARSTEM against just +1 of the Zerg. That's not going to matter with double army supply in play, and a lot of that army supply being good, valuable Hydras and more. And HARSTEM just doesn't really have, you know, splash. He has Archons, but there's no Storm here, right? There's nothing that really fights Hydras. We saw in the last game already. The Hydras were able to get some good trades against Archons, if nothing else, throughout a lot of those moments. The Bane's still trying to roll forward, not doing much there just yet. 10 probes going down. The Hydra's going to be able to get after the Nexus. Drone's going down on the other side, but lose this base? I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of damage. The Zealots putting in some work. It's just we still have to clean up this army. Like, doing eco damage when the army that's going to kill you is already on the map is very inconsequential, and all these Archons go down. Pop in a couple of High Templar. The Zealots will charge up, and the Zealots onto the Hydras is also not a bad trade in theory. It's just, again, it's a numbers game. And the numbers all point towards Yakov, and that means the numbers are going to point to 1-1 in this best of 3. We go to a game 3 once more here today as we continue our way through Group C of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. I'm going to be going to Winter Madness for game 3 here, guys. So kick this off. In a second, I'll throw some invites out and get ready to go. Oh, brilliant. All right. What happens if HARSTEM just goes home earlier? I think it's very different because playing a defensive position at home with cannons and reinforcing units, the problem is the prism goes to the main, so you lose the prism. And the moment you lose the prism, you can't reinforce that army. I actually think if you just leave right then, because the problem is walking units across the map, you get threatened, the mutas catch the reinforcements straight away, great job by Yakov. If HARSTEM just recalls, gets a new prism out, just gets set to reinforce and just play big bulky armies, play defense on the 2 locations he has to hold on to, I don't think Yakov's army can do it. And then you can maybe argue the mutas ping-pong between bases, but then Yakov needs to find way more work with the mutas to bring himself back than just clearing up that army that HARSTEM sat there with that's not growing, it's not getting any better. The High Templars get taken out without dropping any successful storms because the mutas are actually going to be pretty good at just diving in on them and getting rid of them. And that's obviously just a recipe for disaster at the end of the day. So I'm missing anyone. I think we're down to only 6 casters, so I think that is a click the button and go into game 3 situation. Don't get ready to build so many Immortals. Immortals are always such an interesting unit because, like, Immortals, yes, nothing from the Immortals there kind of deals damage, but Immortals are something you can crank out of the robo that you're not otherwise really using, and they really bulk up your army. Like, they soak so many Banelings, they soak a lot of Hydra shots oftentimes as well if they end up in the front. Like, they're just another bulky unit you can build, and because they're bulky and they survive a long time, like, yes, they're not doing bonus damage, but they do decent damage. Like, on their own, they're gonna suck, right? But overall, when you're looking to kind of make sure you can defend against waves of Lingbane Hydra, having some bulk in that army can absolutely be a saving grace a lot of the time, so it's one of those things where, like, it doesn't feel like the direct counter, but it's still not, they're just not bad units to have in your army at any point. Imagine 2 Colossi instead. Well, that's the question. Are 2 Colossi that much better? The problem is that you have to defend first as HARSTEM, right? So you don't get 2 Colossi out comfortably when that first Lingbane Hydra attack hits you, right? As is kind of the initial-ish problem. You got to get External Thermal Lance, a Robo Bay. You know, like, there's just a lot of dangers. The Immortals cover that period initially where you're playing defense and just afraid of when the attack might come. Like, yes, if you could just click your fingers and boom, it's 2 Colossus, you're great. But there's a lot that goes into getting to the point where you just have 2 Colossus and you're still alive in the game, right? And I think that's the issue, is that's why the Immortals are good, because they bulk up the army while keeping you very safe while you're getting to them, whereas Colossus have this significant down period, so... And I think he kept making them because he genuinely believed that Yakov was just going to go again, you know? And by the time he thought, oh, Yakov, you're not going again, well, then he was ready to just go and attack, you know? At the end of the day, I don't think 2 Colossus changed the outcome of this game because the exact same thing happens. He attacks into someone who made mutas, gets stuck on the map. The Colossi don't help you against the mutas, which are kind of the problem, no? Thanks for coming up as we get game number 3 of this series underway. Winter Madness. It's snowing once more here in the TLMC tournament. There's the couple of queens, couple of drones. Stargate from HARSTEM building as well. Coming up and online. And we'll see in it. And losing my voice a little bit. We see an Adept taking a little journey across towards the upper left-hand side. That moves about. It's going to be seeing the link speed coming over, as we have Stalker going to find some shots on an Overlord initially, so Stalker first, going to be, Stalker early, going to be going after the Overlord for a second or two. The Adept obviously on the map already as well, and that is just going to get in position in time to not die. But as soon as the Oracle pops out, high ground vision, the Stalker will get that KO. There's Ling speed coming, but Lings aren't ready yet, and they're not on the map yet, so pretty sure we get high ground vision and denial on that before the Lings get there to protect it. That's nice to get rid of that early Overlord. There we go. Stalker can pull back a bit more safely now. The Oracle out can protect against the Lings, as HARSTEM does miss them going around the right-hand side, so this Nexus might be unprotected, actually. Second Oracle on the way, but not ready just yet. Hey, what's up, True Cat Mysteries? Thank you so much for this 62-month resub. Subs for the sub god. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the 62. Appreciate it. Thank you, as always. And Lings, we get rid of an Adept, going to jump back onto the Nexus. Yep, that's a cancel. I mean, like I say, one Oracle across. It was just the perfect timing. One Oracle's across the map, the second Oracle's just not far enough along. And that's a cancel on the third base. Significant as well. We're going to get multiple probes. We're going to get into the natural. Oh my god, it's all going wrong. The Adept and the Stalker died as well. These Lings are finding huge value. Oracle's still active. Energy still being lost on it. Another probe that we chase for. We'll get the kill. We love that. We're going to activate the other Oracle. Activating Oracle energy, or activating Oracles and Pulsar Beam uses energy, right? And because you're activating the Oracles early, like, you're draining the energy, and that hasn't been a problem for a long time with the energy overcharge. Now energy overcharge is not as good. There's a significant nerf to how frequently you get energy back, or, well, you get energy more frequently, but it's less energy. So it's like, I think it's like basically, a minute and a half to get 100 energy instead of a minute. So it's a pretty significant nerf to the amount of energy you get. So I've been forced to activate Oracle energy is more meaningful again, because these Oracles don't just have what feels like endless amounts of energy. Especially because you've got to be by that Nexus to get the energy overcharge, or energy recharge, right? And because you are going to have to do it more frequently. But in the past, one recharge would be good for a minute. Now you've got to be back there after 45 seconds if you want the second recharge, so it's probably more likely that you're going to miss some of those recharges, and so energy really is just a much bigger problem now. Yakov says, hey, let's take a rich gas base, so he throws that down out over here, and just takes a bit of a wild fourth. I mean, obviously this is the natural fourth base. I don't think you're going to take this as a surge. That one down the left-hand side's a little bit wacky. Maybe just believes he is going to be an aggressive player. And you probably saw it in the main base, didn't say it out loud, but HARSTEM did throw down the fleet beacon, and so Tempests are his choice with the second Stargate that came down alongside it. And we are going to be seeing those Tempests popping and looking to get something done. Hydras are going to be on the way out very quickly. Tempest shooting about, the Oracles are moving around. Or Tempest coming in for the moment, as you can see melee, muscular augments, Baneling speed, a little bit of everything coming through. The Spire coming up in the back from Yakov as well, just going to get that underway. And it's going to morph in a few Banelings. And we do have, again, +1 attack coming about. Oh, double Twilight Council from HARSTEM isn't pretty. Realizes it, cancels it. I guess the gate's going instead. Once again, Yakov just Lingbane Hydra, and the Spire on the follow-up, so loving this potential switch into Mutas. It's now the third game he's going to get into the Lingbane Hydra, followed by Mutas. It's been different in each game, though. Obviously, this time we're actually getting some more upgrades. Melee upgrade early, the Bane speed and high speed. HARSTEM just eats the Banelings and loses everything instantly here. 24 probes going down, 25. That's a pretty serious amount of work done as the Oracles get through. Lings all go down. On the top side, the Tempests are going to get to work. Going to go in after the Queen, just going to be going in after the Hatchery. Hatchery is quite clearly going to get picked away as the Spore Crawler relocates. Spore finishes up, Hatch taking a lot of damage. And yeah, Hatchery falls, Spore backs away. I mean, the Tempest are putting in work. That's nice. Yakov obviously doing work on the other side and knocking HARSTEM's economy down. But hey, HARSTEM's still a 55 pro Protoss play. He has Tempest that have just killed a natural. Corruptors are out. I do not love that he's still around here with these Tempests. He does have recall, but yeah, they're going to drop it. Corruptors should get one. Yeah. Just try to get a little bit extra. Obviously, I'm talking about the switching to mutas, guys. Sorry, my brain is off. I completely forgot HARSTEM has freaking Tempests on the map. So obviously, the spy of this game is just get Corruptors to deal with the Tempests. Being just a very dumb brain-off comment from me, because obviously, yes, you're not looking to switch into mutas in this game. This truly is just let's get Corruptors. Shut the Tempest down, then Lingbane Hydra behind it. So, apologies, like I say, just getting carried away, and like I say, not thinking for a moment as the Corruptors take a couple Tempests down. We will see Stalkers warping in, Lings and Hydras will follow. I mean, the Tempests all now die, so that's the effectiveness of the Corruptors, and that's exactly why you want to go into them. The Banes are going to try and chase through too. HARSTEM just has no units left over, really, and Yakov is going to take a massive win to go 2-1 over HARSTEM, and that is huge for this group, because that means Yakov is now 1-2. HARSTEM is going to end the day 1-3. If he would won this, he's 2-2, and he's basically, I don't know if he's guaranteed through the group, but like he'd be in a very good position. Now Yakov 1-2. And he's going to play Geralt for this next match. And Geralt must win, because if Geralt loses, Yakov is going to advance alongside ByuN. If Yakov loses, Geralt's still in it, and maybe HARSTEM is potentially still in it as well. I'm not sure how the map score is going to play out just yet. But that could be a factor as well, that maybe the map score has something to say there. Yakov taking a map of ByuN would probably be pretty big in that factor, though. Yeah. Alright, we will go into our next matchup here in a second, guys. So it is going to be Geralt versus Yakov. So we'll get that ready. I actually don't think I need to run ads, because that was a pretty fast game. So let's just run the 1 minute of ads instead of the 3 minutes, and we can just get in game ASAP. Perfect. Yeah, that last series was fast. I was being cautious because of the fact that we obviously have just had that long game previously, and so just trying to make sure we're okay, but I think we're looking good. Invites out. We'll be ready to go in hopefully just a moment. Satellite. Yes, this is going to be game number 1 of Geralt versus Yakov. HARSTEM is out. No, I don't know. Hang on. Okay, yes. Apparently he is. Because apparently, no matter what, he can't have good enough map score. Yeah, because even if Yakov loses 2-0 to Geralt, for example, if Yakov loses 2-0 to Geralt, HARSTEM has the same map score as Yakov, but HARSTEM will lose the head-to-head against Yakov. And it's not possible, I don't think, for Geralt to basically get the same map score and create a 3-way tie. So HARSTEM is probably out based on that, from what I can tell. Alrighty. Let's do this as we jump into Satellite Years for game 1. Couple best of 3s left then. It's the final matches of Geralt. We started the day with Geralt. We had Geralt HARSTEM, Geralt Hero, so he was 0-2 right from the get-go. Geralt is still in the running to make it. If Geralt beats Yakov, that's step 1. Then you're 1-2. And Yakov is 1-3. Then map score alone may actually kind of carry you through. I'm not going to bother going through the situations, guys. Let's just see what this series is, because if Geralt doesn't even beat Yakov, we don't even have to talk about map score. So let's not worry about map score. Let's just watch the game, see the result, and then we can talk about what happens with ByuN Geralt and how important that is and what needs to happen there. At that point, we'll know pretty much for sure what the situation is. So we'll do it like that. We are on the loading screen. We're just paused for some reason. It is taking a long time to load. Someone's crashing maybe or something like that. Something's not going right, so we'll just take a moment and hopefully get going into this next series soon. Typical. We were ready to go in quickly, and we're going to get held up by someone lagging out. A classic. Hey, shout out, while we have a moment or two, we had a new Patreon member join us today, a new pledge. Thank you so much if that's you. I'm not going to read the name out, just don't want to say people's names, don't want them said, but yeah, thank you so much for becoming a pledge on Patreon. That's you. We appreciate it. Again, 100% of pledges on Patreon go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools, guys. So if you're enjoying WardiTV events, consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, supporting and allowing us to run more events, allowing us to put up more prize money, and all of that lovely stuff. We are just stuck. I do not know what's going on. Whoever's crashed needs to, like, Alt F4. Otherwise, we're never going to get to load. Indy. Oh, Indy's not having a good time lately, man. Indy's having internet issues and all sorts. Alright, we're in game. Minus an Indy. As we have in the bottom right side, the blue Protoss player is a Geralt. While in the top left, our red Zerg is Yakov. Love this question from YouTube chat. It's not a fancy question, but who's the favorite between Geralt and Yakov? It's a great question, because who is the favorite between Geralt and Yakov? Historically, Geralt is the more accomplished player. More recently, I might be arguing to say that I feel as though Yakov has been more successful, but I wouldn't say I've really followed either of these guys heavily as of late. Let's have a little peek at the results between these guys when they played head-to-head recently. The last time they played was the 10th of January. Oh, no, sorry, that's the 1st of October. 1st of October, October 1st. Yakov lost 1-0 to Geralt. The time before that, 23rd of September, 2-1 for Yakov. 2-0. It's a back-and-forth series in recent history between Yakov and Geralt. So, back and forth. I actually think it's pretty up in the air. I think this is a three-game... I would say this is a three-game anyone can take it kind of scenario. Yeah, I don't know if there's a favorite. I don't know if I'm shocked by any particular result here, I guess, is what we really get into, right? If Yakov wins, if Geralt wins... I'd be shocked if one guy dominated, right? That would be the shocking result, I think. If someone comes in, it's a 2-0, other guy didn't stand a chance, we're like, whoa. Didn't think Geralt or Yakov was going to do that to the other guy, right? So, yeah, as we get Yakov top left, Geralt bottom right, as we get into game number 1 of another best of 3, Series 9 of the day, my friends. After this, we've got Series 10, ByuN versus Geralt. We're getting there, we're getting to the end. It's been a long one. We are coming up to, what, 5 hours, 40 minutes live casting so far, so we've been pretty much non-stop. We only took one off-screen break. It's been a go-go kind of day. And we are on the very tail end of it now with a couple of best of 3s remaining. Honestly, I say this, we already had one very long game between Yakov and ByuN today. I would not be too super surprised if Yakov versus Geralt was also a very long game. Like, to me, Yakov and Geralt are the kind of players who can get caught up and play like a very long PvZ, so it doesn't have to happen. But it wouldn't surprise me if that was the kind of thing that came around between these two when they match up here, so we'll see what takes place, we'll see what happens. Yakov did well versus HARSTEM, so you bet on him. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I would say Yakov's been playing well today as well. Hard to really disagree. I mean, he nearly took down ByuN, to be honest, as well. He didn't look great against Hero, but, I mean, Hero hit him with a couple of aggressive things. He never really got his feet underneath him in that series, so I would say based on the day, I'm kind of favoring Yakov as well, but really is very open, I think. was a long and worth watching series. Honestly, hard to really pick a series today that's disappointing. Maybe Yakov hero, but even that was like, you know, if you like aggressive hero, that was everything you want out of a hero series in a way, right? Apart from maybe a little bit of fight back and a little bit of resistance, but it was cool to see. I mean, hero just, you know, shifted the pace and has played unlike any other PvZ we've seen all day. So there's definitely been that kind of, you know, even that series that was maybe a bit one-sided was kind of cool. Also, Wardy does deserve every sub and like and love from you folks. Don't forget, okay? You know what? If AstroFun's telling you guys to like and sub and, you know, give us the love, then there you go. It's official, guys. It's not even me selling out at this point. It's the YouTube chat, okay? I mean, look, you can ignore me, but surely you can't ignore the actual chat, because you are part of the chat yourself. You would be ignoring your own entity, essentially. Yakov gets a cancel on the third base. Man, he got cancelled on that third against HARSTEM last game as well. It's just going to be a cancel, kill on the pylon. Could have had the adept, but, well, could he have? He probably would have lost the lings before he kills it. It would have been close, maybe. Step away, keep a few lings alive. You already forced the Oracle to activate its energy. Talked a lot last game already about just, you know, activating Oracle energy is a bit more valuable again with the energy recharge changes, so... He's going to come back through, look to threaten once more. There's a probe for grabs. It's an easy pick. Oracle activates again, potentially. He's not going to stick around to force it, so... And preserve a little bit of energy there as Geralt goes Glaive. So he's going to get into the Glaives right now. Oracle chrono boosting on the Stargate. What's the yellow thing on the map? It's it's just the line of sight blocker. I don't know why it shows up so crazily on the mini-map. It's a little like on the mini-map you think, like, oh my god, has this map got something you couldn't know. It's literally just a yellow line of sight blocker. I don't know why it's yellow, like bright yellow and red on the mini-map. Makes you feel like it's it almost looks like some like important like resource we gotta collect, you know? I load into this game and I've never played StarCraft 2 before, and I look at the minimap and I'm like, well, I better capture this location. This looks important to me. Failing speed is coming up as the Glaives is on the way as well, so all of that's still continuing through for a little bit. We have the Forge building from Geralt. The couple of Oracles want to dive in toward the Natural. They're going to zip-zap a couple of drones just like that. Easy peasy. That's a huge amount of damage. 7 drones off the first Oracle arrival. All the workers on gas go down. It's a massive win for Geralt. That's so much damage done nice and quickly. Let's see more of the same here from Yakov. Going to go in melee upgrade, Bane speed, Hydra Den. I mean, clearly this is just what's working for him, so not too surprising to see that he's going to go into it one more time now. As a few Zerglings are going to make a play to the bottom left, and they're going to attempt to get in after the Adepts, get in after the Probes, and just look for some damage. 6 workers going down. Green throw and inject onto the hatchery. Failing speed about to finish up. Lingbane all on the way through. And... I mean, if it's time for Yakov to really go, it's going to be good go time pretty soon, right? Speed upgrades are finishing. I guess with melee upgrade and Hydra speed, that would be truly the go time. 63 workers. He has a 4th hatch, but he's not looking to utilize it too heavily. What I don't love for Geralt is that this Glaives has obviously not done much. You know, you've gone Glaives. These drones all died to the Oracles. The Glaives has really been a very kind of whatever thing. Like, you're going to have it now, but I don't love having Glaives against Lingbane Hydra. Against Ling Hydra, make all the Adepts in the world, glaive it up. Against Banelings, no, because the Adepts like to be clumped up, and the Banelings are then going to force them to split, and that's going to be disaster time. So I don't know if I really love this. Obviously, Adepts cost a bit of gas too, so it takes away from potential Archons and so, if you're still trying to afford that. Apparently, we lost 1 Oracle just then, as we do get a bunch more drones, don't get me wrong, but that's 1 Oracle down and only 1 left on low HP, so probably the majority of Oracle harassment in this game is now done. These Adepts still on the map. Going to try and shade back. Yeah, we're going to commit in. Don't love the Banes connecting on just a single Adept on the top side there, but I do see Storm starring. That's going to be a ways off because, well, we're not really playing super normal here as Geralt. He built the Adepts, he built the Glaives. There's a serious timing available to Yakov right here, who has a lot of Lingbane building. He did go up to 75 drones in the end after losing a few more, so he did add on quite a lot of drones after the fact that I thought he was just going to spam units. He has added on the Evo Chamber. There's that Spire. This time it probably is for the Muta Switch and not just Corruptors. Fix myself on that one. As we see the Lingbane Hydra does make a play down toward those Stalkers. Sentry's warping in, looking for Desperation Force Fields. Man, you know it's bad when you're warping in sentries for like 1 or 2 force fields to try and buy time. That's never a good sign. These Stalkers don't have blink. I mean, Probe's hitting this mineral line. Oh, Bane's hitting this mineral line. Probes are falling. I mean, this is a disaster. These gateways are obviously wide open to be picked off. Hydra's in the mineral line chasing after everything. This is one-sided. Geralt just did nothing with the glaives. You can't do nothing with the glaives, especially you can do nothing with the glaives if the Zerg doesn't take advantage of it and just, you know, sits back and you get back in the game. Storm gets to finish and whatever. You don't get to do nothing with glaives and then survive a Ling Bane Hydra. I want to say all in. It's not all in. It's 75 drones. It's pretty committed though. The Evo chamber was late. There's a Spire follow. You know, you're looking to cause chaos and trouble there. So yeah, GG's. Tyto Citadel gonna come up next. You know what it is? I think I'm gonna have to run ads now because we had so much downtime on the waiting for that game to load. So just take a slow moment or two. I can't see my Discord button on the other screen. I've got a monster cam in the way of it. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, sorry, I just helping Indy out. He DC'd, send him the replay so he can just cast him when his internet's back. He's not having a good internet time lately. At all. And the casters are dropping off, man. Like, we saw the day we had like 9 casters, 10 casters in the lobby at point. We're down to like 4. 6. Not everyone survives 6 hours of StarCraft action, you know? Not everyone can scrape their way through each and every one of these series and come out the other side alive and kicking. You know, this is gruesome StarCraft warfare. You know, this ain't lighthearted stuff. I think we've got everyone. We really have just lost people as the day's gone on. It's a long day. You know, some of the casters from Asia are obviously going to drop out at some point because it's super late for them. It has been good games though, man. Like, it really has been a good day. Yakov now up a map. This is huge. If Yakov wins this, he is guaranteed to advance. This map win would send him to 2-0 in the game, in the series. It would be 2-2 in the group, and we will have a Zerg in the playoffs. It's not a guarantee because obviously, like, you know, this was a pretty up-in-the-air group. I thought HARSTEM had a very good chance against Yakov as well. He would have been through if he'd beaten Yakov, maybe, unless Geralt came in to win his final 2 matches. But right now, Yakov has the chance to throw a Zerg player into the playoffs without even needing the Zergs from Group D, without even needing a Lambo and a Reino to come and help us out Zerg-wise. Yakov might be a Zerg representative, but he has to beat Geralt one more time. We'll see if it happens on Tyto Citadel. Is in the bottom right side, we have ourselves young Yakov. For some reason, this map, I just said Tato or Tyto, I don't know which one it is, and I'm like, it's almost like tomato, you know? It's like tomato, Tato or Tyto, you know? Take your pick. It's whichever way you want to say it. Tato and Tyto, it's the same thing. Yeah. Someone told us this the other day, right? It was like, it's Tyto, and then it's, then I was like, oh yeah, and it's Tyto Citadel DL. Or something stupid. I was trying to be funny. I'm not funny, though. I'm usually funniest when I accidentally talk about StarCraft and something funny occurs on screen. Tato is a crisp brand. Well, I mean, it kind of sounds like potato, you know? So, that makes sense. Gas pool coming about. Get that set up. What's up, Smart11? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Fresh and new on the channel. Super appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream, the StarCraft, and the content. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up. If you are out there and want to be cool as Smart11, you too can use your Prime sub right now to support future StarCraft 2 streams and content and tournaments. Check it out today. It's not even going to be called Prime anymore, isn't it? They're going to change the name of it. Yeah, it's still going to be like a free subscription, but it's going to be called something different. Crazy. I don't even remember what it was called, but Yeah, if you got that free sub, use it up, guys. Don't let it go to waste. Like I say, we can convert free subs into real-life StarCraft 2 prize money and tournaments. So, yeah, check it out. We appreciate you guys. Probe will control. Couple Lings gonna grab the probie there. The Ling speed coming up as Queens and drones continue out as well. We get the Stargate and the Nexus continuing on for now. And a couple more probes in production. Ling's still heading to the upper left-hand side. Stalker going to go pinging at the Overlord. Overlord is a couple of moments away from dropping here. The new name is Luna. I thought it was Luna. I thought it was Lunar, like L-U-N-A-R with an R in the end, but yeah, apparently Luna Gaming, is that it? I have no idea what that is, but if it gives us a free sub, it gives us a free sub, we'll take it. Can't just, you know, it doesn't matter what it's called. At the end of the day. It'll be weird to not ask for your primes, though. I mean, it's still kind of your prime. It's Amazon's cloud gaming platform. Oh, I see. Very interesting. Oracle and the Warp Gate coming up. Again, Yakov, one map up, one map away from guaranteed playoffs if he can win this map right now. Doesn't have to win this one. I mean, even if he loses this, if he wins game 3, you know, just win this series and you're in the playoffs, basically. But he has the chance to get it done right here and now, so obviously if he can do that, he would love to do so. So I'm going to patrol. The Overlord will be taken down with the Oracle arriving for some overhead damage output. We get a few moments of settling. Lovely. Color Council Forging Gateway coming up. The Nexus coming through. This game was played early in the day from replays. If you didn't catch that when we switched from live matches to replays a couple series ago. Beautiful part of that is we don't have to wait for the pauses. Yeah, this was a very minor pause. It was like a PP into instant resume, so wouldn't have been a big deal. But yes, this is obviously something we can skip over still. You guys just see the spam of chat as they pause and try and unpause, etc., etc. Things go moving about for a few moments. A little bit of action over there. Cycle's going to move through. The Adepts are going to be in position. Those Lings will go down. This is going to be a nice cleanup. The Oracle's active for a couple of drones. There's the +1 and Blink coming in. Melee upgrade, Baneling Nest. Lair in the Evo Chamber, so again, a little bit less of the kind of all-in kind of Lingbane Hider we've been seeing from Yakov, a bit more of the let's get teched up Lingbane Hider we've been seeing from him. As we settle into this for the moment, a couple of Oracles coming about. And melee upgrade halfway done, Bane Nest is about to complete. Have the Blink and the +1 building through. Templar Archives drops into the main base. And 2 Oracles of Geralt will make their way down to the bottom right-hand corner as they get set up here. Try and put some damage out. Queens are going to get onto those Oracles immediately. And yeah, the Adepts is going to shade over. A couple of Lings are going to take some damage. The drones probably going to be going down. Is that really not getting any workers? Wow. Really felt like that was going to be a little bit more successful as the Oracles come back up the top. So they're going to get moving. The Lings are running. All in butt. Back to the top left-hand side. A few Stalkers gathering there. As a couple of Lings begin to go down. We're going to be seeing a Phoenix, Storm, Blink, and +1 all coming about. The Oracles get turned away. Going to activate with the Oracles and go after the Zerglings for a little bit of time there as well. Finding a little bit more opportunity. As yeah, Phoenix going to nibble at that Overseer. So Overseer going to go and be picked away at as well. With more Zerglings still gathering down to the bottom right. Tractor pops in, Storm coming up, Nexus and the +2 attack upgrade coming as well. Still got that Storm coming online. The Phoenix really will just want to go after this Overseer. Just taking that out over the next few moments and yeah, giving us the chance to keep pushing through. Overseer will fall. fourth base from Geralt already. See Yakov taking the opportunity to move in toward the +1 missiles and the groove spine tech as well. And a lot of that up and online. Again, a few drones go down. +2 attack coming up. A couple high templars will build. Continue to get ourselves settled here. There's 22 more lings and a spire coming through. That's a few drones, sorry, as I'm just distracted fixing something quickly. Apologies. Ling's trying to chase those stalkers, and stalkers will have to start blinking back out of trouble. Hydra's play the game of showing up and dealing damage. A couple of banelings will begin to morph in here. 13 of them in production as the spire is ticking along. Man, it's the same thing on repeat from Yakov. He clearly likes this style right now, and I don't blame him, because I wonder if the new change to Storm is maybe feeling as though this style's powered up a little bit, especially as Protoss figure out their footing with the new Storm as well, and kind of how to use it against certain units. This is the kind of thing which is very abusive of something that the Protoss players may not be kind of completely used to, right? As we just have the Hydras looking to try to get to the left side. A couple of cannons there going to ping their way through some Zerglings. Now the Hydras and Banes looking to get through. Storm onto the front. Hydra's taking some big damage. We step straight through. A couple of pounds begin to go down. Banelings are going to find themselves a probe line. Bye-bye. 20 workers going down. Stalkers blinking across. Nexus going down as well. That is going to be an amazing catch as the charge and the +2 attack upgrade come up. But what a kill that was, as we get so much damage done. We're going to be seeing the bottom left Taito being taken here with Yakov trying to get to this bottom left corner. And he's going to successfully keep that goal alive for now, but you see the vulnerability of it, right? It's a little bit off the beaten path. Absolutely, Zealot run-bys over there are going to hurt, and 100% be something we can kind of aim towards and head to and see a lot of success with. There's a couple more Banes morph in. Ling Bane Hydra looking to run onto this base once more. A couple of Storms immediately onto the Ling Hydra. Looking to come through once again. Storm still connecting onto the Storm, onto the Stalkers there. A couple of Banes crashing through. The Ling's going to jump on the Stalkers once more. Hydra still getting pushed back and away. An extra Banes finish up. And we take a second or two to step back and reset. It's a lot more Lings on the way. +2 melee will begin. Yakov going to be soon up against a mothership as well, as that is building in the main base. So mothership on the way out. A few Zealots on the right side going to go after the Queens. Going to find one, going to find two. The Lings running past, not exactly helping. Ooh, we take a fight over here. High Templar. No, that's a mistake. Those Banes had the High Templar in their grasp. All they had to do was move. Yakov just disengages, obviously a bit caught up. Dealing with the bottom right side, trying to get his mutas into play as well. He is going to start going after probes. He finds 5-6 initially, forces a recall. Comes across over here and will find himself a couple more workers, but turns onto the Phoenix, losses to the Stalkers. Now the rest of the Ling Bane setting up to maybe come and join those mutas and trying to deal some damage. It's a lot of dead mutas already. These mutas are getting beat up pretty hard. I don't think this has been as successful as Yakov would have liked. Especially when I actually feel like he had a good fight on that central area that he really backed away from because he was just trying to do too much at once. He is going to die the 4th base, that's great, but because he's investing into mutas, we don't really need 4 bases right now as Geralt. He could be okay on 3 bases if he just takes it slow and steady and builds a good army. Because Yakov's going to be pretty low tech for the majority of this. These Banes still coming through. And then reach the Stalkers. It's some splash. It's not the most efficient of splash, but it's better than not hitting anything. Last couple of Hydras will be on their own, though. They go down with the mothership. Our muta's basically dealt with. I mean, Geralt's going to be able to step across the map. Maybe this is a chance for him to rebuild a 4th base while he takes some map control, gets a couple new High Templar warped in. He doesn't have a prism, right? It's a little scary if you try and commit without a prism. As these 2 mutas fly back in, this is actually kind of a big tell. I wish Yakov wouldn't have shown these. Because if you're flying 2 mutas into the main base, to me, that yells, I'm not building mutas anymore, right? And maybe you kind of know that as Geralt, but before that, before this, you kind of had to kind of presume maybe it's a thing. Now you just know there's no mutas. That's just kind of free information. Like, okay, well, you just gave up your last mutas, so that's that. I don't have to worry about leaving Stalkers over here or anything like that against another wave. Like I say, it may not be something that really makes much of a difference, but I don't feel like he's desperate to throw those 2 mutas away either. So why not just hide them for a little bit and maybe kind of keep the element of like, oh, possibility alive. Back up to the upper left. There's that 4th base coming back online from Geralt. Does Yakov have the numbers to come and deny this? Worker count's good for him, but his army supply really is not. few more Corruptors on the way through. The Banelan's coming up. +1 flyer attack coming on the Spire as well. Continue to bring that into play just for the moment. Again, a couple new Corruptors coming out. Continue to settle down. We have our High Templar Zealots and the armor upgrade coming through. The battery building from Geralt. The cannon on the way up as the Stalker Phoenix moves down to the bottom. Forward going down. We got a Corruptor as well. Now we're just going to turn ourselves onto the other Corruptor. Chase that away. On the top side, Lingbane Hydra going to take the opportunity to run into that Nexus. The probes are going to get stuck in a corner. They're going to get blasted, so they're going to go bye-bye. Now the Ling Hydra going to go in after the gates. The Nexus going to get picked away at as well. Ling Hydra force continue just going after those gates, so bit of cleanup, but it's base trade city because we are going to lose a base on the bottom side. Now we're going to recall home. That's going to protect this left side base. It's going to be 3 versus 3 bases that are left over. So that's actually still having a good time against the drones as well. So Yakov ends up losing a whole lot more against that. A couple of Stalkers going in after a bunch of those Banes. We're going to try and turn around and fight into this. There are High Templar and Storms available. Going to start layering onto that ramp. Hydras decide to attack through the Storms. Now a Storm on the bottom side as well. Going to soften up the Hydras as the rest of these units continue to fight. Yakov going to say a GG. He does not have enough. And Geralt is going to bring a map back and deny Yakov's playoff appearance for at least one more game, as we will settle ourselves to Game 3. In a couple of moments, we're going to Tourmaline to round out this series and potentially round out... Oops. Potentially round out... I invited the wrong person, if you're wondering what I'm oopsing at. Potentially round out... Like I say, kind of the results in this group. Like, we know ByuN's advancing. If Geralt does win this, though, okay, if Geralt does win this, then there is that world where Geralt can still make playoffs if he then beats ByuN. So, this gets very messy. And then there's also the 3-way tie possibility. So, yeah, once this game is done, we'll know what the situation is. Like I said, I'm not going to read into it too much right now. I'm not trying to guess and figure it out ahead of time or anything like that. Because we're just probably going to spend more time figuring it out than we need to, is the TLDR of it all. As we'll head into Game 3. Geralt keeping himself alive in this tournament. Again, we had a big bit of downtime without him playing a day. And now he's still alive, going all the way to the Game 3 against Yakov. Hey, what's up, SR Fireball? 65-month resub on the Prime. Let's go. Appreciate it. 65 is amazing, as always. Thank you for keeping it going. And thank you so much, Kybrid, on the 57-month resub as well. Always great to see you too, buddy. Thank you so much for the 57. Thank you for the resubs, guys. And let's get into Game 3 here of Geralt and Yakov. Ooh. Kind of a wild one. As a probie comes over to the bottom side. Probie comes over into the main base. What's up, Hummy255 as well? Thank you so much for the 33-month resub on the Prime as well. Powering us up as we had the last game of our second last series of the day. We still got ByuN versus Geralt, no matter what else coming up after this, guys. So that's still coming. Yeah, not. What's that probe journey's about? Trying to see what's going on for a couple of moments. Following a probe around, not much else going on. It was a block. We do take the other hatchery location. Don't think we've seen Tourmaline today. It's been a bit of a yeah. It's been a day where Tourmaline came in as one of the more popular maps. It wasn't in a lot of map pools. Has made it into Game 3 of this one though, as the Ling speed comes up. Get that started. Queens, Lings, and drones all producing through. As we see the Adept, the Nexus, and the Probe building for the moment the Stargate into the main base. And we get that started. Speed building, again there's the Stargate, there's the Adept all coming by, we get the Warp Gate building on the Cybercore. Adept is going to Chrono Boost out, poke to the front, and we'll have ourselves the Adept continuing over, and the Probe pulling back for a couple of seconds. Warp Gate continues to tick along, the Adept takes a turn. Just building on the natural and taking advantage of a peaceful few moments, guys. It's not been a lot of peace today. It's actually been some pretty chaotic games. We've been all over the place. Like I say, it's been a long one as well. Coming up on, well, we are at 6 hours live now, so some pretty non-stop action. Again, I appreciate you sticking by me. Yep, listening to me yap on all day long. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much as the couple of Adepts are going to make their way over toward this right-hand side. Nexus, the pylon coming into place right here. Getting that into position right off the bat. The drones and the spores are coming through. We add a queen onto that as well, so it gives us a little bit that we can get done with that initially. We bring that straight through as the Warp Gate builds. The Oracle is producing. Twilight Council on the way. This Sphere Zergling is going to get zipped and hit by the Void Ray for a couple of moments as they try and move on through. And Twilight Council and Nexus still building into place. The Oracle is coming online very shortly. Overlords will build. The Evolution Chamber will come online. And we just get a lot of that going as the Zergling step on through as well. The Void Ray takes a chance to get after the Overlord. 2 Queens will hit the Void Ray in return and say, see you later, buddy. Get out of here. Bam, bam. Slap, slap. Push you back out. Push you away. For those early moments, Evolution Chamber from Yakov coming online as well. So Evo Chamber coming up, the Blink coming through. Oracle gets in and activates for a couple of little shots initially, nothing too crazy. Has that melee upgrade in the Evolution Chamber coming down, so the melee upgrade obviously gives us access over to, very powerful lings. I was gonna say, second Evo Chamber must have just been a build in a cancel, and we get into the next step of this. I was gonna say, just didn't see it continue to come up, so. Or I'm just seeing things, a certain amount of StarCraft 2 back-to-back does get you looking a bit too lally. Especially, I'm so out of shape when it comes to, long days of casting, because it's just been so long since we've had long back-to-back days of casting as well. I used to do this stuff all the time, and either I'm getting old or I'm just not used to it anymore, man. It's a real thing. Not being in casting shape anymore. Plus one and Blink come through, the gateways are going to produce. There's a Void Ray there to hit the hatchery. We'll activate, we will kill, and we will have another hatchery going to come down. The queens are going to gather together. Plus one and Blink coming through, the Baneling Nest is about to finish, the Oracle activates for drone. We're going to look for more as the Evo Chamber tries to get put into place. The extra gates still coming across as well. We had those probes, we had that Stalker. And yeah, I'm not really sure where we go from here. I guess the Oracle for now just getting pushed back the other way is a moment to kind of peek at. Melee upgrade, Baneling speed all coming out as well. And Void Ray gets chased away through the bottom sides. The Queens are going to be there. Void Ray gets pushed out. The Adepts are going to be there as well. The Zergling gets taken out as well. Melee upgrade, Baneling speed, muscular augments continue to come through. And the Adepts are going to head down the bottom right. Void Ray joins the Adepts. Combo will get rid of that Zergling. And again, it's Temple Archives that's coming up on the side of Geralt right now, with a couple of cannons coming online as well. Again, missiles, Bane speed, and muscular augments will all build into place over the next few moments. Hydras are producing from Yakov. These Lings are actually going to look and get us around over here, so they're going to wrap around. Adepts going to get knocked away at super quickly. They will go down. A couple of the Lings will just nibble onto the Adepts, and the Adepts trying to get back into that mineral line for a couple of moments. So they just pull back over there. Ling Hydra still coming up, missiles and the muscular augments coming through. And yeah, Storm in the +2 attack upgrade also producing for the moment. Void Ray activates, the Zerglings take some shots. Ling Hydra All coming about. Get the groove spines on the way through. We just have the Hydras jumping in after that Void Ray, able to take that knock straight away. And yeah, we still have Storm and the +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. The Bane's coming online. Very similar to what we've seen before. My only question is, where's the Spire? Because Yakov really has enjoyed the Spire follow-ups today. Probably throws the Spire down based on what happens in this attack, I guess. Is the reality of the situation. Forward fourth base here. It's going to be an easy one to jump on, though. The Banes are going to try and zone. I mean, you kind of want to bring the Ling Hydra forward to hit those Stalkers as well, though. Like, just forcing them back to the Banes isn't great. Really, the Banes kind of want to get into that mineral line. That High Templar just in the middle of nowhere was going to do absolutely nothing. Not ideal. Storm is done, but we've not seen a single one broadcast into the game. There it is, now put on into these Hydras. Sticks around a while, does some good extra damage. The Stalkers are kind of tucked away in the corner here. I feel like we've seen this situation play out a couple times already in these TVPs, as Yakov is looking good. Pushing his way into this mineral line, looking to grab a playoff position in this tournament, in the Team Liquid map contest. And doing it with a lot of Lane Bane Hydra, and I don't hate it, it's fun. And these Hydras are going to smash their way through. Third base has gone, obviously fourth got cancelled. Another base at the bottom side coming up. Not sure we ever get enough to deal with that. G is called, and that is game. And that is series. And that is Yakov into the playoffs to round out the top 3 of this group. We still have one more best of 3, but it will not influence who makes the playoffs anymore. As we will hop on back to the Americans server for ByuN and Geralt. But Geralt is out. Yakov is through. I don't know if ByuN Geralt actually has any impact on the standings. It could maybe make a difference for... I don't even think it matters for Geralt. Okay, maybe if Geralt beats ByuN, maybe there's like a 4th place for Geralt. Any which way, it's going to be a pretty minimal kind of impact situation overall, I think. So we'll throw one more round of ads up for the day, guys, and then we'll get ready for this ByuN Geralt series. EO3 to round us out. EO3 to round us out. Just waiting for some people to hop servers. We can go into this last match. Give it a minute or two for people to hop. Like I say, ByuN versus Geralt to round out the day. Just waiting for Liquipedia to update, and then I'll show you guys the group if we are still waiting on people to hop on over to NA in the meantime. So give it a couple of minutes either way. Let's see what happens. Like I say, Yakov, our first Zerg into the playoffs. Hopefully joined by at least another tomorrow. I mean, Reynold's a pretty good bet for that. I think everyone is ditching, guys. All these community casters, they're just like, you know, they show up, they cast 9 best of 3s, and they're like, who needs to watch a 10th best of 3 of the day? Are they crazy? What are they doing? What are they doing? Rogue couldn't, but Yakov did. Rogue is such a mystery to me, man. Like, I have no idea why he struggled so much in the ZVT the other day. Beats Max Packs, doesn't make it out of the group. Completely in his own control as well. Like, he lost a Spirit, and he lost a map to Nicorakt. Like, he didn't even take a map of Spirit, and he dropped a map to Nicorakt. Like, if he doesn't drop the map to Nicorakt, he's 4 and 5. Does that actually get him through anyway? But he needed to take a map of Spirit as well, yeah. So, yeah, okay, maybe it's not... It was just kind of a wild result. How young is young Yakov? I don't think so young anymore. I think he started to take the young out of his name here and there sometimes. Let's do it, guys. One more best of 3 for us today, as we have in the top left our green Protoss. This is going to be Geralt. Taking on ByuN, bottom right side. Game 1 of this BO3. Like I say, I'm pretty sure, I mean, if ByuN loses this, does it have an influence? Like I say, I wanted to Wikipedia update, but it hasn't yet. Yakov's 5-5. ByuN has the head-to-heads. I think even if he loses, he's always second place. So I'm pretty sure ByuN is always second place. So yeah, I don't think it makes a difference. And if Geralt's 1-6, if he wins the 3-6, I think that the tiebreaker scenario that could come out is if you win this as Geralt, there is a world where you finish 4th place, potentially. So I think it's yeah, I think if you win this as Geralt, you could possibly get 4th place, which is prize money difference to finishing 5th place in the group. So I think there is like a small little kind of potential back and forth there in terms of what might still come up in terms of importance. But obviously this is a, yeah, this is for the most part, and in the grand scheme of things here, this is very much so a situation where, yeah, I mean, this series does not have a lot of value left on it. There was always going to be a scenario where this could have happened today. Hard to know which series was going to be important without knowing the results, right? So, a little bit unlucky, but like I say, not the end of it all. Thank you so much, Comeback TV, for the raid. Welcome everyone from Comeback. Hope you guys have had fun today enjoying the games in the WardiTV Team Look Good Map Contest Tournament. We've got more great groups for you guys tomorrow. Obviously, we're just casting this last best of 3 of today still. And yeah, like I say, Group D tomorrow, playoff Saturday and Sunday. It is a fun weekend of SC2 still coming up. Very much so looking forward to it as the Reaper takes a chance to ping away at the pylon. Warp gate coming by, gateway in the bottom. Gets settled down for a few moments. I'm just going to follow this Reaper, guys. I just want to see what ByuN and Geralt's match history is. I was just wondering when or if Geralt beats ByuN recently. Obviously, this is a a hotfix patch as well. Last time they played a best of 3, Geralt won 2-1. 2-1 in the Cranky Duck Sparkling Tuna Cup round of 8. 2-0 for ByuN, 1-0 for Geralt, 2-0 for ByuN. I mean, it's definitely a ByuN-favored matchup. Just wondering if, like I say, there was a win for Geralt recently. And there was. Like I say, the most recent best of 3, these two played against each other. But I will say, like, Storm has definitely changed. I cannot imagine that this is going to look super similar, because that Storm is very, very different. Raven building, a couple of Marines come through. Tech Lab setting up, the Orbital coming online. Just going to see the SCVs building onto the Natural, and the Stalker comes up to the top. As you see, the Gateway is going to be finishing from Geralt very shortly. He's got a Gateway down over here, so looking as though he might get just aggressive, obviously, at some point soon, but it's not going to happen just yet, as we see ByuN going to take his medevac onto the map, just with the double Widow Mine, and take us over to the other side. It's the entire Citadel again, so this was one of the lesser played maps coming into today. So it was kind of put into the map pools quite a few times. In the end, it's not being vetoed as much today as it was in some of the previous days, so I think it was Celestial Enclave that's really been one of the problem maps in terms of trying to get some, get played a little bit, but medevac comes through. Widow Mines inside. The Stalkers are moving out, and that medevac has slipped behind enemy lines between the Natural and the third here, so a good chance to get some in the Natural without anything nearby. Gateway going down, Nexus in the Blink still building. Widow Mines settling, the Engineering Bay and the Barracks coming through on the side of ByuN, who just gets himself onto that 3 racks and ready to kind of play off. But now the 2 bases. We'll see if he ends up being super aggressive off of 2 base or what else he might have planned, as Geralt shows us the intention to play Robo Bay. So he throws a Robo Bay down, and obviously opens the door to potentially playing into some Colossus here. That Blink going to be done very shortly on the Twilight Council as well, so we'll get that set up. As we just sit there, and yeah, there we go. There's the Widow Mine drop, so finally going to bring that through. Instant pull away, so good job by Geralt. Sends one probe forward. That should be an Unburrow Reburrow from ByuN. Although he might just want to get that 1 kill and then let the other Widow Mine do the Unburrow Reburrow stuff. As, uh-oh, that Stalker's on Blink cooldown, and he runs the probes in. Geralt, what have we just done? And the Raven in the main base is killing probes off the auto turret. That was a disaster. Probes went back. Second Widow Mine connects. Geralt not watching. A moment of lapsed concentration. as his Stalker goes down to mine 2, and the probes run into the splash damage. And now this mine's about to be off cooldown, as the Stalkers blink again. That's another Stalker kill if he wants it. He gets the probe. I think I would have preferred him to turn onto the Stalker, but probably a bit more value either way. 16 probes killed. ByuN off to a great start. That is kind of as disastrous as it gets for Geralt. Does not really get much worse than that, as the Disruptor about halfway through. Stim Combat and +1 coming up. The Bio will take the chance to knock down this set of rocks here, open up this space. And, I mean, ByuN's going to start a third CC, but I'm not sure if Geralt survives this first wave of attack as ByuN. I don't know if he needed to really stop to kill off the rocks versus just going. Like, he's going to shorten the reinforcement distance for himself. Stalkers on the other side, I mean, they're going to have to recall home, because there's no way you're going to defend without those Stalkers. I don't think there's any way you defend anyway. Marauders push it back, so ByuN's not even going to take that much damage. And over here we have a Disruptor. To be fair, I like the Hail Mary. You know? Colossus isn't going to save you here. A Disruptor might. Hits a Siege Tank. Cool. Yep, that's not going to save you. GG, you don't lose 16 probes and survive an attack of ByuN. That is kind of a rule of StarCraft 2. Not without something else serious happening, and obviously nothing serious happened at all. Not the game Geralt was looking for game number 1 there, and ByuN swiftly dispatches a Geralt in the opening game. And we will head swiftly to a game number 2 as well, guys, so we'll head straight to that in a couple of moments and get that ready to go. And yep, we don't have many people to get into the lobby anymore, so it's going to be swift sailing into a second game. We really have just been waiting for people to join lobbies all day long, so beautiful stuff. Alrighty, guys, let's get into game number 2 here between ByuN and Geralt. My voice is going, man. It's been a day. Let's go, game 2. As we have in the bottom right side on this very bright main base of Winter Madness. Our bottom right, green Protoss is going to be Geralt. Top left, red Terran. We have ourselves ByuN. Game 2. And maybe our final map of the day. We've arrived at what could be our final game. Obviously, we might get one more if Geralt brings it back. But if this does end up being our final map, guys, I will just take a quick moment to say thank you in advance, because I know a bunch of you are going to leave the second the StarCraft 2 ends. So I'll just say, while you're still here to listen to us, thank you so much for watching. It's been a beautiful day of StarCraft 2. We've had some great games. And again, make sure you join us at the same time tomorrow for Group D. Raynor, Classic, Lambo, Bunny, and Mana. That's a hell of a group. It's going to be a lot of good games tomorrow as well, if I had to make a guess. And hopefully you guys are looking forward to all of that. Super appreciate you guys tuning in. And of course, if you did really enjoy, if you're on the YouTube, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow. And if you're feeling generous, all the usual support helps us to keep on running more StarCraft 2, including the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledge will go directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools. See? You can't get out of the sellout by leaving the moment the game's end now, huh? Huh? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Alright, game number 2 of this BO3, Winter Madness, Engineering Bay block. And Geralt knows about it, so he's down over here to put the Nexus down instead. So going to throw that third Nexus into place. Let's have ourselves the Reaper coming through, Orbital Command coming by, and drop a natural into the high ground. So very safe play from ByuN. Oh, look at Geralt. He cancels the Nexus to build it on the natural. He doesn't want to deal with the nonsense of ByuN and being split apart. That's very expensive, though, because that delays your Nexus. It's 100 minerals down the drain. It's funny, because the other day I said, oh, you could cancel the Engineering Bay now, and whoever it was didn't cancel the Engineering Bay. I was like, okay, sure. But in this case, he maybe should have kept the Engineering Bay up, because it would have blocked it for longer. But the reality is, obviously, like, you know, at the end of the day here is Geralt, you're already still taking damage. It's still 100 minerals down the drain. It's still a delay on the Nexus. So you are choosing to have this delay versus it being out of position. So Reaper shows up and ByuN's like, what? If I'm ByuN right now, I'm a little concerned, although the high ground CC makes me feel a bit safer. Nothing's going to show up and kill me instantly. The Reaper's just going to sit here and watch for anything coming over. I mean, he could check the natural. I wonder if he presumes the natural is there, or if he presumes it's commitment to a one base or something. I wonder what his immediate thought is. I like that he swings around to the... I like that he swings around to the main. Gives him the choice of what to scout. I think he does know that there's a Nexus down there now. He's going to find a probe transferring. And that's a free pick because the Stalker's out of position. He's going to find two. Next Stalker will spawn in a second. We should get that kill and then get away safely. The Stalker cut in the corner is a little scary, but yeah, no, we're good. Reaper is out of there alive. Two probes go down there. Nicely done. Couple Stalkers gathering up. Gonna shoot, got a little bit of battery being done. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper turned away. Stalkers go boom, boom, bang. And we're just gonna have the couple extra gates in production as the Medevac and the Marines coming online. Tech Lab coming up, SCVs in production. Stalkers get over to the right side as the Medevac takes a couple of cheeky little Widow Mines over to the far right as well. It's Medevac over to the far right hand side here. As we get settled down, Blink about halfway done, couple of gates coming up, Robo Facility on the way. Obviously hoping that this Widow Mine drop does not do as much as last time, because otherwise it's going to be a very short and sweet series to end the day on, which would be a little sad. It's been such a great day. I feel like we deserve a good series to end the day on, although that first game does not feel good as Geralt. You know, that's never going to be a feels good, no doubt. So, well, I guess we'll see as this Medevac does fly back out. Going to loop all the way over to that right-hand side. Meanwhile, the Bio collects in the center, and ByuN going to have a couple more barracks finishing shortly to go to 3 racks in total. I'll have a lib at Siege Tank. I wonder if he's just going to lift those and give those tech labs to the barracks shortly. He's got the stim and combat on the way. Looks like he might start up another couple of Marines first while their Starport and Factory are still producing. Yeah, I get the feeling that those tech labs are going to be for the barracks, which means we're not going to keep on shoving with more and more kind of Factory and Starport units. Tank will siege high ground, which is going to be a good way to blast these Stalkers away. Gets a kill, targets the low HP one. Loses quite a lot of Marines in the front. Seeing the charge still building up. Nexus coming through. Just going to have our climb along the low ground engineering bay coming along. As again, Stalkers gather. Just to see if they can find anything else. This Liberator does get down the left side, sneaks away there. Widow Mine drop arriving, and the probe's already pulling. Unburrow, reburrow. You do, of course, have blinks. You don't want to fire on the Stalker in this case. Good retarget, and that's going to be a probe kill. And then the Widow Mine will die. And the natural, we're going to go for 3 workers, and that's a save. Widow Mine, oh, I actually think that should have been a saved mine. Going to run out of boost here. Stalker shot is good for the kill. A little bit of hesitation, not quite fully in sync with what he wanted to do there. ByuN is, uh-oh, this Liberator is going to go for a bunch of probes. It's going to bring us up to 10 kills. It's just 9. I thought it was going to be one more shot. That's a lot of lost mine time. These probes were on a freaking journey. They heard Widow Mine drop, and they didn't just, see take a break. They saw take a vacation. They were off to the 3rd base, and now they're back in the main. It's a lot of lost mine time. That income graph is brutal. Like, you see income graphs dip for a while during Widow Mine drops, but that's a chunky dip, That is a chunky, mountainous climb into ByuN's favor that Geralt now has to recover from. So very successful mine drop in the early stages. As we just have the Stalkers around the left side looking to push up. Charge about to finish. Robo Bay halfway done. Do you see the Stimpack Combat and +1 upgrades all coming through? Our Stalkers settle in at the front. But I just don't think there's much opportunity here. Tank in a good position. This tank place is very cool. It obviously covers a lot of area. Obviously, if Stalkers jump from here to here, it does go down quickly. I wonder what it's always fun kind of playing the efficient tank defense layout game, right? Which is where you kind of try and figure out where the tanks are best placed to cover, like, all the areas. I'm not good at it. Otherwise, I'd be a better StarCraft player. But watching someone like Clem a couple of weeks from now, if these maps make it a ladder, watching Clem play these maps, like, after a couple of weeks, that's where you start to be like, oh yeah, that tank goes there, this tank goes here, and that's going to cover this and that, and it all really adds up and makes sense. It's one of those very cool things you start to see after the Terrans get a little while to kind of figure out the defensive positions in the TVP. Yeah, Geralt took a lot of damage, man. I mean, yeah, ByuN doesn't get away with the Medevac, the mines died, Lib dies, but I mean, he got what he wanted. Like, this is, again, just 12 workers dead at this point of the game. So much lost mining time. It's one thing like to lose all that mining time, and it is the result of you not losing any workers. But to lose all of that mining time and you still lost a chunk of workers to this opening harassment, that's where the problem really comes from. Whoa! Play from Geralt comes in from two sides, yet the Disruptor really whiffs. A single siege tank gets struck. I mean, Geralt kind of comes in and kind of surprises ByuN, I think. ByuN's like, well, you want to fight already? And I don't mind it, because I think from Geralt, like, you can play the slow game, but I actually think just trying to get a surprise... Oh, nice pickup. I think trying to get, like, a surprise jump on ByuN maybe has more chance to cause enough chaos to maybe give you the win here. I think the reality, as you can see, is that this is not going to matter. It's not going to do enough. Game is called. ByuN closes out the day 2-0. ByuN is going to be a 3-1 player at the end of it all. Started off with a loss to Hero, but he brings it back. And it is going to be ByuN to advance in second place of Group C. And with that said, 3 of our groups are sorted here in the WardiTV TLMC tournament. Spirit, Clem, and Hero are first place finishers into the round of 8. Joined by Max, Kua, Zaun, Ryung, ByuN, and young Yakov taking a 3rd seed finish in Group C. And a Zerg player joins the ranks of the playoffs. As tomorrow, 3 more spots. The final 3 spots are up for grabs as Mana, Classic, Lambo, Raynor, and Bunny go to battle. That is a very fun group. We'll be starting the day off with the CVC, PvP, PvP. Start the day off tomorrow with Mana versus Classic, and then we dive into all of the Bunny maps. And then we'll obviously dive into all the rest afterwards. It's going to be a banger. I think it's going to be a great day. Group C was amazing. I honestly think Group D is... Yeah, I honestly think Group D is going to be amazing. I mean, I've been looking forward to Group D all week. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. In a tournament that's had some upsets, it's had some surprises, it's had some great games, the maps are delivering, and nothing more to look forward to than just another group full of great players. It's going to be a ton of fun. Guys, if you have enjoyed the day, you can obviously support the channel further by, like I say, liking and subscribing on YouTube, following on Twitch, and of course, if you really enjoyed, do consider using your Prime subs, subbing, on Twitch, donate, etc. All of it helps us keeping on running StarCraft 2 tournaments. All of it helps us to keep on casting SE2 full-time, paying the bills, keeping the lights on, keeping the streamers running. So do consider supporting if you can. Last one as well is if you specifically want to help support the tournaments, you can check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of pledges go directly to tournament prize pool. We are currently at $910 a month on the Patreon. We really want to push that to 1,000 because we're getting real close. So if you're enjoying the streams and you want to see more tournaments and you want to specifically support the tournaments and the players, patreon.com/WardiTV. Like I say, 100% of any pledge, we even cover the transaction fees, will go to the players. So check that out. Great way for us to be able to run more events. So check that out on the Patreon page. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. And I hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm going to wrap us up and round us out because it's been a long day. Hopefully I made sense through the majority of it. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll run a set of ads on the outro. They also help to support the stream. Stick around for an extra minute. Watch some ads. It's just a little bit of extra money in our pocket. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Group D of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, sponsored by Monster Energy. And if you're on the YouTube, there will be a new YouTube upload that has just gone live. So you guys can check that out if you do so wish. That is live right now. It's a Raynor Zaun best of 5. It's a good one. Check it out if you're looking for more StarCraft 2 on the YouTube channel. Yo, awesome legend, if you're still here. What's the preferred way to contribute? YouTube, Twitch, or Patreon? Honestly, whatever you prefer. If you'd rather be a sub, if you watch on YouTube, either support on YouTube or be a YouTube member. If you want to see the money go directly to tournaments, Patreon, it all helps. It really is just up to what you prefer. Like, if you watch on YouTube, you can become a YouTube member and you get like to use the emotes in the chat if that's something you're into. If you watch on Twitch, you become a sub, you get ad-free viewing and so on. So it really just depends on where you watch and what you want. The Patreon obviously doesn't have any links directly to the streams, or to the channels, but it does support tournaments specifically. But realistically, wherever you support kind of supports the tournament. It's just if you want to see all your money go into guaranteed players' prize pools, the Patreon does specifically that. So really, it's kind of whatever you prefer. It's all the same to us. The split where you support kind of is pretty much the same everywhere as well for the most part. Like, if you want to make like a one-off donation, it probably doesn't matter much. If you want to support recurrently, like Patreon in theory has a better split, but it's pretty minimal. So honestly, I'd just say support wherever you like the best and whatever works best for you and whatever you fancy is my TLDR. Hopefully you're still here. If not, then maybe that introduces it to someone else. What's up, T-Rock? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Go Wardy, nice stream. Thank you, mate. See you later, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. Bye.